Alright, I just had that gulp that confirms that you're sick. I'm behind on Quest for Completion 14, and I probably ate some stale food that I'm going to regret eating later on. So here's a video on how to go from the beginning of the video game to the end of the video game in 3 to 6 hours, plus an additional 3 hours for the actual farming of the map. Now, I should clarify, what is the end of the video game? It is going to be unlocking an armor farm that is on par with, or I think like 4% worse than the best armor farms in the game. Why is that the end of the video game? Because at that point, without any accessories, you should be able to reach around 5 or 6k in your primary stat. I think 5k more accurately. In your primary stat, and at that point, when you have that much, that high stats, you can go follow whatever YouTube guide you want or, get accessories so you can get even higher stats. But reaching that point isn't actually that hard. You just need to know the route. Mind you, the stat number that I gave there, that's assuming that you don't have any accessories. Just 500 from your weapon and your pet, couple hundred from your levels, and then you have 4 ultimate armor pieces that are all of the same matching set. You and my friend need to be stopped in the beam because you are not taking enough damage. Now, here's the route. Let me do it from memory. Let me see if I can do it from memory. Deeper Well to get to level 14 and also some tower stat items, specifically tower damage. Then we go on to Pirate Invasion, get a DPS weapon. Then we do Dread Dungeon Wave 1, maybe 2 on Insane Hardcore to get even more levels and to get a basic set of godly gear, all the good business. Once we're done with that, we move on to Tinker's Lab, Wave 1, Nightmare Hardcore. Then we do, what was the next part? Ember Mount to level all of our characters to 74. And then after Ember Mount, I think it's Halloween Spooktacular, Moonbase, get a Madness Boulder Thrower, and that's it. Assuming you get, like, the best luck, you shouldn't really need the Madness Boulder Thrower thing. Or, I guess, you don't need it either way, but you just really want it. But assuming the best luck, you should be able to get to the end game-ish armor farm within 3 hours. And then completing the entire armor farm, assuming you have around 2 to 2.5k in your primary stat, it takes, I think, 3 hours, something like that. Maybe a bit shorter if you were really efficient, but around 3 hours for the whole thing. So yeah, not that long, but that's the whole route. At some point, we're gonna level even more in Ember Mount to get our characters up to 78, but that's not super necessary. Now, right now, like I said earlier, we are on Deeper Well. The goal here is to get to level 14. To ensure that we can actually do that, we need to make sure that neither us nor our crystal gets hit the entire time. And then also we need to bring in extra characters on the final wave. And also, you are not allowed to kill any enemies yourself. You have to have your towers kill them. A lot of weird sounding requirements, but that's what you have to do to get to level 14 on your very first go around. In case you can't do that for whatever reason, don't worry. For any part of this video guide thing, if you can't follow the current step, just redo the previous step until you can, because you'll be able to. There's nothing really hard that I'm doing here. It's just very basic things that have been routed out in a way that is as efficient as I could bother making it. Which is to say that I have spent the past 11 days, give or take, plotting out this route and seeing what's the most efficient thing to do. That doesn't mean that I know what is the most efficient thing to do. It just means that I know people are going to be mad at me if I don't release Quest for Completion 14. So I need to get this done at some point. So I'm doing it now. Quick disclaimer, by the way, in case you're a new player, don't follow this video. Well, not because it's hard, but don't follow it because I don't want to ruin your gameplay experience. Dungeon Defenders is a game that's like 2 halves of a coin. Think like Two-Face, you know? The first half is early game Dungeon Defenders. You're doing all of the original campaign missions, Deeper Well to Glitterhelm, maybe even the Lost Quest, not the Lost Quest, the Lost Eternia Shards, and maybe some of the challenges that go with all that stuff, right? You're doing all that on difficulties between easy up to like insane, I would say. When you're doing that, you don't really have to worry about following an exact build meta or whatever. You can kind of just freestyle your builds and everything will just work out fine. And on top of that, You don't have to worry about accidentally deleting a really good piece of gear or ruining it because you upgraded incorrectly, because you're not going to get a really good piece of gear. But that's the first half of Dungeon Defenders. The second half, which is what I'm mostly doing here and what you want to get to do when you're watching this video, is going to be basically any map on Nightmare Hardcore or Ruthless especially, and also a lot of the new challenges, lost map quests. There's a lot of the new content is very hard, but basically anything on Nightmare and Ruthless or above, it's very different type of gameplay. That's not to say that it's worse gameplay. It's just a different type of fun. That's the best way I can describe it. Oh, I need to make sure I don't get hit. Oh, run. But here's the thing. If you already know how to do everything, like, super correctly, then you're not going to be able to experience the absolute joy that is freestyle Dungeon Defenders, where you don't know that much and you're just digging around and just figuring out whatever works based off of if it works or not, and you don't have to worry. It's a very different type of joy, and it's something that you can't have if you already know how to do everything, basically. So I don't want to rob that from people who are watching this, maybe playing the game for the first time. So you've had your warning. If that's you, go do the campaign. Do what I said earlier. And then once you've done that, and you really need to figure out how to get stats or mana or whatever the hell, that's when you go to this video, / my Quest for Completion series. But if you don't care about that, and or you've already done that, then here we are. So we're here looking for level 14 and also tower stat gear. Specifically, we want tower damage. On Series EV early game, tower damage scales ridiculously well. That's why we want it. We have a specific stat goal that we want to reach before we move on to the next map. Although it's not super necessary, it would be very, very nice to have. We need to have around, I think the number is 50 tower damage by the end of this, or basically by the end of this. And then we can move on to the next map once we get a DPS weapon, which shouldn't be that hard. By the way, if you have low tower HP, make sure you repair these proton beams while you're going through this entire map. But yeah, once we have the 50 tower damage, it'll make the next map a lot easier, but not necessary. The main thing we need to get before we move on to the next map that we're actually doing is going to be a DPS weapon. And we're not going to get that here, we're going to get that elsewhere. Very quickly, I should mention, while tower damage is your most important thing and you want to pick up anything that has tower damage, tower HP is a not so close second. We don't need it yet, but we'll need it later. And then after that, hero speed and cast rate, also very nice to have, but certainly not necessary. Now at this point, I'm going to save opening those chests until later, because, I mean, they're not going to go anywhere. And I'm going to bring in 3 characters. If you are a new player and you're wondering how the hell is he bringing in extra characters, press F3 on your keyboard. Oh my god, my ears are getting destroyed. And you will bring in for yourself an extra hero. You can choose whichever one you want. Press F4, bring in one other hero. I'm going to bring in these heroes specifically for a reason that I'll explain later. But for now, I can bring in another hero with F5. And that's it. I can't bring in any more heroes than that. But this is going to be the 3 sets of heroes that we're adding for this wave. The reason we're doing it is because more enemies means more drops, means more chances at better gear. And also, we need the extra bonuses for having 4 players to just barely push us over the edge to get to level 14 on our very first attempt of Deeper Well. Very quickly, on the extra character thingamabobber. If I press F3, I can control this character. F4, this character. F5, this character. Here's another cool thing. Let's say I wanted to have this character just, like, shoot in a direction, right? Like this. Well, if I want her to continue doing this, I can just press F2 to swap back to my main screen, and she will continue doing whatever action she was doing before. Very, very awesome. There are also a couple of other hotkeys that I'll show you guys later for the built-in emulator for the game, but we will be using this a lot throughout the video, so I thought it was best to show it off, you know, early on. Here's another one of those cool things. Press F7, it leaves on all your extra characters. Very cool. And the last thing would be how I hide / show the extra screens, which is just by pressing F8. Now then, let me go ahead, and would you look at that, I am just barely off of the XP requirement for level 14. Not entirely sure why this happened. Probably because I decided to shoot on my Huntress, but it's fine. I think we can buy a bit of XP from the Tavern Keep. And again, at the end of the day, if I need to, I'll just repeat Deeper Well like one of the waves. and we'll call it a day. But for the moment, we're looking for any kind of gear, whether it be weapons or armor, that has tower damage / any of those other stats that I mentioned earlier. And I do not feel like rehashing again. Although I just realized that, yep, I equipped gloves that do not have tower stats when I already had gloves that do have tower stats. I am stupid. Don't worry about the other stats, by the way, like hero HP or damage. They kind of just like don't matter. I mean, they matter, but not that much. So don't worry about it. Anyways, I think we have like what, 3 more things to check? Oh no, I've already checked this. Control G, next level. Let's go. I really am confused as to why I didn't get enough XP that time. Whoops, I didn't actually mean to go to the next level. Let's go back to our tavern. There's a few things we need to do in the tavern. Thing number 1, look at the pets that the man has available. Of these pets, this guy is a melee pet, and the other 2, the dragon and the Hawktua, they are ranged pets. You want to have at least 2 ranged pets to make XP easier later on, and also you might want to look at some of this armor because it might be useful. However, the big thing we're here to do is to pick up our pyro, because we're going to want them equipped later, and also equip any gear that we may not have had the stats for previously, because tower stats are awesome. And then also make sure that your inventory isn't a complete mess. Alright.
Thank you for your business.
So let's go get ahead. Wait, hold on. Now let's go ahead and get ourselves a DPS weapon. We're going to go onto Pirate Invasion on Ruthless Hardcore. Now you might be saying, what the fuck are you doing on a Ruthless Hardcore map with a level 13 character? Trust me, alright? This map, along with the spooky version of this invasion, is unique. For some godforsaken reason, you can get weapon rewards from the chests, or basically any rewards from the chests, just right off the bat. And the reason that I'm on my adept is because we're looking for something like this. We need a staff that has at least roughly 80 charge speed with its staff thing, and then after that it needs to have either 100 damage, 100 base damage, or 20-30-ish upgrades. Now earlier I picked, that one has negatives. Now earlier I picked up a staff that had like a decent amount of base damage and also a ton of upgrades. That one is probably good enough, but there's one extra requirement that I didn't mention because I forgot to. The upgrade cost on the staff, it needs to be 39. It cannot be any higher. It also cannot be lower, but that's not because, you know, we're being expensive. It's because it can't be lower than that. So yeah, either 100 base damage or more than 20 upgrades. And of course, no matter what, it needs to have 80 charge speed. You might notice, by the way, some of this gear, occasionally, it kind of has some good tower stats. Yes, you can get that, but it's very unlikely, so I don't like relying on it. But within a single completion of this, I don't even want to call it map, but of this farm, I guess, you should be able to get yourself a weapon that meets all those stat goals that I mentioned earlier. Here's why being level 14 is kind of important, by the way. See this? Shining Nomad. This is something that basically meets the requirements that I had earlier, but you need to be level 14 to equip it. So that's why you want to be level 14. Now, unfortunately, I fumbled. I'm not level 14 on my Series EV, but I think we are close enough that I can just do this map again or something, and then we can level up from the Tavern Keep's XP bonus, which is a mechanic that I did not think I would have to use this early, but I may have been incorrect. Either way, Control G, and look at all of this mana we are going to get. 83,000. That is about the median middle area of what you can expect. Usually it's anywhere between, what's the number? 60,000 at its lowest to 100-something thousand at its highest. 120-ish. So, very quickly, because I'm not XP, or not leveled, boom. XP bonus, I wasted like 70,000 mana. We are now level 14. Very cool. One of these weapons doesn't give tower stats, so it will be put in the item box because I don't want it. We don't have 50 beam damage, which is going to kind of suck for the next map, but honestly, that's too bad. I guess I'll just cry about it. Now then, which of these stabs are we going to use? First of all, let's check their upgrade costs. 39, 39, 39, and 39. And also 39 here as well. Given that they all have the same upgrade cost, that means that they can all work as our weapons, except this one, which has low charge speed because I didn't pay attention while picking it up. So let's just go ahead and use... and also this one. Let's use either this one or this one. God, I need to use the bathroom right now. 75 versus 100. I guess it's just 100. Alright, let's use this one. I know it's not one of the ones that I mentioned, but that's too bad. Sell our other unlocked items. And what we're going to do here is we're going to do a neat trick where we hold left control on the keyboard, and we're going to press mouse 1. And that's going to put all of our mana towards upgrading this thing as much as it can. Now, normally you should be able to max it out, but honestly, this is more than fine, because if you go on to insane difficulty and I hold left click and right click, we are dealing over 2,000 damage a shot, which is just about the threshold that we need to move on to the next map. And before we do that, I need to use the bathroom because that stale food has made its way through me. I won in my battle against the stale food. Now we're on Dread Dungeon doing the first and maybe second wave on Insane Hardcore. Second wave if we can manage it. First wave no matter what. Very quickly, see how there's no enemies spawning in? If I press O, suddenly you can see the enemy counts. Isn't that neat? Yeah, you can just press O to hide that. You can also press Control and Shift to hide / show a minimap on the left side. Very, very cool. Here is going to be the build. Now, because we have god-awful stats, which is to say we don't have 50 beam damage, we're going to be in a bit of a pickle because we're just not going to be able to kill a lot of the enemies as easily as you normally would. But that doesn't change a couple parts of this build, namely up here. It's just 3 proton beams, roughly like what I'm doing, more or less. Something like this should do just fine. And after that, regardless of if you have 50 beam damage or not, you'll encounter issues over here, so just dump down a physical beam. And I guess we can call it a day there. Now we need to go ahead and pick up these 2 chests and go all the way back over here to place down, I think we're going to do 3 proton beams and a physical beam. And then 1 more proton beam. So 4 proton beams. It's going to be weird placement. Ugh. Oh, yeah. Now, normally I wouldn't do this, but screw it. I don't have the stats. Let's wing it. Go ahead and place down 3 proton beams. Something like this on these stairs. Make them as long as they can be all the way down. Long, man. You know how it goes. All the proton beams. God, I do not have good hero cast rate. This is miserable. That's fine, though. Now we're going to go ahead and place down a physical barrier like this. Let's make it 5 to you because God knows it's going to need the HP. And then after that, sure, let's do this. Why not, I guess. Let's place down a... No, not even that. Let's do this. I'm sure this will not go negatively in any possible shape, way, or form. Now, if you had 50 beam damage, you could actually just place down, after these 3 proton beams, you could place one going from here to here, basically like crisscrossing, forming an X shape through this set of beams, and you could just ditch the physical barrier and another proton beam. But I don't have that, so I can't do that. Do we really have 0 cast rate and speed? Wow, that is awful. I should have put some points into my tower damage through my armor, like 3 or so levels into each piece of my armor would not have hurt. But whatever. Make sure you're over here for the next start of the wave. And holding left click and right click, we are going to kill all of the mobs. Spear? Yes. So, not too bad. And if you have a better weapon, it'll be even easier. All the chump mobs die very quickly and very easily. Not that much to worry about. If you can, try and get in like 1 or 2 proton beams before the orcs get over here. But I mean, we have 0 cast rate. As long as you deal with the orcs, you'll be fine, though. It's just going to be kind of annoying. But that's, I mean, you know, it is what it is. Don't worry if you get hit, as long as you survive, and also if your crystal gets hit. As long as you can get through the wave, that's what matters the most. And I hope that my crystal doesn't get hit, but honestly, if I don't pay attention, there's a pretty good chance that the orcs are going to hit my crystal at some point. That's fine, though. It is what it is. It just means we're going to get a bit less experience. Specifically, if you don't get hit, you get a 1.3 times multiplier to your XP at the end of the wave. If your crystal doesn't get hit, you get another 1.3 times multiplier at the end of the wave. And if the only way that you've damaged enemies throughout the entirety of the wave was through hero damage, like pets or you shooting, and not tower damage, then you also get another XP multiplier. But whatever, we got through the first wave perfectly fine. As always, the disabled orc, I mean mentally, not physically, is down here, doing circles under the bridge. That's fine. We take care of him, we sell a couple of these things because I want to try wave 2, and then we go ahead and put all of our points into beam damage, baby. It's always in the beam damage. Now, and of course, because I remembered, and I'm actually surprised I remembered, we have the Pyro who we can use. And now at this point, if you want, you can do what I'm doing, which is attempt wave 2. But if you don't want to attempt wave 2 for whatever reason, you don't need to. It's just a nice bonus on top. No matter what, make sure that you are looking at the loot from the chests. You're looking for 2 godly weapons that have tower damage / tower HP, ideally both, and then also cast rate speed. Those 2 as well, if you can. And the goal at this point is we're going to keep repeating the first and second wave, or at least the very first wave, a couple of times until we have somewhere in the range of 200 tower damage and 50 tower HP. Something like that. If you want to try the second wave, just do the build that I'm doing here, and you should probably be fine. With a little bit of luck, you should be fine. Although I will admit, it isn't super consistent, especially if you're not that good at the game, so be prepared to struggle a bit. Good God, not having cast rate sucks balls. Ideally, we're going to get items that are level 34 or below in their requirement, but honestly, for whatever reason, you end up just getting a ton of godly gear. You can't really do anything about it, but we need a full godly set of armor and 2 godly weapons later on, so I guess it really isn't that bad if you consider all the factors involved. Go ahead and place a physical beam up here, and then place down a 2 or 3DU proton beam down here. I did 3DU because I'm lazy. By the way, you might be wondering, why are those proton beams being placed above the ground and like kind of in weird spots? It's because if they're placed on the ground, the ogre, who will spawn from some random spot, kind of RNG on that, will see the physical barrier on the ground and say, no, I don't want this to be here anymore. And then he will make it so that your physical barrier isn't there anymore. Me personally, I like it when the physical barrier is there. So, you know, we gotta deal with that problem before it becomes too large of a problem. We're going to go ahead over here and place down another 5DU proton beam here, because I know for a fact this area is going to be a massive problem. Go ahead here and place down a 4DU physical beam, because we do not have that much DU to play around with. And then the last thing here is going to be a 2DU proton beam here, and then another 2DU proton beam behind it, something like this. I guess 3DU because we have the DU to spare. There we go. Now I should repair / upgrade some of these things, but I'm lazy. Instead, I'm just going to go ahead and look through some of the gear on the ground and pray that we get... I mean, I was hoping for level 34 gear, but screw it, I'll accept level 45. When the wave starts, holding left click and right click, deal with the wyverns that spawn from this direction, because they are god-awful. These guys will ignore your barrier and go straight for your crystal. The guys over here, not quite the same. They'll get stuck on your barrier and either take it down because they just deal damage, or alternatively, there's a good chance that they will just get killed by the proton beams. But either way, best not to risk it, in my opinion. The ogre spawned in this southern area, which is big chilling. Just make sure you dodge his spitballs, and as long as you are consistently damaging him, and or, honestly, your proton beams are doing the same thing, he'll just stay there and die like a moron. So, you know, keep an eye out on your map for any enemies going to your crystal, but mostly dodge his spitballs, and you should be a-okay. As long as you are consistently damaging the ogre, he won't have any reason to go damage the wall that's in front of him. You might be wondering, why doesn't he have reason? It's because the ogre is in fact incredibly stupid, much like myself. And wow, would you look at that, he grew a brain, and he is now attacking the wall. This is actually a pretty rare occurrence. Normally it doesn't happen. But if it does, stay calm and do the following. Go up close to him to grab his attention. Bait out a swing like that. God, what a player. And then just drag him around town. Ow, I got hit. That's awful. I lost my XP multiplier. And if you ever lose his attention, just yet again go next to him, get his attention, and dodge a swing. And, oh, get away from me, you jackass. I'm going to go ahead and place down a physical barrier back up here. Just like so. And now we are yet again going to just sit on the crystal as he tries to figure out that the reason he can't get forward is because of the wall that he can destroy. Now you might notice everything else is dead. Yep. We also have a lot of gear to look through. The second wave gives you a lot of mana and it's really nice for that. But to be honest, it's mainly just done for the experience. If you've done everything right, you should be level 34 right now, and you can equip a lot of that level 34 gear. I, however, am yet again curse of being very close, but not quite there. But it's fine. We can go ahead and equip a lot of new types of gear, or new level requirements on gear, so it's not that bad. We are not going to attempt the third wave. Not because it's impossible, but because, good God, I do not want to attempt the third wave. It will be miserable, and it probably won't be worth the effort. Why will it be miserable, you might be asking? There are 2 ogres, and also there are dark elf warriors. Dark elf, that felt racist. I pronounced that in a very strange way. There are many reasons that you don't want to try it, but mainly it hard and difficult, so why bother? By the way, we're going to be upgrading a couple of our things. Specifically right now, we're going to put a couple of upgrades into our pet. Here is the reason why. It's free. It's literally free to upgrade our pet. Our big boy right here, you might notice, he can be upgraded. That's because, basically, all of the experience that you get on a character that has a pet out turns into mana for the pet, like 1-to-1. I'm pretty sure it's something like that. So you get like, I don't know, 8-ish free levels on your Pyro, or maybe 9. So that's pretty nice, meaning you can get like another 9 or so into your tower damage. So, ugh, words. Anyways, just keep looking through the gear. Honestly, it might be worthwhile to just pause for a second, go back to your tavern, and make sure that you have all the stuff that you want. Like a, you know, full godly set, helmet, gloves, boots, 2 weapons, all that good business. So that you don't accidentally do what I'm doing here and pick up extra pieces of gear for no reason. But that's fine. I'm sure it's fine, probably, hopefully. Oh, yeah. Alright, now let me make sure that we have everything we need. 2 godly helmets. I'll choose this one because it looks better. A lot of godly chest pieces, but I think this is the best one. Oh, this is legendary. It's not even godly. That's funny. I guess we can lock that. Epic is also level 34. I'll just keep everything that's not godly. Godly gloves, and a whole bunch of godly boots. And I think this is the best godly boots we have. Or maybe this one. Sure. Whatever. But we have no weapons, apparently, because I forgot to pick them up. That's fine. Control G, and look at how much mana we're about to get here. Oh my goodness. Nearly 1 million mana. That's actually on the lower end. You should get a little bit over 1 million most of the time. But that's fine. I got hit, so I have to do this. Get an XP bonus. Not proud of it, but whatever. We get through it. We're level 34, which means we can now equip a bunch of this gear. For example, these gloves, which are a little bit better than my current gloves, and these boots, which are way better than my current boots. Oh my god, that is nice. I want to throw up right now. I don't know what the hell is wrong with me. Alright, helmet, chest piece, whatever. Oh my god, my eyeballs hurt. Oh yeah, we could also look at the other armors here. Screw it. Now then, we are still not at that stat threshold that I mentioned earlier, so what I'm going to do is first upgrade my pet, because I forgot to do that earlier. I think I could just do like... I'm just gonna hold... Ugh, words. Why do I have so little tower HP? I thought I would have more tower HP. This is awful. And we're going to repeat the first wave, except this time, because we have so much tower damage, I can show you guys the build that you should actually use, assuming that you have 50 tower damage when you're going into this for the very first time. Over here, nothing changes. You're not placing squat over there because you're DPSing down the towers, or not the towers, the mobs. Over here, also nothing changes because it just doesn't really need to. Except we actually might have no orcs coming through here, so I guess we won't need the physical barrier at the end. But I'll just include it because, frankly speaking, the orcs just take very funky pathing here, so even if we have way higher tower damage, they still might just kind of avoid my beams entirely. Now down here, this is where the beam cross-section intersection thing changes quite a little bit. Assuming you have 50 tower damage on the first wave, no enemies should be able to get through this set of proton beams as long as you place them fairly accurately. They'll get close, specifically the orcs might get a little bit close, but they won't get through. So just place it roughly in the same way that I am, and assuming all goes well, the orcs will all die before they get through, and you will be very happy. And that's pretty much the build that you would use if you had proper tower stats. Which again, I was like 9 tower damage off of having. But otherwise, the exact same. Just go ahead and kill a few mobs down here. If you have a good amount of cast rate and movement speed, you can actually go ahead and place down some proton beams, like a couple of them, before the orcs come in, or at least the second wave of orcs. I nearly got hit there. That would have been very embarrassing. So let's just do a little bit of this, and then a little bit of this. And then we still have to kill the orcs because I got 0 damage. There we go. I guess I'll place an extra proton beam just for fun. You know what? 2 extra proton beams for fun. I'm going to have to resell these later, so I don't really mind going overboard. Now that area should be totally fine, and it looks like... Oh wow, none of the orcs got to this physical barrier. That's fairly uncommon. Anyways, like I mentioned earlier, the stat goal is 200 tower damage and 50 tower HP. So at this point, you could kind of consider tower HP to be 1/5 as important as tower damage. Oh, there's like 9 orcs down here. What is with these orcs? By the way, in case an ogre does come from this direction... by the way, if the ogre comes from this direction, you guys already saw what happens. If he comes from this direction, it's the exact same thing. But if he comes from the bottom direction, more often than not, he'll just run in circles endlessly. And as long as you don't bother... him, he'll just die on his own after a while. Or, once you've killed all the other mobs, you can bother and kill him. But I didn't have to do that. Anyways, I'm going to go ahead and try the second wave, because... I still don't really have the stat threshold. We are still very far off in our beam health. So it's going to be pretty much the exact same build as we did before. There we go. At least to the best of my ability memory-wise, because frankly speaking, I do not remember what I built. Why are we not level 45? Why does God hate me? Oh, there we go. I forgot, we didn't have any weapons, so we need to pick those up as well. 3-2, physical barrier, 2-2 beam. You could probably shorten these proton beams by like 1 to make them 4-2 proton beams, but I'm lazy. I don't want to bother. Ooh, level 45. Ah, it's negative cast rate. That is awful. That was so low cast rate. Oh, that's gross. That's fine. We'll be able to use something better later on anyways. Not getting any good stabs. This sucks big balls. Hello to the people watching the raw, unedited footage. I hope you are ready to hear various ramblings from a person who just has too many thoughts and too small of a brain. Did I get all the things? Yes. I think I did. Oh yeah, make sure you pick up yourself a couple of level 45 weapons, or level, below level 60 weapons that have tower stats, because the next map we're using, this thing right here, the DPS weapon, nah, you got none of that. You can't do squat for damage with your hero on the next map, at least not yet. I definitely have too many godly gloves. If I was smart, I would go level up my pyro and maybe put some points into my armor or something. But I am lazy, so I'm just going to go ahead and attempt the next wave and just pray that everything works out. Scoobity. Scoobity? That feels wrong. Scoobity does not... That attacks me the wrong way. Why do I have so much DU left over? What did I do wrong? Why do I have so much DU? I'm confused. Okay, I guess I'll put, like, this here. And also this here. Why do I have so much? I'm very confused by this. There. Yeah, whatever. Ugh. Hey, here's a question. So, like, gender fluid is like you don't like either gender, or you swap between them with what you identify as, right? Or something like that. I'm not gender fluid, I don't know. What is gender solid? Is it... I guess gender solid is like you're normal people. I guess, you know, if you take normal as an insult, then I apologize, but or not as an insult. If you take being abnormal as an insult, then I apologize. Something's wrong with you. But if you're gender solid, I guess that means that you're just, you know, you are comfortable with your gender that you got, right? So then here's an important question. What if you're gender gas? What does that entail, right? That's my question. And then here's another question for you. Here's a real brain twister. What is a gender plasma? What are the requirements to become gender plasma and or gender gas? And what does it entail? Is there like some, you know, super weird state of matter where if you have like negative temperature for gender that you work funky time with magnets? What are the requirements? We need to have more research into this topic. Ah, don't hit me. And yet again, we get through the second wave with no issues whatsoever. And oh my god, that is an amazing pair of gloves. Holy shit. That's not even gloves, those are boots. I'm gonna dump all of my points into tower damage because I am lazy, but you should probably distribute them a little bit more evenly so that you have more in your other stats. But honestly, we're kind of getting really lucky with a lot of this gear, which allows me to be lazy, and thank god. I do not have the brain power to do anything else. I have gotten... Okay, I have so many pairs of gloves. I should really stop picking up gloves. Oh, I'm getting very lucky with this gear. I'm not too upset. This is a big difference from whatever the hell we were doing for first. Deeper Well, where I just got very unlucky consistently. I guess I didn't get very unlucky. I don't know. I didn't get the stuff that I wanted. So therefore, I got unlucky. That's how that works. 11, but negative 8 attack rate. I don't want negative attack rate. That's not happening. All this godly gear. And yet not a single god around to use it. I think I've already looked at this, right? I totally have. Alright, what's going on over here where the ogre died? Better helmet? Better health. Yes. Shitty weapon. Shitty armor. Better armor? Nope. Better armor? Nope. Helmet? Yes. Oh, I ate food and it's Revenge of the Sith right now. In what world is this glove piece better than my current gloves? Negative 22 tower damage, and also negative 11 hero damage. What's the point? What is the point? The thumbs down and up system in Dungeon Defenders is like moronic stupidity. I don't understand any of the logic behind it, but sure, I guess. Why not? They should really let us edit the files behind that so we can make it, you know, do what we want. Alright, Control G. I think we are, what? We have way more than enough damage, and we basically have enough HP, which means we can move on to the next map. We're also going to buy the pets that were being sold by the Tavern Keep. And on top of that, we are going to pick up the heavy pet. So these pets are useful for that thing I said earlier, where if you deal only hero damage and not any tower damage, pets also count as hero damage, you get a 1.3 times multiplier on your XP. And the reason we want the ranged pets and not the melee pets is because the ranged pets, well, they're ranged, so, you know. Anyways, let me go make sure that we don't have... word swap out. Let me go dump these two in here. Let me go... I need to stop saying let me go. Equip that. Wake up. The accident was years ago. You need to wake up. The accident was years ago. You need to let go of me. Are these better gloves? These are way... They are better gloves, but they make me uncomfortable, so I'm not going to use them. How about these boots? Mine are better.
The princess isn't in this castle.
Yeah. Alright, what are we looking at? Let's put a couple more upgrades into our damage, because why not? I have super low cast rate. Is there anything I can do about this? Not really. Now, we don't have quite enough HP for me to be comfortable, so I'm going to go ahead and on each of our pieces of gear, put like 2 or 3 points into the HP. Except for this one, which doesn't have HP, so I guess nothing on that one. But on everything else, 2 or 3 points. And now that's enough that I'm happy, and I want to focus on the cast rate because while this isn't necessary to have, it is really, really nice to have. So I prefer that we have it. And don't worry about upgrading this gear, Funky Style USA. We're going to be replacing it soon enough anyways, so it won't really matter. Now then, let's move on to the next map. By the way, I can't buy this yet, but we'll be able to buy it in a second. We're going to go ahead and do Nightmare Hardcore of... Yeah, this is going to be a weird cut. Tinker's Laboratory, yay! God, what a map. Tinker's Lab, truly one of the maps of all time. Very good way to get into level 74 and get some good mythical gear to start out on your heroes. So what we're going to go do is place down the... Now, place down your towers roughly as I do. I'll mention... If it needs to be a super precise placement, I'll mention it, but otherwise, just kind of use like the floor and the guardrails as... guides, yes. The guardrails especially, like these things, these are really nice to figure out where to place your towers, because I remember when I was learning this, these things helped out so much with knowing where to place the towers in some of the areas. Although, frankly speaking, a lot of the areas are like this, where it's just like, duh, you know? You don't really have to think about it very much. And there's also like these little floor nipples next to the treadmills. Those are also pretty nice in a couple of spots. Yeah. Have I mentioned everything I want to mention? Probably. By the way, I like this spawn specifically because you spawn camp the enemies. You don't let them play the video game. You might be wondering, hey, why don't the archers just like shoot your wall from their spawn? I don't know, man. They just don't. So I'm pretty happy about it. I'm not really going to complain. We're going to go ahead over here. Precise placement necessary. The physical beam? No, but the proton beams. In this bottom right corner, something like this, all the way up to the top middle tile. This isn't super necessary with one character, but later on we're going to do this with 4 characters, and there, the placement being accurate is going to be fairly necessary. Make it a cross, something like I did here, a fairly tight one, and that area will be fine. This next crystal... Precise placement required yet again, because this crystal is always a problem. By the way, if you want to rebind the hotkeys for the towers, hover over the button of whatever you want to rebind, and then just press 3 or whatever number on your keyboard, and it'll rebind that over whatever you currently have. On this crystal, we're going to place down a reflector on the left side, because archers are dickheads. And then a 5DU physical beam there, very simple. We're going to place down a 4 or 5DU proton beam starting on that nipple, going to the other side of that the conveyor belt. Yep. And then place down another proton beam to the left, forming a wall. Over here, we're going to place down a 5DU physical barrier. And then from this bottom left corner, kind of at this rough angle-ish, a proton beam. Starting from this bottom right, all the way going up to the top left. A 4DU parallel to that one. Roughly a tile away, do the exact same thing. And then all the way down here from the top, a 5DU-ish proton beam. And that should be fine. This super precise placement isn't necessary there, but roughly what I did, and you'll be a-okay. By the way, you might notice we're kind of running a little low on time. You might be wondering, hey, can I do this with 0 hero speed and 0 cast rate? First of all, what is wrong with you? Second of all, yes, you can. I have tried it. It is not easy. Well, it is... I guess it is easy because you can do it consistently, but like you have to be really, on point with your tower placement and whatnot. But you can manage it. I've done it before. You basically get it done right before the enemy starts spawning, and it's a little nerve-wracking. So I would highly recommend getting some points into your hero speed and or cast rate if you can. I need to stop saying that word because if I say it too much, it's going to sound weird. Anyways, This area is fairly simple. Just, you know, beam in the bottom left, all the way to the top right into the stairs, and then a beam going straight up, and then another one parallel to it going straight up. Now we're going to move on to this bottom left area down here, and we want to get ourselves a little bit of mana as soon as we can, because this area, when you have the low stats that we do right now, is pretty much always a bitch, has some form of a problem going on, so we need to make sure that we get the mana from, I mean, something. Ideally, this guy. There we go. And we're going to place down, as far back sitting here as we can, a 2DU proton beam, something like that. And there we go. We should be totally fine now. Life could, in fact, be a dream. And it is a dream. Let me mention problem areas, because there are problem areas on this map. Over here, if you place the physical beam as far back as I did, sometimes goblins, archers, orcs, they'll get stuck around the side of this railing, and it's kind of annoying. But if you get the proton beam down fast, that really shouldn't happen. Over here, this is actually a pretty rare one. If you fumble the placement of your stuff, or the orc just takes weird pathing, he might not be perfectly in the beam, so just move him over a little bit. You know, upgrade the physical beam in case it gets low. And also over here, back over here, I have never once witnessed any problems, so that should never have any issues. At this top crystal, there will pretty much always be issues, at least once or twice. But otherwise, as long as you place your beams correctly, at least for this, you know, first go around with a single player, there shouldn't be any issues. By the way, look at how much of experience we're getting. Look at that bottom right score. Phew! You know, we're getting big XP, and you'll get even more than that on your other characters. So for now, go ahead and put all of your points into hero damage, and if you have a full set of armor like we do, go ahead and drop every single piece of armor that you have, and also both your weapons, because you're about to swap all of them out for even better stuff. Alright. Godly weapon, and then another godly weapon. We have like 3 godly helmets, which I forgot about, but I guess I'll just choose... I'll choose this one. Godly chest piece. 2 godly chest pieces. I'll pick this one. Godly gloves. These will do just fine. And then godly boots, which I'll use these for. Look at that, we got a full set of godly gear, and that is pretty nice. Now, we're going to pick up every single piece of armor that we get. When it comes to the weapons, we need to get a bunch of weapons that have tower stats, all 4 tower stats. Specifically, we need to get 3 of them. Now, one of those 3 has to be a huntress weapon, because we need to get a tower stat weapon for our huntress. But the other ones, they can be whatever. Huntress weapon or mage weapon, it won't really matter. By the way, don't be dumb. Don't go ahead and equip your armor in the middle of the wave. Equip your armor, you know, after you've picked up these items. But I'm being stupid. Don't do what I did here. You might be wondering, hey, we're gonna attempt the second wave? No. Loud red buzzer, potentially the loudest red buzzer possible. Our asses cannot handle the second wave of this map. It is a massive margin. Think about it like, let's assume that you're like the average, you know, infant child. That's you, right? And the second wave of this map, that is like Mike Tyson. And that's who you're competing with in a boxing contest. That's the best comparison I can come up with my horrible brain. And look at that, we have all of our DPS, or not DPS. And look at that, we have all of our tower stat weapons, and from now, we're still going to pick up any tower stat weapons that have all 4 stats, because what if they're better? But otherwise, we can just pick up all the armor and move on. Wow, even with me equipping all that stuff, we had more than enough time to go open all of these chests and pick up all that gear. Go ahead and press Control G. Look at all that mana, my goodness. And we're about to get even more than that. And we're about to get even more once I sort through my stash, because, good God, it is a complete mess. I'm sorry. I had a very bad burp. That was the most genuine sorry I've ever said.
Have a look around.
Alright. I'm going to make a folder called Keep. And temporarily in the Keep folder, I'm going to put... Whoops. I guess swap out works fine as well. I'm going to put all of our weapons that we got there that we want to keep, and all of our armor. And then after that, I'm going to unlock all and sell all. Oh, hold on. I can do type and quality. There we go. I always forget to do that. I don't know why that's not disabled. Or not disabled. I don't know if that's... I don't know why that's not enabled by default. Alright, I think that's everything. Unlock all, sell all. Very, very cool. Also, we're going to buy this pet. And speaking of our pets, we're going to do a couple of things here real quick. Heavy, congratulations. You're getting a bunch of upgrades. Not too many, because good God, I don't have that much money. I would do the same for these other pets, but I need more mana. So we're going to have to wait a little bit. In the meantime, let's look through these weapons and decide which ones to keep. For the Huntress weapons, we just need one of them that has really good stats, and then the other two can go. These are all kind of mediocre, to be honest, but this seems to be the best one out of the three. And then for the staves, we actually got some pretty good staves overall, so... I guess I'll keep this one, and I guess I'll keep this one. And the rest of them can be sold. Sold American. I got it. I need stuff
Always
referencing now.
give it a fair price.
Anyways. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Let's see how much we can upgrade these pets with the leftover mana. If you get the Hawk 2, it's actually like one of the better pets. Just upgrade the base damage until the range damage is maxed out, and then put all the rest of the points into the base damage. Very cool. I don't know why this dragon cost me 8 million mana, but I'm going to have to deal with it. It doesn't even have extra projectiles, so I'm really confused as to why it costs this much, but it's fine. We're going to be using these pets in just a little bit. And now, for the meantime, let's go in and do the exact same thing again with a slightly different build and also way higher stats. Like, oh wow, way higher stats in most of the ways. We actually have less tower HP than we did before. I should have fixed that. I didn't. I'm lazy. I guess I'll just speed this up until I have something to mention because, you know. It's interesting. I did lie earlier, by the way. I have had one issue in this area before. Right at that railing spot right there. In the past, I had a single orc just get stuck there. And it doesn't cause any problems. It just got stuck there, which I have never seen before. Now that we have higher stats, we can actually place down our physical beam all the way down here. Because, well, this just reduces the chances that enemies, like, jump across the railing and get stuck. And also, we have enough tower damage that we should be able to kill every single mob before they have a chance to get stuck. So, you know, redundancy, 2-in-1 thing. We should be A-okay by doing that. Oh god, I have a lump in my throat, and it is increasing in size. It's not a tumor. I think it's me being sick, like how I mentioned earlier, or something like that. I'm not feeling too good. I just said me being sick, and I already feel more sick. How does that work? How does... That's not a good thing. Points must have line of sight. Dorkiest thing ever said by man. Not dorky in a cool way. Dorky in like a lame, stupid way. What would be like a Redditor way? Yes, yes. Points must have line of sight. It's like a. God, I do not want to expose myself for using Reddit, but I use that shit way too much. I am chronically online, and sadly, it is through Reddit most of the time. Although, thankfully, I am in fact banned on Reddit, so I can't interact with the community anymore, which is very nice. At times. Sometimes it's nice, sometimes it's not. Thankfully, I don't think Dungeon Defenders has like a Discord. Or not Discord. No, it does have a Discord. It's actually like a very popular Discord. I don't think Dungeon Defenders has like a subreddit that anybody ever uses, so that really doesn't matter for that. Ugh, I am foaming at the mouth like a man who has eaten a bat in China. Or a lab. I don't remember. How did COVID happen? Was it the bat or was it the lab? I don't really keep up with news. Either way, I'm foaming a lot, and I'm blaming it entirely on my doctor. My dentist, I mean. Not because he's Chinese, but because I got my wisdom teeth removed. Now then, quick little thing. You can go ahead and press left alt and swap the position of your heroes. So holding left alt, clicking on her, boom. Clicking on her, boom. The reason we're doing this is so that I can press F6 and bring in those 3 heroes, because right now our goal is to get all 3 of those heroes to be level 74. Because once these 3 heroes are level 74, we will unlock an XP farm that is literally like 3 times better than this in basically every way. and also it is a really nice way to get armor. Now, for your first character, whichever one you want to get an XP bonus on every single time, just beat the shit out of that goblin and just run away. Now she is guaranteed to get the 1.3 times XP multiplier for having done exclusively hero damage. As for the rest of your characters, it's kind of an RNG game on whether it'll happen. Maybe it will, maybe it won't, but it definitely doesn't hurt to try and damage a couple of mobs to see if you can get the jackpot and it can work out. If you kill an enemy, it actually guarantees the XP multiplier, but it's kind of hard to do that when you deal 0 damage. But very quickly, look at this guy. Half the time when he's over here, he'll just run up to the wall and die like a moron. Same is true if he goes to this downwards area. The other half the time, nuh-uh. The other half the time, he's just going to be a complete dickwad and destroy your physical beam. And you might think, oh no, he's going to hit the crystal if he does that. Nope. If he destroys his physical beam, what'll happen is he and his skeletons will just aggro to the other physical beam, and then he'll die to the proton barriers. Also, this guy, he's aggroed on me or something. Oh, well, no, he's just hitting the gritty. I don't know why he's stuck here like this. This is actually the first time I've seen that happen. But either way, we are done with the wave, and we are going to get a boatload of experience on at least one of our heroes. Oh my god, we got lucky and we got experience on all of our heroes. That is very cool. Now then, go ahead and put a couple of our points into damage because we leveled up on our main hero, and these other heroes are now level 70. Or I think they're level 70, right? We're going to put our points into hero speed and damage so that their pets do more damage, hero speed for obvious reasons, and we're also going to give them a pet. Doesn't matter which of the pets, just give them a pet. On our Countess, we don't have a tower stat weapon, so we're going to run around on her until we get a tower stat weapon. Again, quad tower stats that we're looking what we're looking for. God, again, quad tower stats, that is what we're looking for. Although, actually, this is ridiculously unlikely. I haven't gotten any weapons from these chests yet. That's very, very, very rare. Does not feel right. There we go. And it's terrible, of course. How about the other one that's stacked on top of it? There we go. Okay, cool. Now that we have a tower weapon for our Countess, we can move on to our next hero, which is going to be not our Huntress, although I will go on her very quickly and equip a pet on her. Here, you can have the pet. But our Aura Monk / Initiate. I'm going to call her our Aura Monk from time to time, but our Initiate is basically the person who builds all of our auras. Go ahead and give her the pet as well. And on her, we're not looking for one tower stat weapon that has all 4 tower stats. We're looking for 3 of them because we need one for her, we need one for our Hermit, and we also need one for our Warden. And also, if you get lucky, you might get a cardboard tube weapon from one of these chests. If you get that, it's really nice, and it can be a way to basically guarantee that at least 2 out of 3 of your characters will be getting the XP multiplier every time. But it is by no means guaranteed as a drop from these chests, so I'm not going to really rely on it. Okay, we have all 3 tower stat weapons. I need to burp. Oh. My throat hurts. Oh. Not too bad. Now let's go ahead and hold on. Let me upgrade this. There we go. Look at that. Before I forget, let me put a few points into my tower health on some of my pieces of armor because not having at least 50 is a little bit cringe. It's not cringe, isn't it, Rob? God, the British, truly a group of people. Control G. And now what we're going to do is basically just repeat the same thing until all 4 of those characters are level 74. And the only difference from now on is going to be a little bit of a difference when it comes to the beginning of the round because we have pets and they can deal automatic damage. And also, we're going to be on our summoner when we're opening the chests on after doing the first wave because, well, we don't need any more weapons. And the summoner the summoner can't use any weapons. So because of that, when you're opening chests on the summoner, you just get armor, and we need armor. We need a lot of armor. Bro, we don't need a lot. We don't need a lot of armor. We just need to roll a lot of armor so that we get good armor on all of our heroes. All of our heroes? Yes, yes. Anyways, I'm gonna just go ahead and cut forward to whenever something interesting happens, and or I have something to say, because otherwise this is just very. It's not super boring, but it's just but it is nothing new to show. How many runs is it? I think it's about 7 runs until we get to level 80. Not 80, God, Jesus Christ, that would be awful. It's about 7 runs until we get to level 74. So, assuming nothing goes wrong, which nothing has ever gone wrong, we should be a-okay. By the way, I'm actually really glad that we got this weapon, because I've noticed that this thing tends to have a lot of knockback. A lot more knockback than these stabs, that's for damn sure. These stabs are kind of crummy. My back hurts a lot because of the weird way that I'm sitting, and I think my left foot is right now about to run out of blood. There's a good chance on that. Ugh. We should talk about more politics. The gender fluid, that's a political topic, right? I should steal a joke. I saw somebody make a joke that was like, if you transition from female to male, you shouldn't be able to choose your own wang size because that's cheating. And honestly, I agree with that. That is cheating. I don't know. I wouldn't agree that you shouldn't be able to choose, but I would agree that it is cheating. That said, if I was transitioning, I would absolutely choose the size. God damn it. Jesus Christ. I'm Parkinson's disease. I don't know why, I just always have so much trouble whenever it comes to placing down that physical barrier there. And every time I fail to place something once, I fail to place it many times. Now then, because we have pets, this is mostly the same process, except our pets are going to... They're not going to guarantee our damage, but they're going to make our damage a lot easier to get. So I'm going to go ahead and move her over here and move her over here. We're not going to go in just yet until that spider is dead, but once that spider is dead, we're going to go in the deep end and try to get some good damage on our heroes. Oh my god, move out of the way. This bridge is, by the way, this bridge is awful. I don't know what the problem is with this bridge, but it is terrible. Hey, speaking of problems, this guy down here. I guess I just fumbled my placement of my tower or something, but he's going to be able to take down that wall. So to prepare for it, I'm going to go run all the way over there and either upgrade the wall or repair it, because I don't have enough mana to upgrade. And then I'm going to place down a proton beam right on top of him. Yep, okay, well, the mage over here is being a jackass, as always. But again, I'm pretty sure it's going to lock the minions on top of... Oh. I was going to say, it's going to lock the skeletons on top of the wall and not the crystal, but instead it just died. Not super upset about that. Oh my goodness. I was surprised by this. It's pretty unlikely that all 3 of your characters get the 1.3 times XP multiplier, but the fact that they are... I'm not too upset about it. Oh wait, hold on. Very quickly, we can go ahead and upgrade our pets, can't we? Yeah. Oh. Oh, I didn't realize how expensive that was going to be. That's awful. It's okay. I'm pretty sure the heavy pet is actually pretty leveled up now. Heavy pet. Now then, by the way, earlier in the video when I brought in my summoner, this is one of the reasons. I mean, not necessarily like a main reason, but this is one of the reasons, because the difference between having 0 speed and having 10 speed, good god, it is very noticeable. I have in the past gone around on this map with a 0 speed summoner opening all of these chests, and it just takes forever. Holy hell, it's awful. Ideally, you could get some like cursed piece of gear that gives you speed on your What's this guy's name again? On your summoner as well, but I did not get that. Although it is also very rare to get that to begin with. Fun fact, by the way. Not, I guess, is this a fact? This is a fact because I'm deciding it's a fact. The Summoner class has like some of the best default name rolls in the game. Zendigas, bomber name, very fun to say. And then you also have Lenny, also very fun. I don't like the way I said that, but Lenny, big fan of saying Lenny. I don't remember the other ones, but they're all pretty good. In fact, most of the heroes in this game, the RNG name generator, it does a good job. It does a pretty good job. Not all times, but most of the time. I will admit, the Jester has some lame-ass names. Towser? I'm sorry, that's a lame-ass name. If you're in real life named Towser, I apologize. You're probably like the developer of, or you're probably like the child of one of these developers that made the game. In which case, please put me in contact with your parents so that I can have them change the audio on a bunch of these towers, because I should not have my ears being pierced by a singular tower buff beam. Hey, I wonder, did I pierce your ears when I said that singular, because the S was very emphasized? I have my microphone like set up in such a way where that stuff shouldn't happen super badly, and it did happen a lot and really awfully with my previous microphone, but I don't know that it's foolproof. It might still be a problem. If you find issues with the microphone, if you like literally have any critiques whatsoever, both for the microphone, the recording, the whatever it is that I'm doing, then please mention it, because here's a fun fact, right? I'm just always looking to improve my stuff, and I can't improve without people telling me what to improve. I mean, I can, but it's just, you know, certain things you can't see for yourself. You have to have a third-person perspective on. Also, I can't change certain things or do certain things that people are wondering about without knowing what people want to have different or change and all that business. That is another thing to consider. I feel like there's a lot of people out there that they do the same thing that they did back in high school, where they just never ask any questions and then they failed the class. They do that, but for like watching videos. I'm not gonna say no one's gonna judge you for leaving a stupid comment, because I'm gonna judge you. I'm gonna laugh a little bit, but it's far better to leave a stupid comment than say nothing and then be confused. Like, even if it's like a dumb question or something you think is a dumb question about what I'm doing, whatever it is, leave it in the comments, because, like, you know, I'm always willing to answer things, and if it's something I've already answered before, I'll just copy paste it. I don't mind copy and pasting the same answer. Like, it's not gonna kill me. And at the very least, then you'll have your answer to your question. And assuming nothing changes all that much, I will still probably be very, very active on the online space. So even if I'm not playing Dungeon Defenders in, you know, a few years' time, I should still be responding to the messages fairly fast. So it shouldn't take that long. Yeah, words. Oh, I need to update the Dungeon Defenders wiki. There's a lot of things I want to fill out on the Dungeon Defenders wiki, but I haven't, because it's effort, and it's a lot of effort. I guess it's not a lot of effort, but I'm just lazy. It is a good amount of effort. I think what I'll do is, once I finish Quest for Completion, you know, like all of it, I'll just go ahead and dump a ton of information on the wiki, because right now there's just a shit ton of information that's missing. Can I place you here and place you here? Wow, that pet's doing quite a lot of damage, huh? You know what? I apologize, Dragon Pet. I underestimated your game. What's going on over here, by the way? I wonder, because, okay, what I'm using with this build is, this is like something Cheek we did years ago. And by that I mean, I went back to my video years ago, and I remember doing that, which is why I'm doing it now. But why do I have that one beam that's just going off to the side over there? I don't really understand its purpose. Am I gonna get lucky and this guy's gonna be an idiot again? No, okay, well, if this is going to happen, and you don't want to be patient, just beat the shit out of the mage until he moves. God, my ears are getting blasted out a little bit. I'll lower the sound effects volume in a bit. I mean, I guess for you guys it's not that loud because I'm muting the audio or decreasing the audio, but for me it's pretty loud. Look at that, we got all the XP on all the characters. That's so nice. Let me lower the SFX volume. Ah, sweet, sweet silence. I should mention whenever I'm at a single piece of armor from the chest. That is insulting. That is truly insulting. You should get anywhere between 2 and 5 pieces of armor from every one of these chests. So getting a single one, that's awful. Somebody needs to get fired over at Trendy or Chromatic Games. Is Thales is Thales somebody who works at Chromatic? Is he an employee? I don't think he is. Is Thales a he? I'm pretty sure Thales is a he. I don't... Man. Thales, if you're watching this, which I know you're not, don't take offense. It's just, you have, like, anime girl profile picture. Or maybe anime boy, I can't tell. And that's, you know, that's... That seems to be the calling card for... I guess it's not a calling card, but... It is many people in there are... What am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say is I don't know if woman or not because of the profile picture. Like, the normal profile picture makes me think like 50-50, but then not 50-50 because we're, you know, online. But then the anime girl profile picture makes me think, okay, not 50-50. But that's mostly because of the fact that there's like a couple of people in the Discord that are like very much so women, trans, and they have anime profile pictures. And it's like very in your face, you know. I don't think Thales is part of the Chromatic Game staff. I think Thales just like works on the game. I'm pretty sure. It's okay. I know Thales will never ever watch any of my videos, so so no matter what, everything that I'm saying right now will never appear on his radar. God, I'm not excited for the later parts of this thing because it's gonna kind of suck doing a little bit of an RNG fest. Well, okay, it won't suck that badly. I mean, I wouldn't have made the video. I wouldn't make this video if something was truly awful with its RNG, but that's not to say that it doesn't have its flaws. Later on, we're going to rely on getting ourselves 2 Monk Guardians, actually, not just one. We're going to rely on getting 2 Monk Guardians and also 2 Huntress Guardians, which is just pure RNG. Because I'm not doing Maga Citadel, even though I should. I'm going to be getting it from just end-of-map rewards, specifically on either Moonbase, Forest Ogre Crush, or on, most likely, Halloween Spooktacular. However, assuming I can get a acceptable, good Monk Guardian, and the same is true for... Actually, maybe not necessary, but I can also get a Huntress Guardian that meets the same requirements. I can show you guys a really cool build for Halloween Spooktacular where you just place down 6 auras, a buff beam, and that's literally it. Like, it is an incredibly easy build. By the way, I just swallowed a burp earlier, so either my throat is going to explode and I die, or I'm going to have to go have a burp later on. By the way, fun fact, if I remember correctly, for all of you who hold in thy farts, I believe that just comes back later as a burp. In my opinion, that's a bit more gross. But then again, I guess it depends on the circumstances. Because, like, if you're in public and you fart, it's over. At that point, just fucking leave this planet. Go to Mars. I'm sure that's what's going on with Elon. He probably did that in public at some point, and now he's embarrassed. That's why he wants to go to Mars so badly. But a burp in public is like not... It's like, you know, it's a little crass or crude. I feel very equestrian when I say crass. But it's, you know, you can get past it. But a fart, it's over. It's over for you. The most that you can do is have like a silent but deadly, and just pray that nobody knows it's you in the elevator. I wonder how many times have people farted in an elevator where it's just like 2 people and then accuse the other person because they're like super shy. I imagine there have been plenty of times where people in relationships have like gaslit their partner into, you know, into thinking, not thinking, but they have gaslit their partner into just like saying like, yeah, I know it was me, so that they wouldn't have to admit that they were in fact the farter. Oh my god, I got the experience. That's so nice. Give me experience on this character too. God, these pets are actually like bomb in a good way. I guess bomb is bomb is like 50-50 on if it's in a good way or in a bad way, like every time it's set. In my opinion, it's mostly in a good way. Should I show off this tech right now? I feel like I might be able to go off some tech here. By the way, the last enemies you're going to have is pretty much always going to be like 1 or 2 orcs over in this rough area. If you have a bit of mana left over, you can go ahead and place down pretty much just 3 shock beams on top of each other. And that should kill the orcs way faster than them having to walk all the way over to that set of beams over there. Which will increase the amount of experience you get by just a little bit. Not a ton, but definitely it'll make... But at the very least, you're spending less time. Oh, speaking of time, we're currently right now at the 1 hour mark. Just about the 1 hour mark since I started recording and or started playing on the account. So if you wanted to have like a reference point for our progress and all that good business on the edited version of the video, here is where we are. We are like 2 more runs of this map off of being finished with the Stinkers forever. Oh, I guess mostly forever. I was saying something earlier. I wanted to finish a thought. I can't. Right now, I have a bottle of water next to me. And I don't know for what possible reason this is, but whenever I have a bottle of water next to me, I just want to use the bathroom more often. That was a nasty burp, but thankfully none of it was picked up by my mic. It was also a nasty secondary burp that didn't happen, but I let it go back down. What was I saying? Something about armor? I don't remember. I apologize. I interrupted my own thought process. I'm very bad with this kind of a thing. I do it a lot. I do it a lot. Whenever I look back at my like extended recordings where I talk quite a bit, there are many instances where I will be in the middle of a thought, something will happen, like a butterfly will distract me, and then that's it. RIP the thought that I was having. It is over, because I will never again remember what I was saying. Kind of a little bit embarrassing, but you know what? It is what it is. Oh, I'm having to swallow my saliva so much because otherwise it's going to get in the way of me talking. I don't know if I have like 6 hours worth of talking in me. I know for a fact, absolute fact, I'm not going to be talking during the armor farm portion of this because, dude, if I had to talk during the 3 hours of just sitting there and doing nothing different, do you know what I would do? I would turn into a podcast, all right? I don't want to turn into a Dungeon Defenders podcast. That's like arguably the lamest thing I could imagine. Nothing wrong with podcasts. No, actually, I take that back. Something wrong with podcasts. I just can't quite articulate myself properly. By the way, if you can't tell, English is not my first language. Why did I place down a shotgun? Oh, it's because I removed my proton. Whoops. If you can't tell, English is not my first language. It's also not my second language. But if you're wondering why I stumble over my words a little bit and sometimes I mix words and all that, it's not because of the English not being my first language. It's because I'm autistic. Is there like a thing for like dyslexia, but when you're speaking? If so, I definitely have that. By the way, I'm doing this thing where I'm repeating like the beginning word of my sentence multiple times over. Not a fan of that. I have the kind of autism where I pay attention to the way that people talk and say things. And a downside of that, pretty massive downside of that, is I notice when I'm doing it, I guess it's a downside if you get bothered by it, but I get bothered by it, so it is a downside. And I do it a lot. I do it a ton. Like, me repeating the first word in a sentence, pretty frequent. That's been a more recent thing, but pretty frequent right now. Me saying good God. I don't know what the hell is wrong with me, but I say way too much. Here's the reason I cringe at it, by the way. I don't like saying cringe, that's awkward. The reason that I cringe at it, by the way, notice how I said that's in that previous sentence? I'm paying attention to it even more now, and I'm repeating words way more than I thought I was. I cringe at it because way back in school, I had this teacher, I had this English class or something like that, where we had to present something, we had to talk about something, I don't remember, I know, very shocking, we had to talk about things in my English class. And there was this one girl who, she went up to talk about whatever we were discussing, probably a book, or, I don't know, philosophy, I don't know, it's English class, right? And she repeated, or not repeated, she said like, maybe in, I don't know, a paragraph of speaking, right? Imagine like 30 or 40 seconds, up to a minute of speaking. She said the word like 17 times, at least. I say at least because I lost track. I only started counting after she said it like 5 times or so. And then she just kept saying it and I couldn't keep up. It was impressive. It was genuinely impressive. And ever since then, I have been paranoid about saying a given word too many times in a row because I just don't like the way that it sounds. If you don't get bothered by that, then more credit to you, but I very much get bothered by that. And it's not even because I'm like, you know, oh, YouTuber, I should speak coherently. No, it is just something that just bothers me. For whatever reason, it bothers me greatly. And also, all of these guys are fire resistant, and that sucks big balls. Did my Hawk Tua just kill that thing? Oh, god damn it. Alright, well, I want to make sure I get the XP on these characters, so I'm going to move this guy over here, and move this character over here as well. By the way, very genius to... words. I'm actually going to include this part in the video. Ingenious move by the developers to have the button to leave on all of your extra characters be right next to the button to hide the extra screens on all of your characters. Not sure I would have made that same decision, but, you know, I'm not the game developer, am I? Is there a way to remap the hotkeys? They really need to update the tutorial for this game. I should not have to explain how to use splits in this game when it is like such an, not essential, but more or less quality of life-wise essential part of the game. I should not have to explain how to use splits. That should be like in the tutorial or something. But here we are. Same with like Control M and a whole lot of other things, like how to move your heroes around in your character selection screen. This is all things that should be known by every single person playing the game. But there are still people, myself included by the way, I'm still learning about cool shortcuts like Control, Shift, and all that business. There's still a lot of people who don't know that you can continue shooting with a split, that don't know that you can hide split screens or all this business. They don't know a lot of things. There's also other stuff like, you know, tower stacking, which at some point the developers have to address tower stacking. I know right now they're getting away with just like not dealing with it because it's weird. It just feels like it doesn't fit. But let's be real. Chromatic Games individuals, the community dev team, you guys be honest. You're not getting rid of tower stacking. It's not going to happen. You have to find some way to implement it in the game. In my opinion, just say fuck it. Let us tower stack, alright? I don't think people will be very confused as to why you can't stack auras or traps, but you can stack other things, because at the end of the day, it tells you you can't place 2 auras of a similar type. And also, it tells you you can't place 2 traps of a similar type. And then the default message for not being able to place 2 towers on top of each other, obstructed. That works. You can just keep that. Remove the thing that you can't stack the towers, and just keep the thing where it's obstructed. I know it'll look kind of funky and potentially ugly to some people, but honestly, I think it's worth it. And it would be cool to not have to use a third-party tower stacking hotkey script to do something that well, not every, but a lot of players do, you know? It would be cool to have it built in like the emulator. And I know, again, it's weird, it doesn't feel right, and the emulator did feel right, and they did it really well, but come on, guys. This is stupid. Also, I know you can do it consistently without having a tower stacking, you know, auto hotkey script thing bobber. But let's be real. Unless you're just very dedicated, you're not doing that. It's like it's pretty hard to do. Especially, I think it's FPS dependent partially. So for somebody like me who's running around on 120 FPS constantly, first of all, get flexed on. Second of all, I'm screwed. You know, I'm in even more of a pickle. I wonder how much different is that the right verbiage? That's not even verbs. Are those verbs? Those are I did very bad in English class in high school, fun fact. But how different would the game be if you like just couldn't tower stack, like you just removed it entirely? A lot worse, I know that for a fact, because tower stacking is really, really cool, and it lowers the stat requirements. Maybe it doesn't lower the stat requirements. It probably does in a lot of maps, and it just makes life a hell of a lot easier. But, you know, I am curious what it would be like. By the way, I know there are a couple of you Puritans out there, is that the term? Saints, maybe you would prefer to be called? Whatever it is, who just don't tower stack. You guys are freaks. I don't understand why you wouldn't want to tower stack. Listen, don't get me wrong. I get that it feels wrong, and you know you don't want to run auto hotkey scripts, but you can read an auto hotkey script really easily. Like, there's no risk of getting 5 nights at Bitcoin mining on your computer because you downloaded the wrong auto hotkey script. It's literally just a paste bin, like copy pasting, and it's, you know, even if you don't know how to program, it's not very hard to understand. Oh yeah, I just realized I'm gonna have to actually mention tower stacking and do the script stuff, or show my script at the end or at some point in this video. That's fine. It's really simple at the end of the day, so I don't really mind explaining that. Should I mention the part about the devs are eventually going to add tower stacking to the video? Because I imagine this is going to be a video that gets quite a lot of views over time, and therefore there's a chance that I may have influence. Yes, yes. When I become a niche micro celebrity in Dungeon. God, that sounds awful. You know what, though? It's worth it. It's worth it to get some quality of life changes in the game. Because, like, good God, it needs them. Okay, bring in the extra characters. Yeah, you know what's good. I will include all that extra stuff. Well, not the way that I mentioned it there. I'll mention it whenever, you know, tower stacking, I use that. But it is so weird, by the way. It just, what is going on over here? It is so incredibly strange to me that tower stacking is like such a big thing in the game, but it is like, you know, not properly done. You know, I need to stop saying, you know, I've said that too much in the same sentence now. We are yet again getting into that uncanny valley. That's not the right words. We're getting into that weird territory where I'm repeating the same word a lot and it's bothering me. What is with some of these orcs? These guys are dumb as bricks. Their pathing is so weird. Oh, look at that. Our heavy pet can completely stagger a goblin. Those are goblins, right? They're not named something else. I always think of them as like mini ogres in my brain. That's what a goblin is to me. Sir, would you care for not destroying my wall? Oh, you're fire resistant. Wow. Well, thankfully they already just run away from you by default, so not really an issue. $18.3 million XP to get to level 74, and we have more than that on every single one of our heroes. Very nice. I'm just going to go ahead and pick up all this armor, and I'll show you guys in a moment how to sort through your armor. It won't be like a super in-depth guide on armor and inventory storage, sorting, and all that, because that's kind of hard to go over. But it'll be a rough guide, and it'll be good enough to explain how to do it for the moment. Can you rebind the hotkeys for the extra heroes? Because I know for a fact there's a lot of extra keys on the keyboard that are not being used for other things. And in my opinion, F8 and F4, F6, F7, all that, it is not exactly the best hotkeys. What is F6 do? Oh, that's interesting. I have buttons on the side of my keyboard because I have a Logitech keyboard. I have buttons on the side that are like the F1 through F6 keys. And because of that, I actually don't ever have to worry about accidentally leaving on my other characters. Oh wait, no, I do. Because F8, right. I guess I could rebind those hotkeys. I wouldn't do that. Although that would require me to get my Logitech software downloaded again. By the way, Logitech, what a fucking disaster of a software. I haven't kept up with it a ton, but I remember they had the Logitech, like just basic mouse software, just Logitech, and that shit worked great. you could do macros that were really nice to like click fast in Minecraft or whatever the hell you were doing, and it would work amazingly, and they were very accurate. But they have become enshittified. The Logitech G Hub, you can't click as fast. You can't have scripts run as long. It's terrible. It's awful. Me and my modded Minecraft, not big fans of it. Ugh. First things first, let me go ahead and respec my heroes because these are going to be builders and not damaging heroes, and I have literally 0 mana. That is awkward. That's funny. I thought I had mana. How do I get the mana? I guess I'll just sell whatever is like a random piece of armor that looks like shit. Yep. That is a lot of negatives. First things first, let me respec all of my heroes because these guys are not going to be damage dealing characters, they're going to be builders. So Countess cares the most about her damage. Aura Monk cares the most about her aura radius. We're also going to go ahead and put the pets in the item stash because these characters no longer need them. And the Huntress, the Trap Tress, she cares the most about her trap radius, which is also range. Put these in the swap out folder, along with this one that I forgot about because I'm stupid. Alright. And Series EV, I think I just need to unequip all of her gear, basically, because, well, we're leveling up quite a bit in our gear in just a moment here. Except for the pet, of course. The pet, the Pyro, my beloved, he stays. They stay. Nah, he stays. When a character is undetermined gender, they are the gender that I choose, because cry about it. Okay. Now, when it comes to the items that we have, I'm going to make a folder called Tower. And this is going to be for basically any gear that is similar to this. Has quad tower stats. Now, obviously, all of the weapons that we have go in there because, you know, that's the main reason that we kept them. But when we look... But we're also going to keep any tower stat weapon... Or, not tower. We're also going to keep any tower stat, quad tower stat. We're also going to keep any quad tower stat armor in there as well. I'll do a time lapse. That's what I'll do. Because this is fairly decent time lapse footage. Wow, I'm getting really lucky in the pristine category. Like, this is a lot of fairly good armor. By the way, something like this is kind of a false quad tower stat because, I mean, it has 6 beam damage, and even the other stats are fairly low. So this is something that I really wouldn't consider a quad tower stat unless you're really, really in a dire situation. Dire Wolf 20. I think I got a couple of helmets too. I might have like 3 sets of pristine armor that are all good. That's pretty rare, honestly. Wow, those boots are great. Most of the time it doesn't end up like that. God, looking for tower gear and explaining what tower gear you want, at least at the beginning, is so easy. But then you move on to DPS gear. Wow, not even a single pair of plate gloves that are worth keeping. Jesus Christ. But then you move on to DPS gear, and it is just awful. It is just awful. Wow, the plate gear has also been similarly awful. We had like what? 2 helmets, no gloves, 2 boots. Yeah, that's it. Jesus Christ. That is depressing. Oh well, hopefully the chain sets will make up for it. Although honestly, I kind of have my doubts. I need to use the bathroom so badly. I don't know, again, like I said this earlier, whenever I have a bottle of water next to me, which is what I have right now, it makes me want to use the bathroom more frequently. Which, like, you might think, oh, it's because you were a sports player or something, you know, you used to work out, or you get dehydrated easily, or something like that. No. I never did sports. God, that's embarrassing. It's not embarrassing, but whatever. I never really did sports, so it can't be that. And I'm not that dehydrated. Don't get me wrong. I definitely don't drink enough water, but I'm not that dehydrated. It's just, I'm weird. That's the only thing I can come up with right now, is that I'm just weird. Because most of the time, I just have like a mug of water next to me, instead of a bottle of water. And whenever I have a mug of water next to me, no thirst, you know? Well, okay, there is thirst, but there's no need to use the bathroom. I don't feel like I need to pee every couple of seconds. But for some reason, man, the plastic, I don't know. Maybe it's like the microplastics in my brain syncing up with the microplastics in my bottle. And then I'm like, oh, okay, okay. Now we are in sync. We must make this guy want to use the bathroom every 10 seconds. You ever thought about how much microplastic is in your brain? I think a good while ago, some scientists did a study, and they found like, yeah, every person in our study had microplastics in their balls. Anywhere between like, I don't know. Actually, I don't remember the amount, but I do remember, I think it was a separate study, maybe the same study. They found that people had enough microplastics either in their body as a whole or like in their brains to equal like one spork, which is a certainly an interesting statistic, if not a little bit terrifying. But that's okay. I'm sure the doctors in the future will find the solution. Now then, that is all of the tower gear that was worth keeping, and we have around 50 pieces. This is what we're looking at. Actually, less than 50 because we have the weapons. A lot of pristine, which I was surprised by. No sets of plate because we didn't get any gloves. And I think also no sets of chain because we didn't get any gloves. And no sets of mail because we didn't get any boots. But we got a couple sets of mythical. But we have one set. But we do have a set. And that is every single piece of tower gear that was worth keeping. Now let's move on to the DPS gear, which is the other category. And this one is a little bit more complicated. So let me explain what we want in terms of our DPS gear. And that's basically the DPS gears that we have. We have one character, which is going to be our primary DPS monk. He basically wants HP, damage, ability 1, and ability 2. But primarily this guy cares the most about damage, ability 2, and HP. And ability 1, if you can get it, is a nice bonus. That's going to be our first DPS character. Next up is going to be our Tower Boost Monk, which is another DPS character. He cares the most by a big margin about his tower boost. He cares the most about his tower boost, which is ability 1. He cares a lot about ability 1. After that, it's hero health because he needs to stay alive, and then like maybe a little bit of hero damage, but that's mostly it. And as a very niche thing, maybe ability 2, but mainly HP and ability 1. Next is going to be our Upgrader Adept. We're not going to be using this character as a builder, even though you could. We're just not going to be using her for that. Instead, we're going to use her for her upgrade aura. And the only thing she cares about, and I really do mean the only thing, is her upgrade aura, ability 1. We don't really worry about the health or the damage because I'm being lazy. But later on, you know, you probably want to. We have our Jester. She cares the most about her ability 2 by a pretty massive margin. And then after that, it's going to be HP and then damage. And then that's it. Also, we're going to want negative range, or at least 0 range and or negative range on her later, so that's going to be weird as well. And then last is going to be our Lenny, our summoner. He cares the most, and by the most, I mean exclusively about his hero health. Everything else here does not matter. His only purpose is to just sit there with 2 guardian pets, and that's it. No. Now then, you know what kind of stats that we're looking for, so you can tell, just, you know, off an eyeball that something like this is going to be a very good piece of gear for any of those heroes because look, it's got HP, damage, ability 1, ability 2. But here's the most important part, the damage resistances. I'm going to be calling these reductions from now on because I can't say resistances in the normal speech pattern, otherwise I will sound like XQC. So here's a rundown. When you're looking at any of these pieces of gear, the number one most important thing to look at is the damage reductions. This is very, very important, along with the upgrades. These cap out at what, like 23, 24 in each of them. I need to make sure that with all of the negatives and the amount of upgrades, you will be able to, no matter what, cap out all of these reductions to their soft cap. I'll explain what I mean by soft cap later, but just for now, basically make sure that you can upgrade these and all of these numbers will be maxed out before you run out of levels. And then after that, all of the characters are going to want HP, so you want HP, and then from that point, it kind of depends. This one right here as an example, has HP, damage, and ability 1. I don't think ability 1 and damage matter that much together, but it has HP and ability 1. Therefore, this is going to be something that is useful as a ability 1 piece and or a tower boosting piece for one of our characters. This thing is the same thing, more or less. It has ability 2 in there as well, but this is just, you know, mostly ability 1 thing, probably like for our upgrader adept or something. This is ability 2. Might be useful on a DPS monk or something, but wait, look at the reductions, look at the upgrades. This one might just barely scrape by, But honestly, I doubt it's going to have enough upgrades to cap out its reductions, so I'm not going to bother. This one here has fairly low stats in a lot of ways, but it still meets the bar. I'll put it in, because why not? And just basically go around this the entire time. And basically just go around doing this for the entirety of all these pieces. I'll go over a couple more, like this one is a ability 1 thing, even though its upgrades are kind of crummy, it's fine. This is ability 1 and ability 2, but its low damage means that it's most likely just going to be an ability 1 thing. So go ahead and dump that in there. This is ability 1, but it's got so many negatives that even though it has a lot of upgrades, it's just going to be too expensive to upgrade, and also has low HP, so it's not really worth keeping. This right here is really, really good ability 1/2 item because it has 100 in each of them, which is kind of crazy. It also has some damage, but it's mainly for the abilities. The damage reductions are a little bit piss poor on it, but it's fine. It'll still be enough to be a good enough piece for one of our heroes.
Have you seen the new cemetery? People are dying.
Ability 1, but we don't want it. This one doesn't have any HP, so we don't care about it. This has ability 1 at 100, so it's pretty good. Ability 1 and 2. This right here is kind of like your ideal piece. This is kind of the most that you could ask for. It's got all positive reductions, a ton of upgrades, decent amount of HP, pretty good damage, great ability 1 because it's like nearly 100, and great ability 2. This is useful for like any hero. We are very proud to put you in the DPS folder. Now time for a time lapse, or speed up. Oh my god, my feet hurt. Oh, my feet have taken the same shape as my my chair, because I was putting so much pressure on them. I'm currently sitting in my chair where one of my feet is like standing upright. Is that a good mental image? Can you do a mental image of someone that you've never seen? I guess you could in theory. Oh, did you hear that? That was me cracking my big toe. I like cracking my appendages. It makes me feel good. It kind of activates a little bit of the neuron receptors in my brain. I know some people get bothered a lot by it, but that's okay. Whenever I was in school and somebody got bothered by me cracking like a finger or something, I was always the type of person to very calmly continue cracking my fingers, but a little bit louder and kind of in their direction, because that's lame. Come on. I feel like cracking your fingers is very cool. So unless you have like some trauma that's associated with it, then there's no excuse. All right, be cool, have fun. Let people have fun. People being me. I also have the ability to like very loudly crack my neck and other parts of my body, but mainly my neck. So I always like doing that quite a bit. Hold on, let me see if I can get one going right now. I can do that. It's cool. And I have to kind of like twist my neck to do that with my hands. And it feels real gnarly, and it feels so satisfying. I love doing it. God. You ever hear that story about the guy like who his mom like every day was like, "You're gonna permanently damage your wrists or something like that if you crack your fingers," and then just to spite his mom, not knowing if it was true or not, going purely off of a hunch, he spent the next like 20 years cracking his knuckles. And lo and behold, his mom was wrong. And it is the favorite story for many children to tell, because it is yet again them getting another one-up on their parents. Little do they know that you never get a one-up on your parents. They will just say, "Because I told you so," and then that's as much as you can do. God, I gotta say, I understand the "because I told you so" argument as a parent, you know? I'm not a parent, but I understand making it as an argument because, you know, you just don't want to deal with your kids sometimes. It's much easier to just say, "Trust me, bro," than it is to actually explain something, especially to a child a lot of the time. But, like, man, when I was a kid, I just hated hearing "I told you so" as an explanation. Wow, this thing is so depressing. No, not enough upgrades. Wow, this is a god-awful piece of gear. Quad and negative reductions, not enough upgrades to make up for it, and at the same time, good ability 1 to damage HP. By the way, here's another one. Great stats in pretty much every regard, but only 7 upgrades, so there's no way these reductions are going to cap out. A complete dichotomy in these two. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I hated when I was a kid and somebody like my parent or like especially teachers would do this a lot. They'd use the like because I said so argument, which was always just so stupid to me because like how what do you think I'm going to learn if you just say because I told you so? I wasn't even that annoying of a kid when it came to, you know, adults and agreeing with them or disagreeing with them. I only disagreed with something that didn't make sense to me. That's the only time. And like, you know, there were times where I was just curious, but no matter what, I felt like when I was a kid and an adult said because I told you so, it was just like, okay, well, fuck you too then. I'm just gonna be an asshole to you if you're gonna be like an asshole back to me. And you know, I would eventually just get into essentially a pissing contest with a grown adult. There are a lot of people out there, maybe not a lot, but there are certainly many stories of teachers out there, and I've had my fair share, where they are teachers, but they are just dumb and they will argue with kids, or they'll have like some superiority complex with kids, and it's just the weirdest thing ever. Like, dog, you're arguing with a fourth grader. You're power tripping against a fourth grade. What's wrong with you, man? There's something up in your brain, and yet here you are teaching me. I guess that they are in fact teaching, but they are just teaching you to just dislike authority. I know for a fact that's what happened with me, and it definitely pushed me like it pushed the needle of my respect towards authority in the opposite direction because, or too far in the opposite direction because like, you know, I definitely, when I was in my teens, did not have enough respect for my teachers and the amount of effort that they put into being teachers. Although I guess that's a person to person thing. I just was, I you know, definitely was a good portion of my fault, but also a good portion of the fault of many teachers and I guess general adults, but mostly teachers who just did the because I told you so thing, and it was just so obnoxious. Anyways, we have 72 pieces of DPS gear. Good God. And 50 pieces of tower gear. So now let me go ahead and equip both of these staves for our series EV. Then go ahead and equip the monk weapon for our aura monk. This one will do just fine. Whoops. That thing is massive, Jesus. Equip the gun for our huntress. And I think I already equipped the, yeah, I already equipped the sword on her. Sweet. Now we gotta get full sets of armor on our heroes. And here we can't just equip like random armor sets. We have to equip a matching armor set because let me just show you guys as a rough outline real quick. If you equip a matching set of armor, every single stat on that armor set is multiplied by a certain percentage. For mythical, as an example, it's 1.3 times. So if I drop this same piece of gear, this chest piece, which shows 59 base damage for the towers, if I don't have a matching set, it's actually only 45. So that's why having a matching set matters because it increases your stats by like 33% in every single one of them. Or no, 30% for mythical. The amount that it increases your stats by, the percentage-wise, that increases with the higher the rarity of the item. So like Transcendent is 36, Supreme is 30, or no, Transcendent is 33, Supreme is 36, and then it's like 40 for Ultimate, or something along those lines. I'll put a chart on the screen. Oh, speaking words, not mine. Now, you might be wondering, what am I going to do with all of this other armor that just wasn't good enough to keep? I'm going to make a folder called Just In Case, because what if you don't have enough armor sets to equip a full matching set on all of your characters? In that case, having something that's kind of good, but not crazy good, is better than having something that's not a matching set. Also, I wanted an excuse to put these things back in the item box because I never looked at which of these helmets and gloves and chest pieces was best. Do I timestamp? Do I timestamp? No. Do I speed up this? Probably not, right? Yeah, I'll just cut forward to when I'm done sorting through this gear. I'm honestly rather surprised that I got a set of stats that were that low, considering, I mean, like, wow, that is really, really good. Jesus Christ. Damn, that's good. So good, so tasty. Mmm. Ever seen that one chef who just says, like, oignon? I really like that. I like the way that people pronounce certain words whenever it's funny. Certain accents are also very funny at times. Some people think that an accent can be, like, beautiful or ugly. Like, there's a certain portion of the human population out there that thinks that a French accent is beautiful. Those people have a mental illness. The French accent is not beautiful. It is at most funny, but it is definitely not beautiful. Fun fact about France, by the way, not only do they have the worst type of bread in the form of the croissant, and also French bread, they also have a cheating rate. I think that's what it's called. Basically, in France, if you're in a relationship, there's like a 50% chance that somebody is cheating because 1 in 3 people are cheating on their partner in France at a given time. And it's so bad that the government was like, okay, how the hell do we deal with this? We need to do something about this. We don't want children growing up without their fathers. They're like, okay, let's put our greatest minds together. Do we improve society or do anything smart? No, let's just ban paternity tests. So because the cheating is so bad in France, you are not allowed to get a paternity test to determine whether or not your child is your child, which is insane to me. Like, that is ridiculous. By the way, here's why croissants are the worst type of bread in the world, or pastry. It doesn't matter, whatever you want to classify them as. They're terrible. One very, very simple reason. I can't eat a croissant without making a complete fucking mess of wherever I'm eating. It is the worst thing ever. I hate croissants because of that. You take one bite of a croissant and boom, instant mess on your floor. I really do not have a matching set of armor for like 3 of these things. Jesus Christ, that is depressing. Oh my god. Whatever, it's fine. Now then, let me show you guys the stats on all of our heroes. No, actually, no, let me do this first. Let's move the heroes in the right spots because I get OCD. Yeah, there we go. All right, now here is all the sets. Words. Now then, here are the stats on all of our characters. Around 800 to 900 in the primary stat, and for most of these characters, between 400 to 500 in all of the secondary stats. So here's our Countess. This one actually has a really good set of gear because, wow. Our EV, she has like 1,000 and a bit higher in everything else, but that's just because 1, she has a pet, and 2, she has several weapons. So that's why she's always going to have higher stats. And last is our Huntress, who, sure, she has 900 tower range, but these 2 stats are really low because, frankly speaking, I got pretty unlucky, and I don't have a matching set of, or a full matching set of plate armor, chain armor, or mail armor. And I'm too lazy to go ahead and like look through the just in case folder. So I just went ahead and equipped whatever we had, and it's fine. It'll be fine. I'm scratching my head right now. You ever thought about how like a ton of animals out there probably like would love to be around humans once they find out that humans are like the best at scratching? Like bears, for sure. I think bears are up there for an animal that would like humans. Although I guess human hands are probably like you know, the back of a tree is probably better for getting your back scratched than a human hand if you're the size of a bear. But whatever. I need to stop saying that. I'm saying that too much, and I don't like the way that it sounds. I need to use the bathroom. Let's move on to Ember Mountain Volcano. We're going to do the Nightmare Hardcore first wave build strat thingamabobber here. We are going to be using tower stacking, which I'll explain in a little bit. Words. Now let's go ahead and move on to Ember Mountain Volcano Nightmare Hardcore Wave 1 farming. The build is pretty damn simple. Let me do my hotkeys before I forget to do it later. And it's also really, really good. This whole thing, this entire map is just really nice to do the first wave of, because if I remember correctly, as long as you get all the multipliers and you finish the wave in reasonable time, it's like 9 million experience per character. And on top of that, the armor that you get from these chests, like after finishing the first wave, it is give or take like 1.5 times better than what you would expect on Tinkers. So like it's really good. But the build is really, really simple. It's just a slow and a strength drain aura at every one of these chokes. God, I have burps there again. I should not record after eating. Go ahead and pick up this mana chest before you go back up, otherwise you will forget. And by that I mean I will forget because I always forget. Then we're going to go ahead and swap over to our EV. I'm going to place the buff beam as my 1 hotkey. We're going to place down a reflector 3DU over here, like so. Another 3D reflector kind of like this. There we go. And then a 1DU forming kind of an A shape. And then in the middle of that, going all the way across, place down a tower buff beam 60U and do the exact same thing on the opposite crystal. Something like that's fine. Next up, we're going to go ahead and swap over to our Huntress because you might imagine, next is our Huntress, and we're going to place down a couple of gas traps because as you might imagine, 1k stats, I don't think that's enough to deal with the enemies before they can get to your towers or your crystal. So the gas traps are necessary to hold the enemies off. Very simple. Place them as close as you can to your crystal so that they don't cause blockages later on. But either way, you'll be fine. Last is going to be our Countess. And let me bind the mortar turret to number 1. Here is where tower stacking comes into play. So normally, if you want to place down a tower, you place down a tower. If you want to place down another tower, you can't summon them directly on top of each other. You have to, like, you know, this is the best that you could get. But if you're very, very fast, you can hover over where you want to place one tower, and then you can press the button, the hotkey to place down that tower, and then spacebar right afterwards. And if you do it right, you'll be able to stack your towers from any distance. Like this. Nope, couldn't get it. If you can't get it like I can't, then just go ahead and download a auto hotkey application or just something that can run a basic script. And then I'll put in the description my auto hotkey script. Basically, for mine, if you're going to use mine, just press Control and then the hotkey button, so like 1, and you'll be able to place down the towers on top of each other. Except I forgot I actually have to run the script, and I always disable it on accident. But go ahead like this, and then Control 1, and look at that. You can stack the towers on top of each other. I guess it isn't entirely necessary for this. You could get away without using it, but it just kind of saves on brain power, so I like using it. But basically place down a mortar turret facing each of the primary choke points, and then one facing backwards. You might be wondering, why is there one facing backwards? First of all, good question. Second of all, spiders. We got to deal with the spiders somehow, and that is the only way I know to deal with them pretty easily. You have exactly 8 DU left over and 160 mana, so just go ahead and place down a mortar turret, or not mortar turret, harpoon turret facing the left and the right, and that's it. It's a very simple, very easy build, and now we can move on to leveling up all the rest of these characters up to level 74. Now, because our primary screen character is going to get credit for those mortar turret kills and also any reflections on the reflection beams, they're not going to be eligible for the 1.3 times XP multiplier for dealing only tower damage, meaning I'm just going to leave Zendigas there because it's not like he was going to do healer damage anyways, right? Doesn't really matter what order you level up these characters in, you just need to get all of them up to 74 before we move on to the next map. I really fumbled all my characters. Is it F3 for this character? God, I really have fumbled my placements. Even more so than before. Yeah, words. Even more so than before. Now, when you're starting this wave, even more than before, you're going to have a tough time getting the 1.3 times XP multiplier on all of your characters. Obviously, whichever character you start out with, like my monk in this case, they will always get the XP multiplier, so you don't have to worry about them. But the other two characters, like my warden and my hermit here, I wouldn't bet on it, basically. It's just very unlikely that you're going to actually get the multiplier. I think if you drop down and you deal like melee damage on them a little bit, it increases your odds, but 1, you risk getting killed by a spider if you do that, and 2, it still just doesn't guarantee that you're going to get the multiplier, the Markiplier. So, but it's fine. We'll only have to do this once because, well, after we've done this once, we will be whatever level required to equip our ranged pets, and then our ranged pets can get multipliers for us, and life can be a dream. Oh, spider, get away from me. Oh, spider, get away from me. Let me spin to win. Do I get any extra movement speed when I spin, or is that just something that I do because I think it's funny and I like it? God, the mortar turrets make this so easy. This used to be kind of awful before the mortar turrets, but... Well, not awful, but it used to be a bit more annoying. Anyways, look at that. Our first wave completed, and we get a ton of experience, and I think we actually got the multiplier on all of our characters. Hell yeah. True nobility as well. Not exactly 9 million experience on the dot, but, I mean, close enough, right? And finally, Zendigas can have 100 hero speed. Now go ahead and pick up the armor from the chests. I'm actually going to look through the armor during the wave because I'm confident in my ability to determine what's worth keeping and what's not. Oh, burps, burps, burps. But if you are not if you aren't confident in the way that I am, then just pick up everything and you know, keep it. And you know, keep it. Look at that. Jesus Christ, man. I'm saying the same thing over and over and over again. I can't help myself. Can't wait till I get a really good piece of gear. This is a lot of good DPS gear, honestly. This is like really good DPS gear. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, you've broken the track record. I really want to get like a quad 150 piece of armor so I can show just how much better this place is than Tinker's. Mainly because I'm mad at Tinker's. I remember back in the day, I used to farm Tinker's a lot. I used to farm all of my characters up to 74 on Tinker's, and that's like, oh my god. It took so long, and I got so much armor picking up every piece back then, that I would literally, like, I ran out of room. I would have 100 or 320 slots for items, and I would run out of room. I would have to start selling things, and it was just, it was very bad and gross. And it did not flow well with the video. So I'm very glad that I don't have to worry about that anymore. Wow, look at that. So yeah, the armor that you can get on Tinker's at its absolute best is going to be something that's like roughly quad 100-ish in its tower stats. But on Embermount, you can get like quad 150. And also, the DPS gear that you get on Embermount, armor-wise, is way, way better than on Tinker's, at least on average. Oh, my throat hurts. I'm talking too much. This sickness is going to take my life. Hold on, am I gonna go play poker later today? My friend group chat was like wondering if we're going to do that. No, okay, we're not. And many things did not line up. Many people bailed. I will have to execute them later for their transgressions. Big fan of playing poker with the homies, I gotta say. You gotta have it like with stakes, unfortunately. Not the food. The food would be pretty good. You gotta have it with some form of stakes, because if you don't play poker with any stakes, everybody's just going to everybody is just going to go all in immediately, and it's just gonna suck big balls because nobody's taking it seriously. But you can't have too much stakes, otherwise it's just not like a friendly game of poker. It's just bad. You know, you don't want to be trying to actively steal money from, or not steal, but you know, you don't want to be sweating like a tryhard while trying to have fun with your friends in a card game. I don't think it really works that well. At least when money's involved. That's the problem. Is like money's sweating is not an issue. It's just the fact that money's involved. You wanna have the ability to like play like a moron, but also have incentive to not always play like a moron. So that's why you need to have like a buy-in for poker that's like a decent amount. Some people do like $20, and I'm sure in a few years $20 will be like the normal amount. But my friend group, we do a $10 buy-in, and that sure works really, really well. $10 buy-in is great because $10 is $10. You know, you got to really think about that when you're doing a hand. Like, is this worth my $10? Especially if you just like repeat a fumble of a hand over and over and over again. It'll really start stacking up if you keep doing a rebuy and a rebuy and a rebuy. Ribeye, ribeye, ribeye. I feel like if you say that 3 times in the mirror while doing like spins, you'll summon... What's the mascot for Outback Steakhouse? Do they have one? What would their mascot be, honestly? I've never been to an Outback Steakhouse. I should at some point. I need to... I would like to go to basically every single restaurant, like, once. Because, you know, you just want to see what they have available, right? Although, you know, there's kind of a trillion bazillion restaurants, and there's definitely a lot of different types of food that I just have zero interest in. I sound like a bee there. That I just have no interest in whatsoever. So I won't be trying like everything. Oh, I need to start actually talking about something in a second here because I am going to be mentioning where to place down your heroes. Yes, yes. Do place this guy. I guess I'll mention where placing in a second. I need to stop bringing in my characters in the wrong loadout thing. In the wrong loadout thing? Yes, in the wrong way. I'm bringing them in the wrong order, and that's messing me up a little bit. Can I upgrade this to max yet? Ah, Lung. What a name. Now, once you've done this a single time, you can go ahead and bring in your secondary characters and place them roughly around this spot at its farthest. I wouldn't recommend going any farther than that because I have had one time in the past my character got killed by an archer, just Lee Harvey Oswalding him. But as long as they're roughly around like this bridge area, their pets will be able to reach down onto the enemies and get you the XP multiplier fairly consistently. But no spiders or archers will be able to reach high enough here in their aggro to kill your heroes. I was thinking about making a more political joke, but I decided not to. Mainly because those that political joke, you know what I'm talking about? It's been bled dry. It's so boring at this point. Although I have to admit, it is insane. It is insane at this point in time that I can see like people saying low Kirkenly in a post, and I can just zero heed to it. I pay no attention to it because I'm so fucking desensitized. Actually, hold on. I think I can move these characters a little bit farther forward, just a teensy bit. I noticed the Hawk Tua pet wasn't actually damaging anything, and we need to make sure that it is. Yeah, there we go. That is doing just about okay. And mortar turrets are really just like God's gift to dungeon defenders. Did we get the XP multiplier? Wow, that's impressive. We got the XP multiplier on none of our characters. I'm so skilled. Oh, I never got a cardboard tube, did I? Lame. I guess it's not entirely surprising. Wow, we really... Jesus Christ, man. I never gave Embermount the proper credit when it comes to the DPS gear, but this really, really is a great place to get some early DPS gear. Don't get me wrong, it's also a good place for tower stat gear, but dude, DPS gear is insane. His gear is insane. Oh, my throat hurts. Oh, I can't swallow, otherwise it hurts. Don't make fun of me for that. Don't make jokes. Don't do none of that. Yes. Sorry, my brain is fully occupied by the fact that I'm picking up loot. I'm like a goblin. You know, I see the loot, brain completely focused on the loot, nothing else. My surroundings, I should not have picked that up, do not matter whatsoever. I could be in mortal danger, and if I'm looking at a piece of loot on the ground, that's enough. I would be entertained by the loot. Fun fact, by the way, I have been having a problem recently where I wake up really, really late, like 9 p.m. because I go to sleep at what was the last time? 1 p.m. My sleep schedule is basically like mega fucked up, but in recent times, I have fixed it by randomly at some point deciding to stay up and then going to sleep at like 12 p.m. But there's a problem with that. I woke up at 7 a.m. And you might be thinking, oh, you missed an hour of your sleep. No, no, no. I actually got an extra hour of my sleep. But what matters is I don't want to wake up at 7 a.m. That is not my ideal wake-up time. My ideal wake-up time is somewhere around the 10 a.m. range. I want to see 4 digits on the clock when I wake up, right? So 10 a.m. up to around like 11 a.m. I'd say. I don't want to go to 12 just yet. But that's a good point for me to wake up. I just feel more, maybe not more rested by any means, because that's just mostly like how many hours you slept, but I feel better. On an emotional level, I feel better whenever I sleep for, whenever I wake up around 10 or 11 a.m. I feel good. But if I wake up earlier than 10 a.m. and I see like, you know, less than 4 digits in the number, I feel bad. It feels gross. And if I wake up like 1 p.m. or 12 o'clock, it's like, it's okay, but I'm not a big fan of it. And if I wake up at whatchamacallit, if I wake up at 3 p.m., oh boy, I feel like the day is gone. I'm not a very, in the morning type of individual, don't get me wrong, but I mean, I guess you could imagine that by the fact that 10 a.m. is when I want to wake up, but I don't know, man. I don't really want to wake up that late. I don't mind staying up late. I like staying up late, but I don't want to wake up super late. It just feels wrong. I like having a little bit of sunlight for a short period of time. Mainly because I figured out the brightness settings and contrast settings on my monitor. Previously, having the sun up was god-awful, because the sun would just, screen glare and I couldn't see my screen at all, and I hated it. But then, look at that. I had a revelation of it's just my monitor settings, and that's it. Then I fixed my monitor settings, and ever since, I kind of don't mind the mornings. That said, I still don't want to wake up that early in the morning, because then people around me, my family, oh, those horrible people, my family, the people who care for me, they might start, like, congratulating me or saying, like, oh, that's good that you're doing that. And then I get mad because, like, stop telling me to do things that are good. That sounds really cringy. You know what? It can stay cringy. It's kind of the equivalent of, like, when you were going to, like, clean your room, right? And you're in the middle of cleaning your room. Like, let's say you're about to start cleaning your room, and then your, like, parent, your, like, mom or your dad or whoever, right? Your sister maybe. They walk in and they're like, all right, clean your room. No, I don't want to. Screw you. You know, it's kind of similar to that, except I actually just don't want to wake up that early. I'm not a fan of it. I want the sun to be, like, nearly at its peak in the day, or that's it, actually. I just want it to be nearly at its peak. I don't want it to be going down. I don't want it to be completely gone. I don't want it to be just rising. It needs to be nearly at its peak or at its peak in the sun, in the sky. Otherwise, I will feel grumpy. And I can't really control the grumpiness feeling, sadly. Although I would like to be able to do that. I fucked up my tower replacement here. Oh no, I didn't. The mortars are just strange focusing. Okay, that's great. Fun fact, by the way. My sleep amount necessary is 6 hours. Which sounds weird to some people. But here's a fun fact. The 8 hours of sleep that you've heard all the time is a myth. Well, not completely, but it's sort of a myth. You don't necessarily need 8 hours of sleep a night to be fully rested. It kind of depends on your genes, like if you won the lottery. Not like your literal, like, physical genes, like your genes, genetic code genes. There are some people out there who, after 4 hours of sleep, they will be just as rested and energized as people who have 8 hours of sleep, like the average person. Which is kind of insane if you think about it, right? But, I mean, it just works for them. And if you're one of those people, I don't think claps work very well through the microphone, but congratulations, you have won the genetic lottery. You are a winner. I am not one of those people, but I did get the lucky end of the stick. I am able to sleep for 6 hours, and that is my ideal amount of time to sleep for, and I will wake up super energized and super... Well, not super energized, I mean, it depends on what I want to do, but I will wake up feeling good after that many hours of sleep. If I sleep for 7 hours, it's okay. 8 hours, I get a little I get a little lethargic, Wow, look at this piece of gear. Now that is what we're here on Ember Mount for. Well, I guess it's not really what we're here for on Ember for, but words, good God. I will wake up at my best in 6 hours of sleep. 8 hours of sleep, I will be a little bit sluggish. 9 hours, God have fucking mercy. Any more than that is awful. 10 hours is one that I used to like wake up to constantly. I would do 10 hours of sleep and it was miserable. But now I do like 6 hours and I'm good. In the past, I have woken up after like 4 hours of sleep and felt great, but that's really rare. It's very inconsistent. I'm sadly not one of those people who can who can get away with 4 hours of sleep. But 6 hours is good. I get an extra 2 hours in my day. And if you're wondering like how do I find this out for myself if I'm like, you know, a less hours of sleep necessary individual, just test it out. You'll have to do this over a, you know, decently long time span, like a month maybe, or I don't know, maybe less, depends on how confident you feel on it, but test out how many hours of sleep you need before you wake up feeling comfortable, because it is a very noticeable effect on your day and your mood and everything. Getting those extra hours of sleep might actually be hurting you more than it is helping you. Although obviously, it'll depend on a couple of factors. One of the main ones that I could think of off the top of my head. By the way, we're just now at the 2 hour mark. Um, what was I saying? It is Wednesday, my dudes. No, if you work a lot of like physical hours, or maybe it's like something that's very mentally draining potentially, it might be. God, I need to change the way that I sit in my chair. My shoulder is so stiff. It might be something where you need more hours of sleep because your just body like it needs to rest for longer, and you're not taking that many breaks during your work, right? Uh, but I mean, I would still consider that as like part of your hourly sleep thing, right? Because let's say you're doing a job that requires you to do a lot of physical labor like that, then sure, you might not have like a true number for how many hours of sleep you need because it's being off-put by the work. But if you're going to continue working there for a long time anyways, then it's worth it to spend like at least a week trying to figure out how many hours of sleep you need, even if it is a bit longer, because there's nothing quite like waking up refreshed and energized. It is a very, very good feeling, and it is one that I have put not enough importance into for a long time, and I regretted it. But also, if you get unlucky and you need like I said 4 hours, right? Some people can go 4 hours without sleeping. Those are the people that we are unfortunately going to need to put into the gene harvester. But some people end up in the opposite side of the skeletron. It's a Terraria reference. They end up in the opposite side of the spectrum, where they need like 12 hours of sleep. And I think the way that it works is like, that's how many hours of sleep you need, assuming you don't have like a very physically or mentally taxing job. And, you know, there's nothing else crazy going on. It's just like your day-to-day stuff, right? If you're one of those 12-hour people, I'm sorry. It's like, you're cooked, right? You are much like the vegetables for a chef. You are chopped, you are cooked, and your life is over. There's nothing you can really do about that. Maybe there's like a silver lining where you get like an extra lifespan. Here's something I'm going to tell you guys that might worry you a lot if you are not a knower. If you are somebody who doesn't know about this yet and it affects you, I'm sorry. It's not going to be fetal alcohol syndrome, because that is another one, but if you are a taller person, if you are significantly taller than average, especially them, odds are you're going to do a little bit of what they call dying. And you're going to do it much like everyone else in the same way, but you'll do it faster. Because, fun fact, if you're taller, and again, particularly if you are significantly taller than the average height, which I don't know what the average height is off the top of my head, but let's just say like 5'8" is the average, right? If you are significantly taller than that, oh my god, I almost fell off the map. You are going to likely die faster because blood. In fact, more specifically, your blood needs to flow, and if you are very tall, your heart needs to pump much harder to get your blood to flow that larger distance. Therefore, you're at higher risk of, I don't know, heart gives up or something. I don't know the detail, but basically your blood has to travel farther for the oxygen to move around. So, you know, fun fact, if you're tall, you'll probably die sooner because of that, but who knows, medical technology. But maybe it's the same thing with the amount of hours of sleep, right? Maybe, like, for example, for me, because I'm able to get 2 extra hours out of every single day if I want to, then maybe that means I'm actually going to be taking 2 extra hours worth of 2 extra hours worth of, what am I trying to say? I will proportionally have a shorter lifespan because I'm sort of living 2 extra hours every day. But we don't know. Also, I haven't done super specific research into this, so just keep that in mind. This is just some guy who's playing Dungeon Defenders and yapping. But in theory, right, you know, what would make sense is you get extra, therefore you lose extra. So maybe I will live less long because of that. But let's be real. This could go either way. It could be that, yeah, you need to sleep less, therefore you live less total. But it could also be, hey, you have to sleep longer, and also you get a shorter lifespan. Go fuck yourself. It's entirely possible, you know? If that's true, bad. Not so good. Or, oh, not so good depending on the scenario. Because if it's like the opposite way around as well, then that's good for me. But like bad for a lot of people out there because, you know, dying. Why did I get so much more experience on the main character compared to the other ones? That's very, very strange. Do I care about this character that much? No. Screw it. I guess I'll give him the speed and whatnot. It could end up that way. It could end up either way. Nature is very strange. Life is very strange too. That's a game, by the way. Life is strange. I think that's the name of the game anyways. It is just as likely that the lifespan thing with the sleep is like the height thing as much as it is as much as the opposite case could be true. You'll never know until you die, or until some scientists do a ton of research on you. Or maybe not on you. Maybe it is on you. But you don't know until then, right? So why worry about it in the moment? Well, I think a lot of people out there, they get very stuck in the existential. By the way, perfect strawman argument, just say a lot of people out there. You don't even have to, like, worry about if those people exist. Most people out there. If you say a lot of people out there, or most people out there, or whatever it is, and you say something that isn't extremely unreasonable or doesn't sound absolutely moronic, they'll just accept what you're saying as truth. Or at least, you know, they'll follow along with your argument. Most people out there would be surprised by how often something that just shouldn't make sense in science, like, doesn't sound like it should make sense, just does. Which is why I would not be surprised if, wow, look at that. I would not be surprised if getting more hours of sleep means that you are more likely to die. Because, like, I don't know, maybe you're, like, awake and attentive for less time. There's a lot of things to consider. Because when you look at, like, the average lifespans and whatnot, sure, you know, the heart thing, that makes plenty of sense, but it's a case-by-case basis. Because obviously, you know, if that were the case, or if that were, like, all that there is to it, you know, height determines your lifespan, then you could eat however you want, you could do everything else however you want, and if you were a short king, truly the shortest of kings, a dwarf supremacy, really, then you would be able to live for a crazy long time because, you know, your blood doesn't have to flow as far. But there's always other complications, there's always more factors to consider, and I think those other factors... Oh, I ran out of saliva when I was in the middle of that sentence. I think those other factors are usually more important than, you know, than the one thing that a single study usually focuses on. With rare exceptions, I will say that. Like, smoking, it's kind of difficult to say that, what about the other factors, when your lungs are literally char black. It's a very difficult thing to argue with, you know? Unless you're a tobacco company and you have a lot of money to lobby. Remember back in the day when they thought smoking was healthy? Well, not they thought. The tobacco companies made propaganda that made smoking look healthy. and badass. Although I will say right now, um, that badass part that has stayed. Smoking whatever does kind of just like look badass. Specifically, if your name is Arnold, last name I'm afraid to say, and you call the specific cigarettes from Cuba, I think they're Cuban ones, whatever they're called. You call them stogies, cigars. Yeah, that's cool as hell. I don't smoke, but if Arnold were to offer me a stogie and he were to say call it a stogie, I would still say no because I value my lung health, but I would be far more likely to be sad about it. Because like I don't know, regular cigarettes, like here's the thing, right? Cool in looks, but then you think about it for a second and you're like, oh, no, that's awful. That is terrible. By the way, some people out there, like they'll get addicted to stuff, right? And then you'll look at that and you'll say, how the hell can you get addicted to this? This is awful. For example, drinking. For me, drinking is something that I just don't understand how people can get addicted to, because I have tried like everything that there is to drink in terms of the various alcohols: beer, wine, Chardonnay, vodka, tequila. I guess I haven't tried like pure ethanol, so that's that's the next step on my alcohol ladder. But I've tried pretty much everything, right? And they are all just various levels of I want to throw up. Whiskey in particular, or cognac, I don't know which one I tried, but that one doesn't taste like I want to throw up. It tastes like I just threw up. I don't know what it is about it. It tastes, whiskey, cognac, it tastes like throw up. Vodka tastes like burning in your throat. Not too good of a thing. Cognac tastes like throw up. Tequila just tastes sour, I guess. Maybe not sour. Sour isn't the thing, but it's not that good. Vodka makes you like have like dragon breath throat. I'm not really a fan of it. Beer just tastes terrible. Wine just tastes terrible. And I don't remember the other ones, but basically everything just tastes terrible when it comes to alcohol at its default. I don't understand how you can have alcohol tasting good. I can understand how you can make it taste good, but on its own, nyah. No. It tastes like puke. Or, well, it makes you want to puke. It doesn't taste good. I want to get drunk at some point in my life because I just want to see, what happens when I'm drunk, right? You gotta, curiosity is important, right? It is in fact what killed the cat, but the cat was probably going to be a scientist. But the thing is, I'm kind of in a pickle when it comes to that. By the way, does that phrase come from pickle jars, or is it something else? Because I can't really get drunk. First of all, I don't like drinking the alcohols. It's like I couldn't do something like 15 pure shots of vodka because I would throw up before I could finish that. And second of all, I just have a really high tolerance. Like a really high tolerance. Like, I have in the past, within like, let's say a 20-minute-ish time span, maybe less, I've had around 15 shots of vodka. I think it was vodka. I'm pretty sure it was vodka. No, it was vodka. It was vodka. I've had 15 shots of vodka. I did not get drunk. I did not get buzzed. I did not get tipsy. I did not get anything. And that's not me trying to flex. That's me trying to mourn because, listen, if I can't take 15 shots of something and then get, at least a little bit drunk from it, I don't think I'm ever going to get drunk. I will never really understand the experience of being drunk because of that. And to an extent, I don't mind that because there's a lot of people out there who just become terrible when they're drunk. But, like, I think I'm built different. I think I'd probably be, like, a chill guy and, like, very unchanged if I was drunk. But I'll never know. I've done, like, sobriety tests and whatnot after having that many shots. Not on myself, obviously, because that's a bad metric. But I've had other people do it on me. Wow, words. And never has it been that, like, yeah, your speech is a little bit wobbly or you're moving differently or whatever it is. It's always just nothing, right? So I'm probably never going to figure out what it's like to be drunk, and I never will be drunk. So that's great. That's It is what it is. But I don't really mind. The only way that could happen that I get drunk is like I get a IV directly into my veins of pure alcohol. Although I think that would probably kill me as well. So yeah, I don't know about that. Although, fun fact, there have been I'm pretty sure this is true. I might be making this up. Please, whenever I say things, especially when I give you a warning about them, confirm that what I'm saying is true instead of just taking it as a fact and then tell other people about it. I think there have been a few cases in history where people just have like fucked up gut microbiomes that turns whatever they drink into alcohol. Like they could drink apple juice, turns it to alcohol. They're just constantly like drunk. And their liver is getting the equivalent of like a Mike Tyson uppercut every single time they go for like tap water. Which is fairly interesting. I will say though, I think it is possible that I could have a like mixed drink that is good enough that I could drink more than 15 shots of it and potentially get drunk. A while ago, this was a while ago, I went to some restaurant and I basically told the waiter like, okay, I don't drink anything because it tastes terrible, but do your absolute best to get me something that tastes good and is also very strong, and I will be forever grateful for you. And I have no idea how the hell they did it, but they managed to make me some drink that had vodka in it, but I still, in fact, was able to drink, and I actually liked how it tasted. Don't get me wrong, it was no like Coca-Cola or anything that tasted particularly great, but it was good, you know? I could definitely take 20 shots of that, 30 shots of that with no issue. It did not taste bad. It did not have a bad aftertaste. It was great. Frankly speaking, it could have been a placebo, but if it was, he's a jackass because I was charged $20 for placebo, and that was awful. But it was great. I discovered that, yes, there are, in fact, somewhere out there, some mythical drink mix combination that I can have where it will taste good. And don't assume that I haven't tried, by the way, because I have tried in the past. I've tried various mixers. A lot of people recommend orange juice or like Coca-Cola or whatever, or various sodas. No. I've tried them. It tastes less bad, but it never tastes good. But I don't know what it is. I think this guy probably put like crack in my in my drink or something, because like I actually just really liked it. I was a big fan of the drink. I need to stop bringing in the wrong character. I keep pressing F4 instead of F3, and it messes me up because, like, once I brought in the characters, my muscle memory kicks in, but before that, nuh-uh. God, we only have one more of this left over. Now, right now, we're in a single recording session. I am 2 hours and 16 minutes into the recording session. I think if we cut out the unnecessary bits where I'm just being an idiot, and if I were to just use like a website and automatically determine what armor to equip through that, we would be rough like an hour and a half maybe into the recording. I think something like that. So that's roughly on pace for the 3 hours, more or less. I'm keeping track of that because I want to make sure that I'm not lying. Although, no, I know that I'm not lying because I have actually in the past, I have done the 3-hour route of this. And it's janky. It's more janky than I'd like to admit, but it works. Because the 3-hour route essentially says, yeah, you're going to have lower stats and a lot of other things, but... But you can go ahead and just pick up armor during the survival and, you know, swap out the gear on your heroes to increase your stats like that. Which, as janky as it sounds, it works. It works really well. The survival deeper well is really good. It's coastal wizard quality, if I remember correctly. Specifically, that's the name for it, which is again just 4% off of being as good as Infested Ruins. I did, by the way, for the record. Oh, microphone peaking. I did consider doing Infested Ruins itself, but it just wasn't really worth it. You need to get accessories, and that's just such a shit show. And look at that, all of our characters are now level 74. One more wave of picking up the armor, and we can move on. Also sorting the armor. Oh. Wow, good god. Evermount really has some great pieces of gear, not just for the DPS, but the towers as well. Goodness. Oh, I need to explain how to equip gear as well. I forgot about that. How to compare gear to equip on your new heroes. All that good business. Oh, my throat. Eh. Oh, my foot. Okay, there we go. Remember what I said earlier that my foot is gonna like run out of blood flow? It has run out of blood flow, and we now get the TV static feeling on my leg. Damn it. I love Ember Mountain. And it's not just because of the fact that I was like the first person to figure out that you could XP farm on Ember Mount really well, or at least the first person to like make a video on it. It is just because it is crazy good. Wow! Good God, Ember Mount is beautiful. I love Ember Mount. I am the #1 Ember Mount fan in this entire planet. In this entire planet? I live in the crust, the mantle of the earth. You know how it goes. Hey, is the crust like 0 meters? Because if that's the case, technically, like, nobody is in the crust of the earth, right? Because, you know, 0 meters is... I guess if you're below sea level, because that's what the meters, that's where they start out, right? Is around sea level. So okay, in that case, then there are people who are below the crust of the earth. That kind of sounds like a equestrian insult. I don't know what equestrian means, by the way. It just makes me think like Victorian era, when people's heads were being chopped off for mostly fun, I think. Yep, I forgot to press Control G. I just lost out on a bunch of mana. That's fine. It's no big deal.
Welcome back.
We go ahead and make a folder called Old. Doom, 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 doom. Yes. Older, fold. Wow, English, not mine. Beep is just awful today. Dump. There we go. Wow, that's not a lot of things to dump. That's a little bit depressing. Now let's go ahead and put all of our tower gear in the tower folders. And I'm going to have a little bit of a higher standard for my tower gear than I did before because, I mean, I can get away with it, so why not, right? I love Embermount. Embermount is so cool. Whoever invented Embermount, hero. You're like the Einstein of Embermount Volcano, or of Dungeon Defenders. Would that be the Einstein of Dungeon Defenders, or would that be something else, or somebody else? By the way, only one plate glove that was decent tower stats. It's a bit awkward. Oh. I need to go to sleep, but it's only like 9, and I don't want to go to sleep at 9, otherwise I will wake up at some god-awful, terrible time. Like, you know, 7 a.m. What a nightmare that would be. Yeah, we finally got some chain gloves. A lot of chain gloves, actually. It's not too bad. Some chest pieces. Yeah, okay. The chain set is going to be killer. Except for the helmet, because we still don't have a helmet, but that's fine. No, we do have a helmet. We just don't have many helmets. That was the problem, right? Do I care about this as a DPS piece of gear? Or as a tower stat? Not really. Is the lowered SFX volume decreasing the volume of the tavern keep? If so, kind of funny. Okay, boots. I know for a fact. Yeah, alright. We got 2 pairs of boots there. That was nice. Crazy helmet. Pretty good gloves, pretty good chest piece, and I know for a fact we have a couple of crazy boots here. Like, this is good, these are good, this is good, and yeah, this is, oh my lord. Dump this into the DPS folder, and let's go back to talking. Now, before I go ahead and equip the other heroes that Now, before I go ahead and equip the gear on all of these new heroes, I'm going to go ahead and equip the best gear on the current heroes that we have, just to make our lives easier. And also, it's an excuse to show off how to compare gear. So obviously, whenever you're comparing gear, so for example, this helmet to the current helmet that I have equipped, it'll show you the current gear of your current helmet, and then the gear of the helmet that you're looking at. But the thing is, those stats that you see on the right side, those are the stats when those are the stats when you have a matching set and it's multiplied by 1.3. So what you want to do is just drop one of the pieces of your gear. So like, for example, your helmet. And then once you've dropped that, you can go ahead and compare, say for example, your chest piece. Look at that, this one's way better than what I have. And your boots, and also your gloves. Although I don't have any gloves to compare, but you know. Speed this up, because good god. Boots are better there. And then once you're done, just go ahead and drop a new piece of gear that you equipped, whatever it is, and then you can compare that last piece that you had before. By the way, you might notice an old folder here. This is because the old gear that we have is significantly worse than the new gear, and I didn't want to waste my time looking through it. Although, honestly, this helmet is kind of bomb, so I don't mind.
Plan a new adventure. Have you considered creating a new name for yourself?
Now, this is also pristine. Damn. That's not going to age well, because pristine gear is not dropped on what's-it-call-it, Wave 1. Or not Wave 1, sorry. It's not dropped on Nightmare Hardcore. God, I do not remember the name for this. Nightmare Hardcore. Or no, Ruthless Hardcore Pure Strategy Deeper Well. Yes, wow. The phrasing was just not in my brain there. Yeah, okay. Not that many words, not that many upgrades in a couple of these pieces. Or a couple of these sets. A little bit disappointing, but it is what it is. Let's just drop the boots, because I know for a fact the boots in here are going to be better, right? Whoops. I guess it doesn't matter if I lock those or not. Yeah, that's better. Is this better? I don't think so. Yeah, no, ours is way better. And then where are the god boots? The goots. Holy hell, dude. Damn. That is one hell of a character. You're also pristine? Okay, you're being swapped off from pristine to something else, because I remember you had dog water stats. Let's see, what do you want to have? Chain? How are we looking at chain? That's great. Let's see, any chest pieces? Well, let's first look at the gloves. Good gloves right here. How about any chest pieces? Any good ones? This one's great. Boots. This one's great. Boom. Not too bad, not too bad. And then we need to equip the stuff on the other heroes. Now, by the way, for your other heroes, your Hermit, there's a lot of different builds you can run on the Hermit, but I like putting all of the points into damage. He cares the most about damage. In the Warden category, it's actually the exact same thing. She cares the most about her damage, so put all of her points there. She actually cares by the... For this guy, our overall Universal Monk, I'm going to go ahead and put 200 points into the HP, and then the rest of them into the ability 2. Drop this guy. For the Tower Boost Monk, we're going to respec and put all of his points into Tower Boost, and we're going to do the exact same thing with... our Upgrader Adept. Then on the Jester, we put all the points into Wheel of Fortuna. Fortuna. Yes, Fortunas. And of course, our Summoner, Secondary Summoner, all the points into base health. Now then, time to actually equip the gear sets on these characters. Zendigas, you are going to be sitting here. I'll just... You know what I'll do? I'll just keep Zendigas here in like the background and just never use him.
Welcome back.
Now, this helmet isn't really that bad. Oh wait, hold on. A lot of this isn't that bad at all. I just don't have any gloves. Now, speaking of not having gloves, this helmet is like okay, right? Let's see. Is there anything else I would consider using? That helmet is kind of dookie. Is there a good helmet in here? Yeah, this one's fine. So let's say I use this helmet. What are we looking at here? No gloves, no chest piece, which is... Or, no, there is a chest piece, but no... Not really a good chest piece. Go with this. So what are we thinking? Where are the gloves here? I'm sure I had, yeah, I had good gloves. And I had a good enough chest piece. But is this better than what we currently have equipped? Drop the helmet.
You captured some pets. Why don't you have a look?
Yes.
Plan a new adventure.
Alright, we have leather, and I know for a fact that a bunch of this leather gear is going to be like way better than whatever we have. So, tower, this chest piece is fine. These boots are great. And these boots are actually even better. Wow, look at that. The cast, oh no, these boots are better though. Now let's go ahead and compare the gloves, which we don't have, and then the helmet, which also we don't have. Not too bad, but we don't really worry about her to begin with. Now then, the DPS gear on our guys. First, let's start with this guy. This guy cares about all 4 tower stats, or all 4 major stats. Dump all this into the tower folder. So let's see. Ability 1, Ability 2, and HP damage is the ideal thing to look for. Okay, helmets, or Pristine is already disqualified. Let's move on to plate. A little bit mediocre, honestly. Let's move on to chain. Anything good in the chain category? That one's good. That one's even better. That's it. And a little iffy on the chain. Missing ability 1 on the chest piece. Not too good. And the boots are fine. Okay, chain is so far our best move. This one is good for mail. Good mail helmet. Good mail gloves. A couple of good mail gloves, actually. Jesus. We'll probably go with this one because it's got the least negatives. Good mail chest piece. And can we get a clean sweep? Decent enough mail boots. They'll do. Okay, I'm gonna go with mail on this character because I'm lazy and I don't want to think about this too hard. It is a really good helmet though. It's nice. That's a lot more ability 1 than I expected. Why do you have... These are very weird numbers here, sir. Alright, sure. Why not? Oh, crap. I need to stop doing that. I back away from my microphone like that a lot, and it's just not very good. Now this guy, we're going to look at ability 1 primarily. Okay, well, Pristine is negative, so let's move on to plate. 147, that's big. 137, that's also fairly large, although I prefer this one. 147 is even better, actually. Chest pieces, we have negative, and then only plus 50. Is there anything good in here? There is. Okay. 147, although negative... that should be fine, but... Okay, I like the plate category. It looks alright. 120. 120 as well on that. Not too good on the... Let's move on to mail. I'm sure mail will have something crazy. Yeah, I don't like that one, actually. The resistances are really rough. 100, 120... Yeah, 120, or maybe 140. Nothing, and... Okay, wow. Huh. Alright, let's do plate. Grab this. Chest piece we're going to get elsewhere, because these are kind of dookie. Which one of these was going? Which one of these was it going to equip? I think it was this one. And then this helmet, if I remember correctly. Good God, English not mine today, not mine at all. Oh right, chest pieces. Was it this one or was it this one? It was this one. Yeah, okay, it was that one. That's good. That's really good actually. That's about as much as I can really hope for. Adept, I'm not going to worry about her later. Or for our words, I'm not going to worry about the Adept until way later. Alright, ability 2 man, ideally with a negative tower range. 140, this one is a pretty good helmet. This one is... I don't like those gloves. I don't like those gloves. These gloves are okay. Chest piece. Ooh. We have a good chest piece in here. Yes. Okay. And how about the boots? I don't like that most of these have range. That's the only thing that I'm disliking, but the boots are fine. Alright, any other categories that I care about here? Mail. I'm sure there's probably something good in the mail category, right? This thing plus probably maybe this thing, honestly. I don't know. As much as the negative tower range would be nice, it's certainly not necessary. Ah, it's fine. All right. Let's go ahead and equip the gear right in here. Right in here? Yes, right here, right now. I'll equip this one because lower damage reductions to upgrade. These gloves. The chest piece we're going to get elsewhere because, good God. And these boots. What was it? Was it this one that I was going to use? It's kind of low on the damage, though. I guess I don't really care. It's fine. Yeah, not too bad. Certainly not too bad. Although, range. Oh, range is the highest stat? Oh, that's awkward. Oh, yeah. That's not too good. Go ahead, put these in the tower, and then I'm probably just gonna go ahead and do this. Oh wait, no, well I will do this, but you don't need any of that. I'm gonna go ahead and go to Lenny because I forgot to give him gear because I am stupid. By the way, I wonder if anybody's still watching through the sorting through gear section because this is like, let's not call it the bottom of the barrel, but it's pretty close to the bottom of the barrel in terms of content. At least I think. I don't know. Unless you just like hearing my voice. And I really mean that's it. Like, you just like hearing my voice. I can't really think of a good reason to continue watching while I'm sorting through this gear. I guess if you want to figure out how to do this, then that's also another reason. That's fair. I forgot that there may be people who don't know how to sort their gear, as I once didn't. So we care most about words. We care the most about hero HP on this one. So whatever gives us the most hero HP. So 136... 132, 140, 142, 142, 136, 166. That's good. And 157. Will this cap out? It probably will. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he's sitting real pretty. Even has some tower stats. Look at that. Oh, my eyeballs are hurting. Is that all the characters? It's everybody except for Zindigas. Okay. Now here are the new stats on all of our characters with the new sets of gear, having upgraded some of the previous things that we already had, and also in a couple of instances replaced the gear that we had. Zindigas is completely naked because I don't care about him. I'm going to be honest, I just forgot that I had a summoner. Like later on, for a lot of stuff you might want to do like late game, you might want to have a summoner for a builder. In fact, you probably do want to have one. But for the purpose of the video, I'm not going to bother, and I'm lazy. Also, the Adept doesn't have gear because I forgot to give her gear, but we'll do that later. We'll do that whenever we need to, and I'll show you her stats when we need to. Or maybe no, whatever. What are her stats? Is it like 900? 800 to 1,000, okay. But basically, with around 800 to 1,000 in the primary stat for pretty much all of our builders, we can move on to the next map, which is in the challenges category, actually. Halloween Spooktacular on Ruthless Hardcore. This map, really, really nice. Small caveat, you just have to build a little bit fast on the intro wave because there's just not that much time to build. So go ahead and follow roughly what I'm doing in the building. I'm not going to go over it super in detail because I want to talk about other things, but just follow along with me and you should be a-okay. This build that I'm doing is a build that is meant to be done with 500 in all of your tower stats. Now, obviously, we have 500 in all of our tower stats, except our primary one, where it's double that, so it's going to be quite a lot easier. And because of that, we have a few more freedoms in the build that are words that we are going to use to speed up the build timer in general. That's going to be it for the auras. Grab your mana chests on your way out. Next, we're going to swap over to our series EV and place down a couple of very, very basic buff beams. One up here, like so. One all the way back here, kind of near a stack of pumpkins and whatever debris this is. 4 DU, not 5 DU, because I am stingy. And then lastly, one right behind this crystal near this wooden pail thing. I don't even know what that thing is. Now we're going to go ahead and swap over to our Huntress. And we're going to place down a gas trap there, a gas trap on the opposite side of the crystal here, 2 gas traps on this crystal, going as far inland as we can. One there, and then one right there. And then one last gas trap, which is going to be placed right here in front of this crystal. Just like that. Now, to be honest, I don't really think those gas traps are super necessary, but I personally like placing them, and I don't really mind. Seed Bomb Tower on 1, Force Golem on 3. We're going to place down Seed Bomb Towers. 1 facing top left, 1 facing forward, 1 facing right, and 1 facing straight backwards. I'll explain why later, but for now, just trust me on it. We're going to place a Speed Bomb Tower facing that direction, and then basically just 3 straight, towards the crystal over here. And then last, for the Seed Bomb Towers, at least the majority of them, we're going to place 4 of them over here with 1 facing kind of towards the left, 1 facing to the middle, 1 facing to the right a little bit, and then 1 facing straight back. And that's going to be it for most of the major tower stacks of Seed Bomb Towers. With the leftover mana, we're going to place down a Forest Golem over here because of these spiders who just stay here and take forever to die otherwise. So he's going to deal with those guys. We will have to upgrade him a little bit in the future, but for now he's fine. And we're also going to place down a Seed Bomb Tower over here. You see that like left side of the screen where my arrow is right now? You want to make sure that that area, like in front of the gas trap, is getting lit up by the yellow so that your Seed Bomb Tower is facing that way. And this will deal with the enemies that get stuck down here, namely the spiders, but also, if necessary, the big orcs or whatever. But the first wave of this map is actually like really, really easy, and it's really chill, so you don't have to worry about much. And our build is more or less complete now. All we have to do is just place down a Forest Golem at each one of these crystals, and that's it. This one over here, by the way, this guy does a lot of work. He actually blocks just a shit ton of spider webs. And this guy might as well, but less so. But once you're done building all of those guys, just go ahead and swap over to, like, I don't know, whatever hero. It doesn't really matter because they're not going to be doing much. I'm going to go on the Jester because Jester cool, and also Jester has really fast upgrade speed, so that's also nice. But basically just max out your buff beams. That's going to be your first thing to do. Once you have your buff beams maxed out, you can focus on other things like your auras or, I don't know, whatever other towers you care about really, but make sure you max out your buff beams first. Not this weapon, truly a pinnacle of weaponry. Oh wow, this thing got damaged. Not that much though. Excuse me, gentlemen. Ow. Man, this place really does not give that much XP. That is very, not very interesting, but that is interesting. At least a little bit. Oh, you know what I'll do? I'll just, like, speed past this. Oh, sorry, my hand was in front of my mouse. My hand was in front of my mouth, but when I was speaking during a majority of that sentence. That's probably why it sounded weird. It'd be cool if the, like, upgrade nearby tower was, not awful and was actually decent. But it is, in fact, not that good. Very quickly, though... Well, hold on, one second. Very quickly, though, I'm going to go ahead and give this Forest Golem up here, like, 3 or so upgrades. That way, every one of his rocks deals just enough damage to absolutely... That way, every single one of his rocks does enough damage to one-shot all the spiders, and he doesn't have to take multiple... And he doesn't have to do multiple... And we don't have to wait that long for him to kill the spiders at the end of the wave. Next wave, I'll explain why I have the stuff facing the directions that I have them facing. Because right now, it's not really that necessary. Man, I can't wait to do this map with the funky, stupid-ass build. I'm so excited. Oh, wow. Screw you guys. What's the resistances looking on this character? Looking like... pretty good. Not the best, but pretty good. Do you not get the mana for doing that? I don't think you do. Lame. Is this the Wyvern wave? Oh, sorry, that was mouth noise. Mouth noises. I do not like making mouth noises, and I don't like hearing them in recordings, and I really don't like making them in recordings. I'm not an ASMR individual, neither in the production nor the consumption. Oh yeah, look at that. We are now on the Wyvern wave. I think they're going to start spawning sometime soon. So I'm going to go ahead and try and make sure that my buffings are maxed out before that, so that I can actually talk and it will sound coherent. Otherwise, it will be a little bit weird. Excuse me, sir. God, very, very rude spiders these guys are. Oh yeah, this is a good chance to show off why I placed down these, what's seed bomb towers facing the directions they have. It's because this pumpkin right here, very, very frequently, if not every time, will have at least a couple of wyverns that are just stuck inside of it. A lot of wyverns, actually. So that's why you want a seed bomb tower facing all the way left. You want one facing forward for, obvious reasons. And you want one facing right side here, just because it just helps out with the general, like, enemy flow. I don't really know how to describe it, but you want one facing this right side. And then you want one facing backwards towards here, because very frequently you'll have a situation where enemies are stuck on the gas trap or something like that, and they're all stuck right here, and that just deals with them a lot more efficiently than the Rockman does. And the same thing over here, well, sort of the same thing. Having one facing towards the right is pretty nice for getting a bit of early damage on the enemies coming in from the right, but you want one facing back to deal with the wyverns that come in from the back, and also potentially some of the generic mobs that come in from the back. But right now, all of my buff beams are maxed out. This guy is pretty high upgraded, and so is this guy, although I will probably max both of them out. All that's really left to do is give each of the buff beam... All that's really left to do is give each of the auras, like, I don't know, 3 chevrons or whatever in their upgrades, and that should be good enough to just chill on the map. Oh my god, every time that I finish talking and I swallow my spit, it tastes... The taste? No, that's not what I meant to say. That's gross. Ah, that's gross. Spit does not have taste. It hurts. It physically hurts. Which is not something I'd like to be experiencing, but okay. Oh yeah, if the spiders down here are poison resistant... Oh yeah, by the way, if the spiders down here are poison element, then these seed bomb towers aren't really going to do much damage to them. And they'll just kind of die over time like that one did. Every single enemy in this game has like some form of cancer or something like that. So if they live for about 1:20 or longer, they'll just die, like, immediately. How long was that wave anyways? I didn't pay attention. Oh. I need to stop showing my screen so frequently whenever I get bored. I do that because, force of habit, I guess. But I know for a fact that it just murders my bit rate, so I really shouldn't be doing it. But, like, I do still keep doing it because, I don't know. I don't really have a good reason. Was that burp audible? It probably was. So damage all enemies really doesn't do that much on this map. Very invigorating gameplay. Truly, some of the most intense gaming ever known to man. Hey, do you think I can kill the skeletons that are already, like, dead by using the Jester Wheel? Or do you think they, like, only get hit if they are alive? You know what I mean? Like, can I just do a little bit of this and do a little sword, crystal? No, okay, it doesn't work on the dead guys. That's unfortunate. How long was that wave? It doesn't even tell me how long the wave was. That's so weird. Now for the final wave, we're going to go ahead and go to our monk, the main DPS monk, who, well, he's not really DPSing now, but he exists. We're also going to bring in our Aura Monk. We're also, on top of that, going to bring in our Hermit. And then, of course, as our last character, we're going to bring in our Warden. Now, you might notice a commonality. Between all 3 of these heroes. All of them use monk weapons. That's because the That's because the character-specific weapon reward that I want on this map is the monk weapon, and I want to make damn sure that I get one that is a good DPS weapon on our first go-around. You can't like guarantee it 100% because at the end of the day it is like kind of RNG. But having 4 of these guys in means you get 4 of them, and they drop pretty frequently as good ones. So with 4 of them, you should get one on your first go around, more than likely. Now you might, usually you'll get a couple of, more than likely it'll be something that is ultimate quality or above. And you might be wondering, hey, how can you equip an ultimate quality item? Isn't that like a level 90 requirement, level 93? You are correct. Except this map, the weapon rewards are very unique in that they don't have a level requirement. Well, they do, but it's like level 60 or something. Meaning that even if you get something that's like Ultimate Plus or Ultimate Plus Plus that would normally require 100 levels to equip, you can just equip that immediately. As long as you're level 74, you can just equip it. And the stats that can roll on these items, both for tower stats and DPS stats, are really good. And on top of that, the monk weapon from here is kind of just like a really good monk weapon. The only caveat that comes with it is it's a little bit dependent on what the base damage rolls as. Actually, not a little bit. It's very dependent on what the base damage rolls as because there's a very big variance on what the base damage will be. But, I mean, either way. Anyways, that's enough of me yapping. I think there's like, what, this guy down here and that's it. And there we are. We are done with the map. Very easy, very chill. By the way, we're looking for pets on top of everything else here. We want to get specific types of pets. So, first is the weapons, but so in terms of the pets, we're not caring about these or these. We want specifically a genie pet of some kind. Like, any genie is better than no genie, but ideally you want to have positive tower boosts, and then everything else is kind of optional, but the best genie will have HP, damage, tower boost, and ability too. But for sure, we want to get one that has like 400 in its tower boost. But this one will do just fine. The next type of pet we want is a animus, or not animus, sorry, a guardian. Now, specifically, not the apprentice guardian, nor the squire guardian. So in that way, we kind of got lucky. We lost the 1 in 4 coin flip on each of these. We want to get 2 huntress guardians and 2 monk guardians. Now, one very important thing to mention on the guardians is the requirements for a guardian to be good, because no matter what, any guardian that you get needs to have at least 40 in its like blue arrow boost or above. Now you might be wondering, what's the difference between these two, like the 38 and the 40? It's very little. Well, it is not very little, but the 38 and the 100, it's very little. Well, sort of, it's very little. It's not really very little, but basically you need to have. Basically, there's no difference between 40 resist. Basically, there's no difference between this being 40 and this being like a gajillion because it caps out at 40. Same with this at 90, but that one doesn't matter nearly as much. And then on top of that, you need to have at least 50 levels on the Guardian for it to be acceptable, because otherwise it won't reach its maximum number of defenses to boost at +6. Oh, whoops. So because this one doesn't have enough levels, and this one both doesn't have enough levels, and also isn't at least 40 in its blue arrow boost, neither of these as Huntress or Monk Guardians would have worked. So I'm not super upset about that. Now let's look at the weapons. And look at that. Pretty crummy about the tower damage, or tower range. But it's a ultimate, and we can already equip it right now. This one right here is a bit of a better example, where the base damage is a bit higher, but still a bit low. The base damage can range between like 7,000 up to 27,500. So it's fairly important that you get something like this that has a lot of base damage. Although honestly, in this case, it's a bit unfortunate that it rolled below an ultimate, because ultimate weapons get more damage per upgrade than things that are not ultimate. But still, for the moment, it's a fine enough weapon to accept. I don't really mind. And also, depending on how the stats roll, you might get a really good tower stat weapon from here. In fact, we're kind of relying on getting that at some point, whether it be from here or from one of the later on maps. The weapons that you get from here, I mean, like, look at this. The other weapons, the non-specific ones, they can be worth looking at if they're mythical. It's definitely worth just, like, giving them a little one-over, because they might be, you know, a big upgrade. Same with the armors. Far less likely on the armors to be decent, but it's still, you know, it's still possible the armors are going to be good, just less likely. And if they are good, more often than not, they'll be great. But in this case, we got a genie. I guess we got this griffin pet, which will be decent for DPS, maybe, or like something in the future. Not really worried about these other pets because they don't really matter that much. and not worry about the other Nosferatus because they're not good for tower stats or DPS. So, we're fine though. We got, well, go ahead and sell all, and you'll notice that you get a ton of mana for selling. It's like anywhere between 300 to 500 million per go, assuming that you have average luck. And on top of that, all the items on the ground, it's roughly 130 mythicals. So when you go back to your tavern, proceed to the next level, it's about 100 to 120 million mana. Going back to your tavern after every one of these attempts is important because this right here. You see this bad boy? This is either a Monk Guardian or a Monk Animus. And the Tavern Keep, a complete RNG chance, he can sell one of them, whether it be a Monk or a Huntress or whatever. So it's just always worth to go back here and check. But in this case, unfortunately, it was an Animus, so it doesn't work. But it's always worth checking because if he has one, seriously, it's good. It is very, very worth checking. Although it will be kind of expensive at around like 200 million-ish in the... Anyways, I'm going to go ahead and give this thing a couple of upgrades, like so, and then just equip it because kind of why not. Long as we have hero speed and HP. Oh, HP is a bit low, actually. Okay, never mind. We actually get so low HP that I don't want to equip that, so that is the reason why not. Let me show you how to upgrade your Nosferatu. Basically, just put points into range damage until you get to the max number of additional projectiles, which is +6. And then after that point, just dump even more points into your additional, into your range damage. I'd recommend like 100 or 120-ish levels, something like that should do just about fine. And now, even on Ruthless, you are dealing a pretty good amount of damage, even more so when you hero boost. And if you go on to Insane difficulty, you deal 6-ish times the amount of damage, which is pretty damn nice. But that's 7 times the amount. It might be 7 times. Ugh, alright, we're at 3 hours into the recording. I just hurt my jaw. Do I care about this genie pet? Yeah, I'll equip the genie pet as well, why not? I could use this as a tower stat thing. I don't really want to though. I'll put it in swap out. Before I forget, let me go ahead and equip this weapon on our Orma. Not too bad. Honestly, that is like really not too bad at all. That's pretty good. That is pretty damn good. It also gives us hero speed and cast rate, which I think our previous thing was missing pretty sorely. Yeah, okay. Now we can... That's nice. Negative 40,000. This is pretty cool though for like seeing what the projectiles are. When I was a kid, I loved doing this, just like shooting a weapon that has negative projectiles. We could just like see what the projectiles were, you know? I know they're mostly just like a visual thing, but... Oh yeah, I also... Here's something that's really cool about this specific... Here's another thing that's really cool about the Nosferatu. Not only does it have a ton of extra projectiles and, you know, pretty good damage on average, it also has a ton of splash damage. Like, look at this. I can shoot this dummy from all the way over here. All the way over here. And sure, it's not doing that much damage, but that means that when you're shooting into a crowd of, like, ogres or whatever the hell, it's going to hit pretty much every enemy, and that is really, really nice. In fact, it's crucial for one of the maps that we have planned later on down the line. In fact, it is crucial for one of the maps that we have planned later on down the line. Also, this is an absolutely necessary part of the... By the way, also, absolutely necessary when you're following this guide, make sure to equip the ninja skin for your monk. This skin will add approximately 10 trillion points of swagger to your monk by making him do a backflip every time he jumps and just being the best skin in the game. God, I love this skin. It is so cool. God, it is amazing. I don't like the amount of like poison aura on our weapon. I'm not a fan of that, but the jumps. Oh. I love the jumps. I guess I should mouth slap noises. Oh, that sounds wrong. Oh, that sounds wrong. Mouth. Screw it, mouth slap noises, whatever. I have so little HP, man. I need to worry about that at some point. Oh, okay. I'm getting tired. I don't want to give you guys podcast dialogue, so I'm just gonna go ahead. We're at the 3-hour mark. I think we'd be roughly at the 2:15 mark if I, didn't waste a lot of time. So, keeping track of that, I'm going to go ahead and get off, probably go to sleep or do something else. And I'll come back to you guys when I'm ready to move on to the next map, which is probably going to be like, I don't know. Not Scorched Arabia, although that would be a cool one. Where is it? Halloween? No, not Forest Overcrush yet. It would be Moonbase, if anything. But probably I'll just repeat. No, more than like, well, no. No, I'll do Moonbase. I'll do Moonbase like 3 times, no matter what. Moonbase, my beloved. Alright, it is currently 5 hours of sleep, and I am 8 a.m. We gotta do Moonbase. I'm doing it on Insane Hardcore, because if you do it on Insane Hardcore, the weapon, and I also think pet rewards can be really, really good. But honestly, is it really worth the difficulty? Probably not, because you're only going here for a fish in a bowl, and you basically just want like a quad 500 tower stat fish in a bowl. And whether you do this on Insane, or you do it on hard difficulty, more than likely you will get a fish in a bowl that is, quad 500. But I'm doing it on Insane because I think I can do it, and also I really want to gamble on getting good weapons. Place down your auras something roughly in the way that I am. There's a reason that this slow aura is placed a little bit farther back than the other things. In fact, it should be placed even farther back. It's the same one that this one is also being placed farther back. Basically, if we look up here, we see an enemy spawn point. Slow aura plus enemy spawn point means invincible enemies and invincible enemies, which also means longer waves and also more misery. Now then, we're going to go ahead and swap over to our Series EV. For the very first round, we're going to place a couple of reflectors. By the way, button underneath these stairs over here. Also, button on top of that thing up there. That's why I jumped into the tube and pressed that button. I'll show what the buttons are about later, but for now, just go ahead and dump down a buff beam on the crystal, and then 3 reflectors. Honestly, on this crystal, I don't think these reflectors are doing literally anything, but on this crystal, the reflectors very much are doing many things. Just dump down a buff beam right there. Over here, this crystal pretty much always gets hit, so, to prevent that, we're going to place down a couple of reflectors. You might notice, there's actually not that many enemies. In fact, the only real tough enemy on this round is the one Jin. And yeah, no, there's just not that many enemies on Wayboat and Moonbase. It's pretty chill. You can kind of get away with a lot. But I'm just going to try and make sure that the crystal doesn't get hit on any of these crystals, really. Doesn't really matter how much DU the reflectors are, because we're going to sell them later. But for now, Dance Dance Revolution, baby. You have to score some kind of a positive score on this machine in order to open this door and go get your fish in a bowl. I do it on the blue difficulty because I find it to be the one that I am most used to. But you can do it on whatever you find easiest and just go for a high score. It takes a little bit of time to get used to, using this machine. But honestly, getting a positive score of any kind isn't particularly hard, especially when you can just get a lot of the same arrow in a row, which will make your life very easy. But as long as you're really good, this is just a really nice way to get a ton of mana on the very first wave. My god, your goat. Your goat, oh, I was going to say your goat is not washed, but then I missed the last one. 190 is the maximum score you can get on that. I think if you get, like, the green difficulty and you do everything perfectly there, take the fish in a bowl so that we get it. If you do the green difficulty there and you get, like, perfect score, if I remember correctly, that means that you get Moonbase Tavern skin if you do this on Ruthless Hardcore or something like that. Now we're going to place a couple of physical beams. A 2DU physical beam right here. I think up here we actually don't need one. So instead we're going to place a 2DU physical beam right here as well. And then kind of a good bit far back here, we're going to place down a 3DU physical beam. Just barely 3DU like so. Then we're going to run all the way over here. Place down a 2DU physical beam fairly ahead. Something like this should do just about fine. Another 2DU physical beam over here. And honestly, that might make the reflections redundant on that crystal, but whatever, it's fine. And then we're going to place one last 2DU physical beam right here. And that's all the physical beams we will need. And at this point, you can either go and like do the rest of your buildings, or alternatively, what I'm going to do, which is just run around on my monk and upgrade the buff beams and whatnot. The enemies here do have a decent amount of HP, like 8,000 for the little dudes is quite a lot, but other than the Jins and the Ogres, nothing really has enough HP to stay alive for very long against you. By the way, we're going to be doing this map like more than likely around 3-ish times, so be ready. Basically, we just need to do it a couple, because Because while the odds of getting a quad 500 fish in a bowl are pretty high, they're not guaranteed, and also it's a very short map, all things considered, so I don't really mind spending a bit of extra time here. Now then, we're going to go over to our Warden. Here are the stats yet again. Actually, pretty crummy stats in the Warden, but it doesn't matter. What we're going to do is sell the majority of our reflections. By the majority, I mean literally all of them. And we're going to tower stack a couple of wisp ends at pretty much every one of these crystals. Up here, I like to dump down 2 right here, like this, and like this. Just 2 right there. And then over at this middle crystal area, usually I just dump down 1, but I recently cut down the amount of physical beams that I use in my build, so I think I can actually just dump down 2 and call it a day here. And if I'm not mistaken, at this last crystal, I should be able to dump down 2 more wisp ends, and then that's it. So let me make sure. Let's see. 1 wisp end. Oh, we are 1 DU off of placing another one. Oh well, if that's the case, I'm just going to dump down a cloud tower facing straight forward and call it a day. The build isn't exactly spectacular or super well thought out, but I mean, it works. Frankly speaking, until the ogres spawn in, you don't really have to worry about anything, and if you got lucky enough to get a genie pet right now, then, I mean, you can just upgrade all the buff beams to maximum in a single wave, so there's not really much to worry about. Just keep an eye on the genies, make sure they don't take down your towers, because they do have enough health to just survive all of the wisp end shots. But as long as that doesn't happen, or more importantly, honestly, as long as your crystal doesn't get hit, there's not really much to worry about. You ever seen that meme that's like, destroys pancakes with mine? That is what genies do. That's what they always do. And they are the absolute worst for it. How little HP do I have? Oh my goodness. I forgot just how low my health was. That won't be a problem here, but later on, we will want a decent amount of health on our monk. Oh, very gross burps. I apologize. Should I mention the cool meta? Nah, I'll mention the cool meta later. Do you get the ogre yet? I don't think we do. No, we don't. Okay. I think I fumbled my aura placements, if I'm not mistaken, because, yeah, the enemies in this spawn, yeah, they're being slowed down. I should have moved this slow aura here even farther back, but whatever, it's still fine. The waves on this... The waves on Moonbase are incredibly, incredibly fast as long as you have all 3 of your crystals alive, so you really don't have to worry about this taking a very long time. The initial build is by far the most time-intensive part of this entire map. By the way, we start getting ogres now. Most of the time, the ogres, they will spawn like right here or right here. Like later on when we get a ton of ogres spawning in, one of them will spawn here, another one will spawn here, and then one will always spawn over here, pretty much every single time. I don't think it's like guaranteed, but it might as well be. I've never really seen a situation where that isn't what happens at the start of the wave. Stop that. You stop that too, jackass. Oh, maybe I should clarify. I should clarify what I said earlier. Let me clarify what I said about... Oh, what words, not mine. Let me clarify what I said earlier about making sure that... Words. Let me clarify what I said earlier about the crystals not getting destroyed and all that business. So, normally on a regular map, any crystal gets destroyed and you get destroyed. You know, very bad, not so good. But on this map, it's a little bit of a unique scenario because as long as you have one of your crystals alive, you're good. The only penalty for getting your crystals damaged or otherwise destroyed is when they get damaged, you lose a certain amount of your maximum DU, which you can't get back, which is kind of bad. And also, when they get destroyed, they will make a massive shockwave that kills all nearby enemies, towers, whatever it is. And you can imagine, since the towers that you placed on the crystal will also be gone, and also you've lost maximum DU, that can snowball really poorly. But it also means that if you want to do this map on like Nightmare or Ruthless or on super low stats, but on like hard difficulty, you can. It's actually not that hard because you can just place all of your towers around a single crystal and then just live off of that one crystal. And oh my god, my physical barriers have no HP. Good god. Oh, look at that. We have multiple ogres now. You got you pestilences. I'm really confused as to why did that get damaged so badly? You do have to be pretty active with making sure that these Jins don't destroy a wall. But again, as long as they don't take down But again, as long as they don't damage your crystal too badly, it really isn't much of an issue, no matter what. I guess I should upgrade my auras and my physical beams a little bit more than I am right now. In case you're struggling any amount with the build for whatever reason, you can actually just go ahead and place down a couple of minions here and there, because those will be pretty helpful, like spider minions especially, because they'll web ogres and djinns and whatnot. Or you could just place down archer minions and replace basically every one of these physical barriers with a wall of archer minions and like a mage, and that'll do the job. And those guys are really nice because not only do they damage things, not for a lot of damage, but not only do they damage things, but they also don't get destroyed by the djinns, which is a really, really nice thing. Oh, I just realized something. Ah, right. I forgot, my damage reductions are not that good because I didn't upgrade my armor. Okay, let me show you guys how to upgrade your DPS armor so that you have good reductions. What you want to do is the entire time you're upgrading your armor, hold left shift, and what that'll do is you see how it went up to the 10th upgrade? Now I can upgrade this generic damage resistance normally. Basically, all of your armor has a soft cap, which is normally like 30, or the number will change a little bit between the tiers of armor, but it's usually like around 30. And to upgrade past this soft cap, you can only upgrade it once every 10 upgrades. And the number that you want to get every single one of these reductions to on all 4 of your pieces of armor is going to be 41. So basically the entire time you're upgrading your armor, just hold left shift, and then it'll upgrade up to the 10th upgrade. And then after it's done with that, it'll stop if it's already capped out. And then you can just keep holding shift and then just upgrade the generic. I'd focus on the generic until all of your stuff is soft capped at 30 or whatever the number is. And if you want, you can go all the way and make it up to 41. But in my opinion, the mana cost on that gets really expensive really fast, and we don't really have that much mana right now, so I don't really think it's worthwhile. But if you're really, really struggling, especially on difficulties like Nightmare and above, you will probably want to make sure that you have your damage reductions as high as they can possibly be. Oh. I'm actually not sure if this piece of armor is going to cap out its reductions, because, yeah, no, it's not. These boots are awful. I'm gonna have to swap out these boots. I didn't realize that they were that bad. Everyone makes mistakes, especially me, apparently. Wow, the alternative are not nearly as good. Oh well. I guess all I can do is cry about it. There we go. That's good enough. Now we have 90 in all of our damage reductions. Quick warning, quick bit of info, I guess. Whenever you're on Nightmare, or you're doing like an assault challenge of any kind, or Ruthless, you're going to have lower damage reductions than you do on Insane and below. And that's why you need to have 41 in each of these before you're good with upgrading your armor's reductions. Because if they're not 41 in each of them, then on Nightmare and Ruthless and also assault challenges, whenever you have damage, whenever your damage reductions are reduced, it will not be... You will need exactly 41 in all of your resistances to make sure that they are all capped out at the maximum of 90. And especially with a lot of the endgame content, it is very, very important to make sure that you have very high reductions. It is very, very important to make sure that you have maxed out reductions. Resistances. God, it feels weird to say these things, but I need to say it this way, otherwise it's just gross. Good lord, I do not have the ability to speak coherently a lot of the time. I am quite bad with my English. These guys are doing a pretty good job of taking care of these djinns. I'm kind of surprised. Oh, wait a minute. Did I grab that, that fishing bowl? I think I did. I always forget about that. Not grabbing the fish in a bowl. Most of the time, if not pretty much every time, I always remember to grab the fish in a bowl. It's just, I don't remember if I have grabbed a fish in a bowl, as strange as it might sound. I just kind of forget whether or not I've done something. A very neat little quirk of my memory. Oh, god damn it. A shark can move my reflection. Or a shark... Oh, god damn it. A shark can move my physical barrier. Oh, whatever, that's fine. As long as an ogre doesn't get over there and damage the crystal and one-shot it, it won't be that much of an issue. I'm just going to have to sell and replace this, but it is kind of annoying that it did happen. I guess Sharkins also have enough HP to survive for long enough to cause a problem, but whatever. It's no big deal. Alright, final wave time. So first things first, like I said earlier, I'm going to go ahead and replace this physical barrier. Just like so. Then let's swap back to the primary character, our monk, and I'm going to do a couple of things. And I'm going to add a couple of heroes. First one is going to be, I guess, my Huntress, because I want a Huntress weapon from here. Although, honestly, it doesn't really matter. Then I'm going to bring in my Warden, because, at least for this first go-around, it's kind of rough to deal with all the enemies, and as long as your Warden is alive, all of her towers get an additional 33% damage boost, so that's going to be pretty helpful. And then the last character I'll bring in is, I guess my Eevee. I don't really know. You just need to bring in 4 characters. That's the most important part of this. But which 4 characters you bring in kind of depends on what rewards you want. And honestly, they're all fairly equal in being anywhere between mediocre and absolute peak. So I don't really put that much thought into it. I just go with whatever my gut tells me. Just keep a very strong eye on all of these ogres because they are for sure some of your largest problems. I would actually recommend tower boost and hero boosting the entire time while you're running around here, because otherwise maybe your auras go down or whatever it is. You just want to make sure that you're doing this as safe as possible. Just keep an eye on the map, keep an eye on where the ogres are going, and you'll be fine. Again, the ogres are really the only thing that's like a genuine threat to you on this map, or at least they should be. I'm surprised. I'm actually surprised by this ogre here. I've never seen them go up that way. But once all the ogres are dead, and pretty much all of the generic mobs, you don't really have to worry about much. You'll be left with a boatload, I really do mean like a boatload of regular like Djinns just everywhere. But Djinns can't actually destroy your crystal, so it doesn't really matter. Sure, they'll destroy like your, Wisp Ends, your buff beams, your everything. But again, they can't hit your crystal. So once everything else is dead, you're done with the map. Also a pretty good amount of experience. And we got a Squire Guardian. God damn it. Every time I roll the Guardians, I'm disappointed. Oh, we got a Huntress one, though. Oh, it's not that good, though. That's gross. And of course the Squire Guardian is great. Good lord. Now let's look at these fissionables. Quad 500 fissionable. By the way, the reason I say 500 is because you can only upgrade any of these stats up to 500, although as you can see, they can roll higher, up to 600. So there we go, Quad 500 fissionable. This one doesn't have all the tower stats, but it might be good on something like an EV. This one is good on an Aura Monk or a Trap Huntress. And this one, not quite 500, but close enough. And of course, we don't have anything better, so I'm going to keep it. Now, the weapon rewards, the Quietus or whatever that you get for the character-specific things, they're probably worth looking at, but if they're supreme or above in their quality, they're not worth looking at, but it's just very unlikely that you'll be able to use them by the time that they're actually going to be useful. Like, you'll outpace them very quickly. But the armor is very much always worth looking at, because again, it might be something crazy good, even though most of the time it won't be. I guess the basic weapons are potentially worth looking at as well, but... Oh, well. Oh, well. This might actually be a decent upgrade for our Warden. In fact, no, this is definitely a decent upgrade for our Warden, because she doesn't actually care about her tower HP, like, at all, basically. That is a very loud car outside. Congratulations, Warden. You have gotten quite a noticeable increase in your stats. Now, because we're going to do this map another, like, 2-3 times, maybe, I'm going to go ahead and give the Warden our best fissionable. And I'm going to give our Huntress, I'm going to give our Aura Monk this thing, the fissionable that has range but no attack rate. And then I guess I'll give the EV the one that I was talking about earlier that is decent for an EV. I'll just give her this one, whatever. Now I'm going to go ahead and put this in the swap out folder. I'm depressed about this pet, but it does have... Very sad. I actually won't be keeping this one. Is that it? Oh, no, that's it. Yeah, the weapons that we got weren't particularly great. Oh, well. Making sure I'm not selling anything I want to keep. Let's unlock all, sell all. And yeah, pretty good amount of mana from that as well. Certainly nothing awful. Let me go back to the tavern real quick and check if the tavern keep has a monk or a huntress guardian for sale. He has, of course, a squire guardian / animus, a squire guardian, and an apprentice. Because God fucking hates me. But whatever, we got like a 500 stat increase for all of the builders that we used, so that's going to be really, really nice. Really, really nice. Not too bad. Now then, let's go ahead and repeat that another 2 to 3 times to make sure that every single one of our heroes has a quad 500 fissionable. And also, of course, going gambling for a good tower stat weapon is pretty nice as well. My god, this weapon attacks so slowly. Jesus Christ. Oh, should I mention the tech? I should mention the tech, yeah. That would be a worthwhile venture. Although I still have to place down the reflectors here and there, and that's going to kind of suck, but it is what it is. This time I'm going to place the snare aura way farther back so that it doesn't overlap with the enemy spawn point. Also very much more necessary because of the fact that, well, we just basically multiplied all of our stats by 50%, so our auras are also 50% larger. This guy probably also needs to go fairly far back, and then the rest of them can stay with it. Alright, time to show off neat tech. Neat tech. Yes, English words. Mine. Oh, yeah. Alright. I guess I'll just, like, speed up to this part, because it is something that's worth mentioning. It is very worth mentioning, actually, now that I think about it. I don't think over here really needs this, but I'd rather play it safe rather than I would play it sorry. Ta-dum. Oh, you know what? I bet my electric and weaken auras weren't being boosted before. Huh. Or at least my... No, my snare was. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I'm Joe Biden. Go ahead and place all of those. I don't think that third one's really necessary, but... Eh. God, my nose is so itchy. I have 5 hours of sleep right now. I'm not doing great. I did not really want to wake up this early, but I couldn't go back to sleep, so it is what it is. Ta-doom. 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 And skibby-doom. Now I'm going to go do something that's a little bit abnormal or strange, but I'm going to do the Dance Dance Revolution machine during the wave. Once I have all my reflectors and buff beams up, the way that the wave is going to go is all of the chump regular mobs that can actually damage my crystal, they will all die to the auras, and then at some point in the wave, the Jun will probably take down my auras or my reflectors or whatever it is, but by the time he's done that, I don't really care about it because he's the only enemy left, so my crystal can't get damaged. And by doing this, you save a good bit of time on every one of your runs. This is way harder than it looks, by the way, fair warning. Hey, there we go, perfect score. Hells yeah. Hey, look at that. Ugh. Honestly, it is pretty nice whenever he takes down a reflection beam, because I was going to sell those anyways, so it's saving me some time, right? Is he aggroed on me? He might be aggroed on me. Thank you, Jin, for your service. Now be gone, because you are mildly annoying to me. I'm really surprised that Moonbase gives you so much time to build everything. Certainly feels like the type of map that wouldn't do that much of a kindness to you, but very much it is the kind of the map. It is the kind of the map. Wow, very, very English. Thank you, me. It is the kind of map that does do that kind of a kindness. I can't speak anymore, man. It's over. I'm chopped and cooked, and my life is over. I need to stop saying that. I say that too much. I find it too funny to stop saying, but I need to stop saying it. I'm repeating it far too frequently to be comfortable. I'm surprised that the ogres went up this side path here. I've, like, literally never seen that happen except for that one time that it did. Very strange. I wonder if Hermit would be a better hero to place down towers with, because the seed bomb towers are just really, really powerful. Like, I'm sure they could deal with the Jins, no issue. But I'm just too lazy. Like, I'm sure if you had lower stats, you'd want to place down the seed bomb towers, but I have high stats, so I don't think I really have to worry about the Jins. So I can kind of just get away with whatchamacallit, just dumping down Warden towers. Although I know for a fact if I had lower stats, I would definitely not be saying the same things. But then again, if I had lower stats, I wouldn't be doing this map anyways. Kind of sucks how the items here are level locked, which is, I mean, I get why. Well, No, I do get why, but it is just a little bit annoying. I wonder if at any point they're going to remove the leveling, like, system thing from the game. It just kind of is a bit of a hassle, but I guess it's like, it's a part of progression technically or something. I don't really know. I may not be the biggest fan of it, but I certainly understand its purpose, and I can get why they keep it in the game. I don't really know if it would make the game worse to not have it in it, to not have it in the game, but eh. By the way, I just thought about this. I'm really excited to go back to Quest for Completion, specifically to do, what was it called? That one map with the dice, not the yeah, well, with the dice, but with the chess pieces and whatnot. King's Game. I love King's Game. It is a crazy high nostalgia map for me. I actually remember way back in the day, there were a couple of people who used to make content on Dungeon Defenders, like on, you know, guides type things. Nothing of the quality that we see today, but I mean, for the time, it was really good because it's like 10 years ago, right? And they were showing how you could do an armor farm on King's Game and how it was like a pretty good armor farm for the time, and it was just very cool. All right, that's what I'm trying to say. King's Game was just so cool back in the day. I loved it. Running around pressing the tiles to, like, you know, go get the extra DU or mana or just see what funny effects can happen. It was some of the most fun that I had playing the game. I think a lot of a game's fun comes from just, like, discovering things. You know, partially discovering how things work, of course, but also primarily, at least for me, more than discovering how things work, I just want to see stuff, you know? Like, I want to see every projectile, what it looks like in the game. I want to see every weapon. I want to see all the unique effects for the weapons, right? Just all the unique things I want to see and experience, because they're all so cool. Genuinely. In any game, that is always true, but in Dungeon Defenders especially, I think it just has a strong, strong concentration of all of the coolest things ever. And also, I have yet again fumbled with my aura placement. What a surprise. Enemies are being slowed inside of the spawn. Oh, it's from this slow aura over here. I'm surprised by that. It's very strange. Well, I guess it's not that strange, but... Ah, man, the cast rate on Monk is not particularly good, and it's very noticeable. Not a fan. I wonder how come. I wonder why the ogre spawns here every single time. Oh, I forgot to mention that if your crystal gets destroyed, then your whatchamacallit also enemy count also increases, and you get like different varieties of enemies. But whatever. I'm lazy. I don't want to mention all that. I wonder if Moonbase is like kind of worth farming for an endgame farm, because you can just dump all of your DU on one crystal, and it's probably like infested quality loot. It probably is, to be honest. It most likely would be. I don't think you get ogres on your first wave on the survival either, so it's a lot of good things. Man, Moonbase, I remember grinding Moonbase a ton when I was younger because it was a map that I could do, and people were saying it was a good way to get ultimates. So I go to Moonbase to try and get my ultimates, right? And lo and behold, while I can do Moonbase, my computer cannot do Moonbase. So I just fucking crash all of the time. And it's awful. I hated crashing, but every time I was doing Moonbase, crash, crash, crash. I couldn't help it. I'm like a very poor driver. I can't help but crash. How is the ogre the last enemy alive? That is a very rare occurrence. Oh my god, my eyeball hurts. Hey, I just realized this is actually like a pretty good way to get some experience. Not amazing by any means, but certainly good enough. Damage. How do I have more ability 1 than ability 2? Oh. Oh, okay, I see how. Man, I forgot. This Nosferatu that I have is, like, kind of hot garbage. It is not exactly the cream of the crop when it comes to loot. Words. But I mean, it does the job just fine, so I'm not really upset by it. Of course, if I wanted to, I could have just done more Halloween Spooktacular to make sure that I get a really good one, but... I mean, I was lazy for a reason. Because I'm lazy. I guess these slowed down enemies are actually like not slowing down the wave all that much, because most of the time there's like an ogre or a Jin left alive at the very end, and that's the last enemy. Yeah. It's nice though, all of our towers are dealing like double the DPS that they were before. That's actually... 72,000 is way higher than what I'm used to. I'm used to in the range of like 65,000 on a fully upgraded buff beam and new pet Wisden. Certainly not upset about it, by any means. What do you get the Lord Advancement Achievement thing from? What is that as a reward for? I don't really know, to be honest. Because it's just something that you get in the background and you never think about it. Imagine if there was like a challenge where it's like get as many Lord achievements as you can in like a minute. Or maybe not a minute, maybe like an hour. That'd be cool. I feel like there's a lot of really fun challenges that you could do for Dungeon Defender, like good bounties that you could put out there. But you just have to have like the proper rewards for people to make it worth their time. Man, these waves are going by so fast. This is nice. I guess this time I don't really need to bring in my Warden because, I mean, our Westlands are doing enough damage. But honestly, I don't really care because, I'm lazy. I'll bring in you, and I'll bring in the Warden. I think bringing in the Series EV also boosts her towers as well, if I'm not mistaken. Although that's not really what I'm focusing on here. I am stupid. I should have been over to this area way earlier, because this wall is going to take a beating. Not the first time I've been dumb. Certainly not going to be the last time I've been dumb. Yeah, not too much of an issue, all things considered, to be honest. Although one of these areas might be disagreeing with me momentarily. We'll see about that. Yeah, over here. Hey, stop destroying that wall. Man, having a DPS weapon is great. I did this a while without having a DPS weapon. Was not so great. Stop destroying my towers, you jerks. Alright. And this should be our second completion. There we go. Huntress Guardian. Hopefully it's a good Huntress Guardian. We've actually been getting pretty unlucky with them recently. It is not a good Huntress Guardian. Oh, we also got a Genie. Ooh, this is a Genie that has positive ability 1. It's Transcendent, which means we're going to need to level up a bit before we can use it, but it's certainly better than what we currently have. Fissionable. Ugh. Ugh. Oh. Oh. Wow, that is incredibly unlikely. Unlikely, unlucky, everything. I mean, I can use them, but I'm certainly not happy about it, that's for sure. No, Transcendent Quietus, Supreme Dynastat, and an Ultimate Plus Hyper Rifle? Seriously? Okay, I mean, in theory, this could be a good DPS weapon for a Huntress, but, like, I'm not going to get to level 100 so I can use that. By the time we're level 100, we're not going to need anything like that. Whoa! Look at this! The armor here, very much worth looking at. Also, we got an ultimate piece of armor. Oh, that's funny. Neat. That is a little ridiculous. Huh. Well, I'm not complaining by any means. That's for damn sure. No, that's a lie. I am complaining because I didn't get the good fissionables, and I got my Huntress Guardian being dookie. I guess it will be in a total of 3 attempts, but I will go ahead and upgrade this character's helmet. Fun fact, on the armor farm that I'm doing at the end of the video, you can't even get pristine armor from Deeper Well. I don't know why, you just can't. It's just a thing that's going on there. I think we'd officially be at like around the 3-hour mark in the recording by now. Huh. Oh well, let's go back to the tavern. My chin is itchy. Monk? Are you a Monk Guardian or a Monk Animus? Or a Monk Guardian. Oh, that's nasty. Ugh, I forgot the Monk Guardians he sells tend to be pretty... Or not Monk Guardian, whatever Guardian he sells. Unless they're mythical, they tend to be pretty dookie. Oh well. Run it back. I can't believe I didn't get a single fissionable that's worth using on our characters. That is kind of insane. Like, I've done this... Excuse me, what is going on here? I've done this a lot. Like, a lot. And I have never once had a situation where I don't get at least one fissionable that has all 4 tower stats. I completely whiffed that button. Good God. The red, like, massive bulb at the end of this weapon is kind of mesmerizing me. I don't know why. I'm like Dr. Eggman. I get mesmerized by the Chaos Emeralds. Is that a thing? I don't know anything about Eggman lore. That might be a thing. All right, we are officially getting into podcast territory. So I may go incognito silent mode because I don't want to do podcast. We'll see. Go ahead and place this one like pretty much all the way back here. Screw it. Does that still reach over this little lip? It does. Okay. Well, you know what I'll do? Because I should have something to indicate when I'm done not talking. I guess I'll, what could I do, honestly? I'm not sure. What should I do, I should say. I have no idea. I can't think right now. My brain is empty. My eyeballs just hurt a lot for some reason. There's probably a better build that I could do for this map using, like, a couple of auras and adept towers. But I'm lazy. I don't want to do a better build. I just want to do a build that works for now. By the way, this weapon is super cool. A sword mage weapon. Just bomb. Bomb as hell. Big fan of it. What should I do to indicate that I'm done, like, not talking? I gotta think of something. I can't, like, clap or... Like, what visual thing could I show? You know what? I guess when I'm done talking, that'll be something that happens in the, like, raw, unedited version of the video. And not, like, the edited version, because I'm not including that anyways. Then, in that case, just look at the timestamps on the description of the video, and I'll just, like, say when the yapping begins again. So just do that. But I am going to, like, alt-tab and watch other things or do other things for a moment here. I'm washed. Oh yeah. Well, reflection beam down. What a trooper. Is he aggroed on me? He must be, right? Yeah, he totally is. What a freak. Leave me alone, you loser. That one doesn't matter. This one most of the time doesn't matter, but when it does, it does. My eyeballs hurt. That is so ridiculous. I can't believe we only got a single fish in a bowl that was worth keeping. That's insane. I don't know why my DPI feels like it's higher whenever I'm placing down towers. Just over on that one spot, nowhere else. So strange. Don't take down my walls, you jackasses. to pick up the fissionable? I'm so paranoid about this, man. It did. That fissionable should disappear after you pick it up, I'm telling you. I'm really curious as to why the ogres always spawn from there. Seems very weird. Considering they have so many other spawn points. It's like, it feels unique to this map somehow. I wonder how long this map takes when you have, like, the right stats and you're doing it on Ruthless. It must be like a 4-minute map. Or something crazy like that. I know on Nightmare it's an incredibly fast map. Like, Jesus. Probably the same thing on Ruthless. Even faster, it should be, actually. Even though there's not really that many enemies. When I'm done with this run, I'm actually going to go ahead and check back on this map and see what it's like on Ruthless. Just the first wave. Because I'm curious to see if it's, like, kind of worth considering as an alternative to, like, Seeker's Lab, Wave 1. Considering there's just, like, no enemies. Yeah, there's no enemies, and you can just do all of your buildings on a single crystal. Like, this might be worth doing over Tinkers. I don't know. The only thing I can think of as, like, a real problem is the Jhin. But, like, there's just one Jhin. And there's no ogres either. So realistically, if you just, like, hyper-defend one crystal, then the other two crystals go down, right? But you get past the first wave. Man, this is the problem. I think of this stupid shit when I'm already in, like, the middle of a recording session. And then if I find something, like, revolutionary from it, instead of being like, oh yeah, you know, you can do this alternatively, I just want to remake the entire video. And then I remake the entire video. This is why this has taken me, like, I don't know, how long has it been since last I've seen my son lost the man behind slaughter? I think it's like 11 days or something like that, 12 days now. Maybe even more than that, to be honest. It's been a long time since I've started doing this. We are nearly level 78. That is a little concerning, to be honest. Be gone, loser. I would like you to also be gone. You know, I'm so beyond curious now. I want to see what this map is like on Ruthless. Because I think it could be an alternative to Tinkers. I think it could very much be an alternative to Tinkers. Hell, even on Nightmare, but man, I think Ruthless is better. Although you do get increased mob variety on Nightmare above, so... If there are Sharkins, it'll be a little RNG dependent, depending on where they spawn. But I know which crystal I'd be defending on Wave 1. I know that for a damn fact. It'd be this middle crystal, because there's only 2 enemy entrances. That's why there's 2 physical beams here. Enemies... Oh, I forgot. I need to actually pay attention. Enemies can't come in from the other directions, is basically what I was going to say. There's only a few paths that they can come in from, and neither of them are really that deadly, all things considered. Where's this other Sharkin? Did I already kill it? I don't think I did. I'm honestly not super keen on getting a Dynastat or whatever the weapon is called. So I won't be bringing in that hero. I do like bringing in my Series EV though. I don't know why. I just find it fun. God, imagine if this is like a better XP farm, like it turns out to be a better Wave 1 XP farm than Embermount, because like you just have to build nothing. And also it's not better quality than Embermount in terms of the armor. That I doubt quite a bit, but it might be very similarly on par, which would make my Embermount struggles a little stupid. Then again, I'm not exactly a whatchamacallit, I'm not exactly foreign to being stupid. It wouldn't be the first time. Certainly won't be the last time, that's for sure. Excuse me, characters. Is that it? Okay, yeah, that's it. Honestly, it might be a move to just have them destroy a crystal or two at the end here. Because, like, sure, I get less experience, but I don't really care about that here. And also, it'll speed up the wave. A bit risky, though. We got a genie. Or, not a genie, we got a pixie. That's what it was. And I forgot to put away my previous fissionables, as always. Alright, let's see. Of course, a Squire Guardian. I kind of want to keep a pixie, so I will keep this one. Nice quad rough stats, but still quad stats. This one is good. This one is okay. And, okay, yeah. Other than this one, they're all pretty good, and that makes up for the last time. So we should just have one more completion before we're done. Ultimate 93? You kidding me? I can't use that. I need to stop putting things in the swap out folder. They don't belong there. I just can't help myself. Oh, here it is. Ooh, look at that. The range is a little bit low, but for somebody like an EV, that is a phenomenal weapon. I can't believe we got an Ultimate 93, man. That's some bullshit. Oh. It's not that good, but I like this guy. I want to keep him. Sell all. Very nice. Let me go ahead and equip that on my EV before I forget about it, because I am very likely to forget about it. Negative cast rate, huh? We have negative cast rate. That is not good. Why do I have such a low cast rate? Am I not gonna... Yeah, I can get, like, equip one of these fish. And that'll fix my problems. Yeah, this one. There we go. It should be quite a better... Never mind, I was going to say it should be quite a increase in our DPS compared to the previous thing, which will help for the genie. But nope. Nope. Not even a little bit. Alright, Monk Guardian. That's a Monk Guardian. Or an Animus, I actually can't tell. Doesn't even have boost intensity. What's the point? Oh, I really am like hunting for a unicorn with that, aren't I? Alright, one more go around. Ugh! My butt hurts. I have strained my glutes by existing. It is 8 a.m. It feels like 8 p.m. Gotta imagine when I get old. It's gonna be awful. The solution will simply be to just stay young forever. I'll drink like what's that one thing that some Chinese emperor did? Mercury. I'll do that, you know? It worked out well for him, I think. Probably. Hey, hold on. I can swap out the pet on this character too. I forgot. I should really be swapping out the pets on all these characters right now. Which one of these is the goat? I think this one is the one that goes bad. It's gonna help out quite a lot in the I was gonna say it's gonna help out quite a lot in the tower DPS category, but like no, not really. It's gonna help out a little bit, but not that much. Honestly, I wonder, could I get away without placing down any reflectors on wave 1? I feel like I could. Maybe. Probably not. Two more chests, right? Yeah. Two more? Two more? Yes. Could I have like an info card pop up on the video that like just cuts forward to the next time that I'm talking? If you click on it. Remember annotations on YouTube videos? Annotations, whatever they're called? Those are kind of like the bomb back in the day. I was a big fan of them. I remember one time I was watching a TF2 video, and somebody was just like, it was just a basic recording of whatever, like a trade server. And then at one point, the person had to like, there was some My Little Pony art, let's call it. And the person had to cover it up because, you know, it would get them banned on YouTube if they didn't. And they covered it up with just a bajillion annotations on top of each other. And I was like, what's underneath here? What are you hiding from me? So I remove all the annotations, and would you look at that? It is the disgrace of the internet. I should try the green difficulty at some point. It'd be fun, maybe, potentially. I wonder, is red difficulty even, like, always possible? Because I feel like with the way that momentum works in this game, red difficulty probably just is impossible to do. Unless you, like, tasked it or something, but... Is the task allowed? I guess on local it would be allowed, but... I mean, I am on local. I'm not gonna make a task, though. That's... For Dance Dance Revolution Machine? Good god, dude. Yeah, not too bad, not the worst. He's taking down my buff beam! You dickhead! You leave that buff beam alone. Yeesh. Is he taking down my buff? What is he doing? I was just standing there. I don't mind. Today's Monday, right? Tomorrow, the map of the week will change. It's going to be very interesting. Map of the week is always such an intriguing, like, idea to me, because on one hand, I don't really care about map of the week because I think it's kind of, you know, if I'm going to grind something, I'd rather grind it regardless of if there's 2x rewards or not. But on the same side, at the same time, yes, wow, very English. At the same time, I can totally understand why you'd want to grind something only during map of the week, because there's a lot of things out there, like, I think Misty Mire being chief among them, where it's not really worth farming Misty Mire's survival unless you're doing it on map of the week. Well, no, it is worthwhile. Why am I on this character? It is worthwhile because the rates of getting a fairy that is, like, really good are way better than the rates of getting a goddamn Jade Island that are really good. Only difference is really just, like, the movement speed, but it's like 20 times higher rates of getting a double cap fairy than it is a double cap, what was the name of that thing? Double cap. That one guy, what has the, what is it? Jade Island. God. I am not here right now. This thing kind of crazy. A good while ago, I put out like a bounty on a variety of various things for Dungeon Defenders, and it was like $50 worth of DLCs, more or less, right? And at the time, that was like a little bit more because stuff was on sale. But like only one person did a single thing from that list of bounties. Don't get me wrong, some of them were like a little extended, a little long, right? But dude, how hard is it to, you know, make a funny joke? Yet nobody made a funny joke? Very strange. Very, very strange. I know if I was like, you know, back in the day, I would have jumped on the opportunity to do that, but I guess it was on sale, so other people bought their stuff, and, you know, times have changed. Plus, I think a majority of the people who play this game already have, like, well, that are in the Discord and play the game, already have, like, all the DLCs, more or less, so it's another thing to consider. The only one that they did was actually the Deeper Well bounty, which, now that I think about it, the Deeper Well bounty is, like, the freest one, because you just do it. But, I don't know, even all the other bounties were also, like, not that bad. They were all varying levels of easy. Did I not upgrade this buff at all? I did not. Be gone, Ogre. It is very funny just, like, obliterating the Ogre in, like, a split second immediately. should find like an info card put up on the screen. How low was my tower HP on my Series EV? Oh. That's pretty low. It's crazy how fast the ogres move on like insane difficulty. It's ridiculous. I wonder if they move the same speed on Ruthless or not, because I know certain maps the enemies get slowed down on Ruthless compared to on Nightmare. Oh my god, my ears. My ears. Leave me alone. Why do I always get unlucky with my hero HP? I swear, every single time I've done this, I've gotten crazy low tier HP. Is my slow aura in this spawn? It shouldn't be. So why is everything getting slowed down? Very strange. Imagine if Dungeon Defenders had a fast forward feature. I know why it doesn't, by the way. Not just because of the, like, you know, game balance and whatever, but also because this game would fucking crash. This game would absolutely crash. I remember back in the olden days of ages ago, when I got banned for cheating in Dungeon Defenders, it was like, I think it was like over a decade ago now. Jesus Christ, when I was a kid. I tried speeding up the game, and like, it worked. But the game crashed so often. So often. And I wasn't even speeding up that much. And I know even now, like, if you do 32-bit version of, like, the default version of Dungeon Defenders, Almanac just has a very strong ability to crash. Like I was mentioning earlier, so does Moonbase. Moonbase also crashes. Although, even if they fix those problems, obviously, I think for a good amount of people, the reason that they like playing Dungeon Defenders and, you know, it's staying alive is because of its economy and that kind of a thing. Which, I mean, I don't really get it, but I know a lot of people do. So, the main reason wouldn't be computer or game can't handle it. It would be, well, economy can't handle it. Which is, I mean, weird, but sure, I guess. I'll never really understand the whole, like, economy thing for this game. I've never really, like, in any game that I've played that's, like, multiplayer, I've never really cared that much about the economy or whatever that's going on to more than, like, a basic extent. Because I just like doing everything on my own to the best of my ability. Whatever I can, at least. And then whenever I can't, I get really mad at the game developers. Because then I have to interact with, like, the monkeys in the game. The monkeys being all the other idiots who are trying to get loot, but don't know how to work together because they don't want to. You can't, like, try and force people to communicate. It's a futile effort. TF2, I think, has the best solution by far when it comes to trying to get people to communicate and work together, where every once in a while you get, like, a little warning at the top of your screen that's like, 10-second warning! And then every single person on your team, as if they are Navy SEAL combat veterans, they join together and they just absolutely go to town and obliterate everybody on the cart, and they get, like, one more checkpoint. It is the craziest pub push ever. And then that's it, and it never happens again. Well, until the next pub push is necessary, that is. My eyeballs are hurting, more than I'd like to admit. I need to take another nap, but I'm afraid that if I take a nap, it's going to be a big nap, and that's going to ruin my sleep schedule again. I'd rather have this current situation where it's, like, a little funky and weird, but, you know, I'm waking up not at 9 p.m. than I would any alternative, basically. I'm not a fan of waking up at 9 p.m. I'm also not a fan of waking up at, you know, 6 a.m., 5 a.m., but if we're looking at the two evils, I dislike one of them significantly more than the other. I would much rather wake up at, like, 6 p.m. Or not 6 p.m., 6 a.m. than I would at way earlier times. I think every time I've had my physical barrier get destroyed by those Jins. They're awful. Alright, come on. Give me a Monk or a Huntress Guardian. Monk Guardian. Ooh, we got a Monk. We got two Monk Guardians. One of those has to be good. Come on. Mythical? Hey, let's go. All right. It has 40 boost, it has 50 upgrades, and it has negative HP, but I don't care about that. And the other one, damn. Damn. It doesn't have enough boost. But that's fine. Or not boost, sorry. It doesn't have enough upgrades. It needs at least 50. But that's fine. Let's see the fish in the bowls. Nice. Yeah, wow. Hello. Jesus. Also another one. Cool. I think that's enough fish in the bowls for all of our characters. Also, an ultimate plus fusion rift? Whoa. This is, like, unironically a very good DPS weapon. Well, I mean, not in, like, the grand scale of things, but this is, like, huh. Crummy Quietus, even crummier Quietus. I hate this weapon, by the way. I really do not like it at all. Hyper Rifle. Whoa! Look at this bad boy! That is a nice Hyper Rifle. Man, life could be a dream. You know that? That's what I'm learning here. Yeah, let me move my chair for a second. Oh, old man noises. You ever imagine how they make like sound effects for video games? Imagine like you're sitting there like and your boss is like, okay, we need like a strong death noise, and you just have to like gargle like water or something to try and make that noise. And your boss is like, no, not quite the tempo. Let's try again. And you just have to like keep going at it for like another half hour, just sounding awful. Honestly, the Monk Guardians might not be necessary for the build that I have in mind. Or not the Monk, the Huntress Guardian might not be super necessary for the build that I have in mind. So I'm not really super miffed about that. Anyways, sell all. Now then, let's go ahead and equip the whatchamacallits on all of my characters. Ow. Ah, it appears as though I have injured my left shoulder at some point, and now it hurts to the touch. Not exactly surprising. It is a little surprising, but kind of par for the course for me, to be honest. Much as I don't want to admit it. Alright, what are we looking at on you? Wow, you don't even have one. Jesus. This one. Yeah. Need to upgrade this a little bit, but it'll do. How are you chilling? Chilling? Doing. Okay, well, we need to give you one as well. How are you doing? Yeah, you're fine. You already have one too, right? Oh, you have this one, but we're not going to be using our Warden for, like, the rest of this video. So I'm just going to put her fish in a bowl inside the item box. Sorry, Warden, you have served your purpose. Cool. I'll equip this, because why not? Is it a good DPS at least? It isn't. But it's cool. And that's what really matters. Alright, let's go back to the tavern. See if the tavern keep has any disappointment to sell us. Would you look at that? He's got potentially 3 disappointments. And of course, it's a Monk Animus, a shitty Squire Guardian, and an even shittier Genie. What a clean sweep. Alright, I'm just gonna put these in the swap out folder. That was a very gross burp. That's okay. You guys probably didn't hear most of it. Now then, we actually have a Monk Guardian, which is kind of the most important Guardian to get first if you can. Here's how you upgrade all of your Guardians. Exact same as your armor, just hold left shift the entire time, and every 10 upgrades, you can increase the number of defenses to boost all the way up to +6. That's why you need at least 50 upgrades on your thing. After this point, there's nothing really to upgrade. The defenses... The blue arrow boost here, you can't upgrade it past like 20 if it is below 20, and it caps out its potency at 40, so you need to make sure that you just get one with at least 40. And the Guardian's range caps out at like 90. Although this doesn't really matter that much, but it's nice to have one that has a good amount of range, good amount of boost, and all the good business, because it means I can show you guys a really, really cool build that I have had in mind for a while. Yes. Pentakill. I would be a horrible, what is it called? Dude who make announcements in video game. Okay, let me see how she's doing. I want to swap out hers for one that is a little bit better. Because she's not really being used. Neither is this guy. I'm going to swap out her pet and this guy's pet, because she actually is going to be necessary for the next bit here. Not too bad. Not even negative speed. I know that might sound weird, but I've had some bad experiences in the past. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Not too bad. Not too bad whatsoever. Didn't I have one that gave me 600 range? I know one of these fishing bowls did. Oh, it's this one, yeah. Is it worth swapping to this? Nah. Alright, so time to show off that cool build I was talking about, right? I think so. Oh, hold on. First, I want to check out this map on Ruthless. First, I want to try it with like a single hero, see the enemy count, and then I want to try it with multiple... Okay, 2 ogres. Still 2 ogres. 77 compared to 51. And the ogres will probably spawn from over here, right? Oh, they're mini ogres. Well, they have 23 million HP. What a nightmare. I can't imagine it would be a better XP farm than Tinker's. But as long as there aren't like a gajillion ogres on wave 1, there are a gajillion ogres. Are these going to be large ogres? These are probably going to be large ogres, aren't they? Yep. Screw you too, pal. Still funny though, you can just have them destroy a crystal and you're fine. As long as I just defend this one with my very life, we'll be okay. Oh, the ogre didn't get to that one crystal before things went bad. Alright, I'm wasting time. Let's go ahead and do the next map. Now to do this build that I want to now to do a lot of words. Now, if you want to do the build that I'm about to show you guys, you want to make sure that you have a good amount of tower range on your Aura Monk. Specifically, you want to have around like 2,000-ish. So just for a little bit, I would upgrade like maybe 50 or so points into the range on all of your armor and maybe your pet if it's not upgraded. Won't cost that much mana, and more importantly, it might put you over the threshold to just barely be in that 2k Aura range. In this case, we didn't get there, but that's fine. We'll probably get a better weapon that'll push us over, and that'll push us over the edge in a second. Yeah, that's fine. That's the only thing not right here. So now at this point, what we're going to do is we're actually going to go back. Now at this point, what we're going to do is go back to Halloween Spooktacular, because 1, we don't have good tower stat weapons for all of our heroes, and 2, now that we have a Monk Guardian, we can do this map really, really fast. So, go ahead and place down an Aura stack. Not slow auras, but just a Strength Drain and an Electric right there, around those Harpoons. One right around this corner on, well, basically just right around the corner right here. And then one last Aura stack, which is going to be, I think, somewhere around here-ish. That'll do just about fine. And then what we're going to do is swap over to our Series EV. We're going to dump down a 60U buff beam, a little something like this. If it doesn't reach all the way over, don't worry about it. Just do a little bit of this, and then sell your buff beam. And also, because I'm paranoid, we're going to have to place another buff beam just somewhere in here. I don't think that one will matter, but either way, you might be wondering, what the hell is this build? Trust me, it works. It works really well. Now, ideally, you would have a Huntress Guardian, but I don't have a Huntress Guardian, so the DPS is going to be a bit lower, meaning I'm going to have to tower boost more consistently. But if I press Control G here, you're going to see that all of these auras are now fucking massive. Now again, their damage is a little bit lackluster because we don't have a Huntress Guardian. But once you get a Huntress Guardian along with your Monk Guardian, once you have these buff beams maxed out, you are basically just like complete chilling USA. These things will obliterate all of the enemies very, very easily. Although, unfortunately, because we have a little bit low tower range, these auras over here don't reach over to this spawn, or even where the spiders are over here. So for the sake of efficiency, to deal with those enemies, I'm going to have to go ahead and place down a stack of auras over there. But again, if you had like 2 to 2.5k in your aura range, that really shouldn't be an issue, and you will have an incredibly, incredibly easy time with the map. There we go. Do I want to place down anything else? Probably not. I do definitely need more stuff, but as we are, it's fine. It's fine as it is. Yes, words. Oh, I had a very gross burp there. I apologize. I feel like I could move this stack of auras way farther back. Ah, whatever. This is so nice. Still sucks that I have to tower boost the whole time, but I guess our tower boost isn't all that bad, so I don't really mind. Is this thing being boosted? Is this thing reaching over to this? Or no, it isn't. Huh. I was wondering if it was reaching over to this buff beam, but it is not quite large enough to do that, which is a bit of a shame. Yeah, no, these ogres do not stand a chance. That is crazy. I think you need about like 3k range to reach into that pumpkin area over there, so that kind of sucks. But I mean, everywhere else we're doing great, huh? Isn't that nice? Low worry, low give a shit, just do the map, 3 auras, buff beam, call it a day. Hell, I know for a fact if you have higher stats, you don't even need the buff beam, but it's nice for the DPS increase. The warriors are trick-or-treating. Let me go ahead and move this character a little bit farther forward. Alright, definitely want to keep my tower boost up the entire time on this one. There we go. Now that's pretty much all of the important things maxed out. So we can just kind of sit here, kind of a little bit over the edge, and watch as the map finishes itself. I wonder how long it's going to take as well. I'm also curious about that. When you have a monk guardian like this, the map speeds up so much and so easy time USA that like I don't really care whether or not I have to do this map like 15 or even 20 times, because one, the weapon rewards are great, the armor rewards can be great, and two, it is easy. It is a ridiculously easy build. You don't have to run around or do anything. You just kind of sit here the entire time, and that's it. Like, what more can you ask for out of a build? Seriously. Oh, I love this build. I guess in theory, you wouldn't want to have a summoner here for, like, I don't know, most of it, because you have, as I'm learning, more than enough tower damage to deal with the regular mobs, but you'd want to have, like, whatever character-specific reward weapon things you want, but it's fine. This is also just fine. Oh. Last time I was doing this, I got, like, 14, 15 runs in a row, plus doing Forest Ogre Crush, plus doing 3 attempts of, what's we call it? 3 attempts of Moonbase, that's what it was. I did all of that, and despite everything, I couldn't get a Monk Guardian that had good enough range, or I just got so unlucky, it's crazy. Oh yeah, the Wyvern Wave, you won't have enough tower range unless you have like 4k to reach into this like spawn area with them. So just go ahead and kill them yourself. This is why we have a Monk mana weapon. This is why we have a DPS weapon. But otherwise, just sit here and, you know, easy peasy town. That was a very loud clap. It's so funny doing this with, like, such a moronically stupid build. That was the sound of my water bottle. I certainly don't mind. By the way, that's not like a water bottle. It's just, a Poland Springs type bottle thing. I've had a water bottle multiple times in the past, but they just get all gross and nasty, and, like, no matter what, they're going to have that happen to you. There's got to be some way to, like, just keep them constantly clean easily without having to go overboard with the maintenance. Because that's, like, the one major problem that I have with the water bottles, is that they always require so much maintenance. And it's always an annoying type of maintenance, because I mean, it's a water bottle, right? I don't know. I'm not too much of a fan of them. You know what I could do? I forgot about this. I should just sit up here and, like, aura farm or something. Because up here, nothing can reach me, and I can boost all of the towers. And so everything stays alive. God, these auras are massive. Jesus Christ. The crazy thing about the size of these auras is, like, that's how large a lot of other people's auras are, just by default. Of course, when your stats are that high, you don't really have any reason to be doing this map, because, I mean, there's just, like, a million other maps you can do that are better. But still, you know, it is very cool. It is certainly very cool. I am such a big fan of this. This is so awesome. Like, this is so cool, man. I love this. I love it with all of my might. There's nothing quite like it. Just not having to deal with any of the enemies on the map whatsoever. Hey, you know what? I bet if you had like 8k tower range, you could just dump down an electric and a slow, or electric and a strength drain aura in the middle of the map, have one monk guardian boosting it, and just be done. I bet you that's entirely possible. Oh, that's it. So easy. I love this. I love doing this. Oh. That was so nice, so easy. I love doing this build whenever I can. The only problem is it does rely on getting a Monk Guardian early on, which is kind of RNG, but I mean, either way, you can just go ahead and keep repeating this map until you get a Monk Guardian. Or alternatively, another thing that you can do if you want is you can do this map, or you can do like, not this map, but if you do Maga Citadel on like hardcore, I think on wave 25, you're basically like guaranteed to get the whatchamacallit, the reward from that map. On wave 25, you're basically guaranteed to get the Monk Guardian or whatever Guardian, depending on what hero you have out. And I think they're basically guaranteed to be good enough to meet all the requirements that I mentioned earlier. But I mean, either way, Halloween Spectacular is just a really good map to farm for like every reason. So we're gonna be here a lot. It's just having the Monk Guardian speeds things up and just makes life a hell of a lot easier. I highly recommend at this point in time, just like pull up a YouTube video or something you want to watch on the side and just watch that, because I mean, not exactly the most engaging gameplay, right? But at the same time, really good rewards, really easy time, and also very, very... You can go for the 2 Huntress and Monk Guardians, and maybe even a better Genie while you're at it. And don't worry if something gets to like a crystal and damages it a little bit. And don't worry if something gets to a crystal and damages it a little bit, because at the end of the day, you can deal with them pretty easily. And look at that, we are done yet again. We got another Monk Guardian. Hells yeah. And, aw, it doesn't have enough boost. Except the Squire does for some reason. That was a really good tower stat Squire. Now the Mad Jack. This one can range in the damage between like 7,000 up to 30-something thousand-ish. And we do want a good Mad Jack for DPS later on, but otherwise it is just a tower stat weapon for our Jester / Series EV. Crummy Nosferatu. I guess not actually that crummy. This is... Hold on a moment. That is a better Nosferatu than what we have equipped on our current character, isn't it? Yeah, just about. Not too bad. We have a Bone Cutter that is terrible. No good tower stats, and not really a good DPS weapon either. And a Spider Bow that is... it's not that good, but it has ability too, which we want on our Jester, so I might keep it as a swap out. And then the armor, this time the armor wasn't amazing, but, you know, you can't always win. It's a shame the Mad Jack is terrible, too. Ah, well. Any good melee weapons here? No, we did not get any good melee weapons. That's what it is. Unlock all, sell all. Is that really all I kept? I guess so. Huh. The only downside is that this map doesn't give you, like, particularly great XP. Because if this place gave good XP, it would be amazing. Ooh, a Huntress Guard. Oh, I was gonna say ooh, a Huntress Guardian, but she does not have 40 boost, so that is very unfortunate. Is the armor here worth looking at? Oh my, maybe it is. Oh my goodness. Oh, you know what? I can actually use that. I can use that other genie that we got a while ago now. Yeah, it's quite a stat increase compared to our current one as well. That'd be nice. Not soup, not soup. Yes, not soup. Not too bad. Alright. How many times should I repeat this? I don't really know, but I'm just gonna keep repeating this until I get like, until I'm happy. And I am going to just pull up like a YouTube video on the side or something, because not really much else for me to do here. I should work on the placement of my auras or something like that, because I do want to make sure that I'm covering each of the areas appropriately. I love doing this build. It is actually like top 10 most enjoyable things for me to do in the game is doing this stupid ass build. Because it's so simple, you know? Like you don't have to think about anything. You just place down 3, or I guess in my case 5 aura stacks without even a slow aura, and then 2 to 3 buff beams and just call it a day. Like, that's crazy, isn't it? It feels crazy, I'll tell you that much. Certainly in a very, very good way, though. What's my cast rate? 500? I thought I'd be a bit faster at that point. Okay, let's see. Can I place one, like, all the way back here? And across? Like, maybe something like this? Yeah, I don't think it's fine. I'll still place one inside this thing here, because, you know, safety. But let's go over here. Okay, I did place a snare, or a, what's we call it, beacon over there. 4 towers. But I love doing this. It's so cool. So goddamn cool. Now then, let's go ahead and go to you, as our primary character. Go to you as our secondary. I really should swap out Lenny for like an actual hero of some kind, because he's not really doing much as, I don't know, Lenny. But that's fine. Go ahead and Control G. Yep, that is all of the auras getting boosted to high health. Hide the other screen. Alright, tower boosting. I forgot I need to do that. Not having a Hunter's Guardian is kind of a pain. Only 4 boosted towers. I don't really know how I can fix that problem. Damn. These auras are really, like, massive. Are they reaching into it? Whoa, they even reach into that spawn point. Huh. That is kind of crazy. Is this map worth farming on 4K stats? I feel like it really isn't, unless you're going for a, like, secondary stat weapon or something on one of your heroes, because, I mean, it's just not the best weapon rewards, but it's kind of tough to beat placing down, like, 2 stacks of auras and then just sitting there, you know? Especially, you have to consider the fact that if you're doing the 2 stacks of auras with, like, really high stats, you don't have to place down a buff beam or, like, bring in a secondary hero and upgrade all this stuff the way that I'm doing. Stuff. Words. You can just dump down the auras, the buff beams, or not even the buff beams, the auras, and then just sit there with, like, a summoner, and then, you know, bring in your extra characters in the final wave. It's that simple. Alright, that's good enough upgrades on everything. I don't really want to upgrade anything any more than I already have. I bet there are... No, not bet. I know for a fact there are definitely better placements for these things. The auras, I mean, but this works well enough. Anyways, I'm going to go back to not talking, so go check the description for... Or I guess, like, the timestamps for when I start yapping again. A 1,000 tower boost. Wow, that's actually, like, massive increase. Ow, my ear. That just... It hurt my ear. That's gonna sound weird, but I did. This map is weird. It doesn't tell you how fast you're doing the map, like, on its own. It's funky like that. Alright, you guys. I guess I should upgrade this buff beam stack to maximum. Or at least to like a star, so it reaches inside the spawn point. You're gonna use pestilence. Can't believe I went like so overboard building on this thing whenever I was doing it like a few months ago. I had like 6K or 4K stats and I was building this like I needed all of them. My shoulders. That was a good stretch. I need to start working out. Not at the gym though, because that's lame. What's a good weapon that has like crazy knockback? That's a good question. Hey, to the me who's going to be editing this, go ahead and like aura farming. You know? Put like that image of like the furry dude who's like 7,000 people. Or like one of the furry images. You know what I'm talking about? If you're a regular viewer, that's gonna sound very weird, but I mean, you know, you'll see it in the edited version. Edited version. In the final cut. I'll call it the final cut from now on because the editing. I can't do that. Can't say that very well. I'm very bored. Very bored? Yes. Niels bored? I'm very bad at that. By the way, it's lame, but there's an item limit. I think it should just like let all the items fall on the computer. Let my computer, or let all the items fall on the ground. It should let my computer use all of its cores. Although honestly, with how shittily Dungeon Defenders is optimized, I'm pretty sure it's very poorly optimized. I might be wrong on that, but it's probably already like, you know, not so good. I'm just gonna leave these guys like over here. I don't really care about them. I didn't mean to bring in my my Huntress, by the way. I just did that on accident. Oh, really lost my tower boost there. I think that would have been maybe GG. I don't know. What point are we in this recording right now? An hour and 30 already? Really? It does not feel that way. This is where a lot of that variance comes in, because you need to get tower stat weapons. Maybe not need, but you really want to get the tower stat weapons. You want to get the, you need to get the Guardians. That's kind of it, actually. Everything else is just kind of whatever. The only other thing we have to do before we're, like, done... Ooh, let's see. Monk an Animus? Really? I have never once seen an Animus drop from here before. That is incredibly rare. Oh, This is an okay Mad Jack to use for DPS. Not great, but perfectly fine. It sucks. Kind of a crummy bone cutter. It's a bit unfortunate. How about the Huntress weapon? Damn. It's got a good ability too, but other than that, fairly lackluster. Man, all these armors are always such like stupid trade-offs. It's awful. I want to use these Nosferatus, but they're just not really rolling very well. Pretty unlucky, all things considered. Oop, Monk Guardian? Oh. I felt like I was gonna do something at some point. I don't remember what. This is all one recording still, right? So we left off last... Yesterday was like, what, 2.5 hours maybe? Maybe 3 hours? So we're at... 2.5. We're at 4 hours maybe? Why am I taking all these things? We're at like roughly 4 to 4.5 hours of recording right now. Not that bad. And over here, I'm going to make sure that I place this like literally in the enemy spawn. Because I'm not making that same mistake again. There we go. I need to get like better placement on this set of auras, because I always forget where I'm placing them whenever I do it. Wait, can't I just do this? I can. I've been stupid this entire time. I forgot I could just do that. And that one buff beam will reach everything because... I mean, it's getting boosted by the, whatchamacallit anyways. I forgot the name. This weapon is kind of mesmerizing, I gotta be real. Getting boosted by the Monk Guardian, yes. Cover my ears. Ah, it's fine. Alright, let's upgrade this buff beam. Having only 2 buff beams to upgrade makes life a hell of a lot easier. Certainly am a big fan of this. God, this game must be like a bitrate destroyer. No, not must be. This game is a bitrate destroyer on YouTube. It's ridiculous. It's actually like quite tough to get this game running with decent bitrate. A little bit disappointing, to be honest. But I mean, totally understandable. There's just so many things going on the screen at once. 6 boosted towers. Hells yeah. That's cool. You can really keep up your mana. You can really keep up your mana very efficiently while doing this. That's good enough. It's funny, I wasn't even tower boosting the farthest electric aura over here, and it was still doing enough damage to kill an ogre. Although, to be fair, the ogre has 1,000,000 HP. Not exactly a very tough enemy. I could mute my mic while I'm doing this. Well, doing this as in, like, not talking. But then I'm gonna forget that I haven't muted, and then I'm gonna ruin everything. Imagine if I was muted this entire time, I would lose my mind. Like, it would be so Jover. Nope. Wyverns. Yep. I just realized a considerable portion of our experience, if not pretty much all of it, is from these awards, and also the fact that, whatchamacallit, we are getting uh, XP for killing enemies. I am not here right now, mentally. Only 16 mini ogres, really? That's a lot less than that's a lot less than I thought it would be. Alright. Guardians, please? No Guardians. We did get a Genie, though, so let's see. Is it any good? Eh. Better DPS Genie, that's for sure. But not really good on the ability one. Better than what we had before, that's for sure. Mad Jacks are... eh. Not that good. Nosferatu, is this an upgrade? No. That is depressing, actually. It's really depressing, oh my goodness. This could have been a really good DPS weapon. No ability too, sure, but I mean HP damage, upgrades, ultimates. But, nope. Same thing here, except not as good. Damn. Do we get a melee weapon? No, it's 2 Nosferatus and, yeah, 2 Magics. Okay. Put that in swap out. Do I want to keep this? Probably not. I don't think it's really useful for any of our characters. Alright, armors. I love gambling with the armors. They are all terrible. Oh well, more mana. I see a Huntress Guardian. Damn.
All of me goods are mother approved.
21 only. Not even enough range either. It's a shame. Go again. It's incredible just like how chill this whole thing is now. I should get a bit more mana if I don't tower boost now that I think about it. Yeah, there we go. That was... I'm pretty sure that was very worthwhile. Worthwhile? Yes, yes. Words. Does this reach into the spawn areas? Just about. A few more upgrades, and now it definitely does. And would you look at that? I can now just AFK. Oh, I love this. I love this so much. Oh, right. I always forget about the wyverns, I don't know why. And I need to upgrade this buff even more because the wyverns in this spawn point are not getting killed. Very close. Oh, I have to actually do things? Disgusting. God, the final wave is so fast. It always surprises me. Ooh, we got a Hunter's Guardian. Nice. Please be a good one. You are a... Oh, you don't have enough upgrades. I mean, I guess it's better than what we currently have, so I'll just dump some points into it, but... Eh. Wow, okay. This Magjack is... Yeah, no, this is an upgrade for our Series EV. That's nice. This Nosferatu is a pretty good upgrade for our current DPS weapon, so I'm pretty happy about that. Granted, the HP is a little bit abysmal, and it doesn't give us tower boost, but I'm not really using this as a tower boost weapon, so I don't really mind. There we go. How does this have worse damage? Weird. Go ahead and dump that in there. So we got one Nosferatu. We go ahead and equip this on the other character before I forget. Why do we have so little HP on this guy? Right, where is... So we got a Magjack, Nosferatu, and then probably 2 spider bows, right? Yeah, probably 2 spider bows. We have this one that is dog water. This other one that is... Wow! Really crummy on the range, but I mean everything else. That is like... That is really good. Very happy. I'm tilting my head 30 degrees. I don't know why. I just realized that I was doing that. Nope. Whoops. Whoops. That would have been bad. I almost sold everything. That would have been awful. Okay, now... That's a lot of good tower stats on these things. Wow, this is really good tower stats in general. Jesus. Let's go ahead and upgrade our Series EV yet again. Is this better than what we currently have? Kind of sucks about the range. But I mean, like, everything else is so much better. Holy hell. Oh my lord. I don't actually have to... I don't know the words. I don't even have to worry about the range on my Series EV because... Oh, you'll see at the end of the video. Are we at 2 hours? We aren't even... We are not even at 2 hours yet. So we have the weapons for our Series EV. I think we have like... I think we have a decent enough weapon in the form of a Magjack in here. Yeah, this was like perfectly fine. Not great, but you know, it'll do. So what does that leave us with? I guess our Huntress wants a new weapon? Yeah, okay. So our Huntress wants a new weapon, and otherwise it's going to be one for our Countess and also for Valerio. These guys. Oh, okay, yeah, no, we need to get some more. Forgot. I thought we already had all those. This is a good mana farm as well. I didn't even realize. I see a Huntress Guardian. Why does she have silver hair? She is awful. That is impressive. Alright, let's go game. 5 minutes 53. I honestly don't even doubt that. Considering how fast this goes by. I mean, it's crazy. We don't even have like the proper range required for everything normally, so it is quite impressive that we're able to get through this so easily. Well, I guess not that impressive, but you know, I'm happy about it is what I'm saying basically. That Huntress Guardian must be boosting the DPS of all these things by quite a bit. Oh no, we just got her, so she will be boosting the DPS, but she hasn't been. So with these buff beam upgrades as well, that's gonna be so nice. The buff beam upgrades are gonna be great. Although the range is a little bit lackluster, but I mean, what can you do? Doo-doo. Wow. Okay, that was done way faster than I expected. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Is the Huntress Guardian able to boost the effective strength of the Strength Drain auras? I don't think she can. So I guess a +4 one isn't all that bad for the moment. I mean, either way, we seem to be doing just about fine, as is. Alright, back up we go. Oh, timers went down. Alright. I'm never going to remember about that. I need a hunter's weapon too, don't I? Ah, whatever, I'm lazy. She has a good enough one, I think. Two more. Ooh, Monk Guardian as well. I think we already have a good enough Monk Guardian, right? But I will not oppose a second one. I'll say that right now. Especially when it has so much hero HP, oh my goodness. Oh yeah, 50. There we go. If we didn't already have one, we now have two Monk Guardians. And, well, this is actually a decent genie, but this one's okay as well. I shouldn't be keeping all these genies. I'm just being very cautious, I guess. I could actually use a bone cutter as a secondary weapon for my jester later on, so I should be keeping an eye on him for that. Whoa, that is a rather nifty ability 1 armor. Not too bad. Put you in the swap out folder where I've been putting everything else because I am lazy. I really need to stop doing that, but kind of don't want to. You know what? I'm glad you didn't even waste my time. Have I not gotten a single Huntress Guardian yet? What are the odds of that? Normally I overflow with the Huntress Guardians, and then I'm just lacking in the Monk Guardians, but I definitely do not mind it being the other way around. Well, okay, not yet, but like if I don't get a Huntress Guardian soon, I'm gonna mind it. That's for sure. It really is strange. Weird thing is I always like notice that it's mostly Monk Guardians that tend to be mythical or crummy quality, and then Huntress Guardians, they just tend to be like good. Just downright good. So it's weird seeing the opposite happening. Wrong character. That could have been very awkward. Oh, look at that. So my stuff isn't actually getting boosted, is it? Or no, it will be. Never mind. It just looks weird right now, but yeah, there we go. Try 400. Okay. Whoops. We should make a parkour map for this game. Ah, I take it back. It would be obnoxious to do that. This game doesn't really have the best movement ever. Oh wait, this isn't even the wyvern round. I will never words. I will never remember about these wyverns. I always forget about them. And will stay that way until the end of time. The final wave goes by so fast. God. Apprentice Guardian. You know, maybe I can show you guys why the Apprentice Guardian isn't one of the ones that you want. Yeah, why not? Not like there's anything else for me to do right now. Well, I don't even need... Oh, words. Damn. This is depressing. This is so depressing. Imagine what could have been, you know? Also pretty bad. Also pretty bad. And also pretty bad. Yeah. How about the armors? Depressing. Negative 92 knockback. Depressing all around. Alright, let's go ahead and do some weird stuff. Okay, while we're here trying to get another